fresh coat of paint has rubbed off on the hearts of the owners of this canvas. What makes this painting unique are the people, their stories, and our memories.
All right, so that gave you a sense of Rubal Nagi's work. One round of applause, please, because I think that was beautiful to see, really. Not only did you beautify the places, you made them neater, and you also made it about education. So, Rubal, if you could first tell us, how did this idea come about, the Living Walls of Learning project? Tell us about that.
Namaskar, Sat Shri Akal. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. Uh, well, being an artist, I think creativity हमारे दिमाग में चलती रहती है. We don't sleep. I mean, my husband says, when do you sleep? I said, I don't know. When I'm creating, I think that's the time I'm actually sleeping.
I have one personal question though. Should I really consider education abroad or should I attend your AI workshop?
I'll make it simple for you. Do you want to spend 2 years?
My mother tells me now, she said, when you were a child, you always used to pray कि मुझे भगवान teacher बना देना बड़े होके. Or, in your room, you would just take crayons, colors, chalk, and write on all the almirahs, all the walls, pretending to be a teacher with no students. And I think your wish has
You're
come.
calling at a very
yeah,
young
I know.
age.
My mother says, I know your wish has come true. Now when you look back, you don't have hundreds, thousands. You have millions of kids today standing behind you and calling you that teacher that you always wanted to be. So I think कहीं ना कहीं भगवान ने बहुत छोटी उम्र से मेरा जो बच्चों की तरफ प्यार है वो मेरे दिल में डाल दिया था. And people who know me, even 5% they know I love children. And I'm happiest when I'm surrounded by them. And today I'm blessed to be surrounded by so many. Being an artist, what you see in this video, मैं जब भी ये video देखती हूँ, I get very emotional because this was right after Paint Dharavi in 2018. 2016 हमने Paint Dharavi को launch किया था, which was all about just beautifying the slums. जब मिसाल मुंबई ये जो video आपने देखी, when we launched this, it was not only about beautifying the slums. Because when you go into slums, when you start living there for endless days, you realize कि वहाँ पे सिर्फ ब्यूटिफिकेशन की ज़रूरत नहीं है. वहाँ पे ऐसी और बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो लोग जिनसे जूझ रहे हैं. They are going through that and you have to take care of that. And that is why after 2 years of Paint Dharavi, we launched Misal Mumbai, which became Misal India एक साल में. Because I think this video went viral. A lot of people got inspired by it and started getting in touch with us from different parts of the country कि मैम क्या हम ये replicate कर सकते हैं. Now what was so different about this? Because what you saw in the video is just colors. Now when you walk into a slum like that, you will see all the walls painted. But painted with what? Painted with mathematics, painted with science formulas, painted with history lessons. So, when 27 years back, I remember when I was just doing art shows, I was just an artist, मुझे हमेशा ऐसा लगता था कि क्या करूं जो मैं बच्चों के साथ और ज़्यादा जुड़ सकूं. And I think at that time, there's a foundation which we all know named Pratham,
Yes.
which came into my life for that first art camp that I did. And I think after that, there was no looking back. And then, I could just walk into a slum and say कि चलिए हम करना है. But if I went to a slum to just tell people कि हमें बताइए आपके बच्चे स्कूल जाते हैं कि नहीं, can we make our women stand on their feet, they would, say, ma'am, please go to the next door. What have you come here for? So I realized because people had so many other things in their life that they wanted to do.
And as we mentioned earlier, these are very those, backward areas, slum areas, shanties where you work. So I also, since it is about education, it's about children who come from these poorer families, there's almost a challenge to even get an education. It's a struggle, and for the families also to send those children out. So you have had to get quite embedded in the community, the people who work with you, the young people, the teachers. Tell us about that, because you've had to counsel parents as well.
Yeah, 2 years of my life in the initial stages, it went into counseling parents. Imagine, I still remember that one conversation with the parent. I said, आपके बच्चे स्कूल जाते हैं? And they said, नहीं. I said, क्यों? So he said, मैम क्यों जाना है? So can you understand the mindset of a parent? Not saying कि हमें ये तकलीफ है, ये है, ये है. They're saying क्यों जाना है? The question here was कि पढ़ना क्यों है? Now that question mark it. That was secondary. First was that why my kids need to go to school. पढ़ना ही क्यों है? So I mean, I mean, it's so much better now. This I'm talking about 27 years back, but this is so much better now. But despite, somebody recently asked me, "Ki ma'am, now government is giving so many perks," and I mean, I spoke to somebody in I mean at a forum in UK recently, and I said, the time I used to go to school, मेरी class में, because I've studied in government schools. I said हमारा पंखा भी धीरे धीरे चलता था. आप तो बहुत lucky ho that today government schools are so well equipped with so many things. So make the most of it. And then a lot of people said कि ma'am आपको लगता है कि आज भी school नहीं जा रहे हैं बच्चे? So I said I will not answer this. Let people answer this. So I was at in Kashmir line of control, and I was doing a little session with parents. तो मेरा पहला सवाल यही था कि आप पेरेंट्स के बच्चों में से स्कूल कौन जा रहा है? 2 या 3 हाथ खड़े होंगे. When I said कितने बच्चे नहीं जा रहे हैं, all the hands were raised. And the journalist who was asking me this question, I looked at him. I said, "You've got your answer." I said, it's not about that what government is giving. It is about our kids reaching the school. And if they have reached, are they staying in school? I mean, if you see, the maximum dropout happens from primary to secondary. जब स्कूल बदल जाता है, मैंने खुद देखा है, because I work on ground. I was just telling someone, I said I'm only a 20% fan of advocacy. वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा बोल दिया. I'm 80% on ground worker. I teach every day in slums and villages. Wherever I am. I mean, right after this, we have an evening class in Delhi in our center. So for me, that is most important. Now, when you are working on ground, जब आप रोज ज़मीन पे खड़े होके देखते हैं कि वहाँ के लोगों की सिचुएशन क्या है, महिलाओं को कैसी ट्रीटमेंट मिल रही है, बच्चे स्कूल जा रहे हैं कि नहीं जा रहे हैं, तो आपको पता चलता है क्या होता है. So, in between primary, secondary, the maximum dropout happens.
Rubal, I believe you also have some photographs to show us.
Yes.
So you can actually
so if you
show us some of them. And if you could, Rubal Nagi, if you could share with us any story where, of one child, if just to, you've talked
now you see
generally
these
of it,
pictures,
but
how
one
happy
child.
they are posing. And there was one time they were like, their parents were like, this is Kashmir. So their parents were like, ma'am, why, we need to be in school? And a lot of people ask me that, ma'am, when did you decide this is what you wanted to do? So I said, every buddy gets a calling in their life, and I'm glad that I did get at an early age. Now at one of my art camps, I've said this before, it's in my book also, that there are a lot of students sitting here, and I want to ask them before I say this, before I tell you this story, have you met any student who's not seen a pencil?
Who's not seen a pencil?
See, they're all nodding no, because this is not something a normal person would ever
There's
experience.
one hand up there. All
yeah,
right.
I want to know. I want to know what age, which age student was that?
Well, I don't know if we have a mic to put out there, but
okay,
yes,
we'll get there.
Yeah.
So one of my initial camps, when I was distributing stationery and colors to children, I mean, it's very okay to not know about art colors, because a lot of grown-ups also won't know the detailing of it. And when I gave pencil to one of the child with his big eyes, I cannot forget that day. He looked at me and he said, "What is this?" Hindi mein bola, "Ye kya hai?" So I asked him, I said,
pencil nahi dekhi thi tab tak.
Honestly, I thought he was joking, because kids are like that, notorious, and I love that about children. I mean, we all love it. Masti is what they are supposed to be doing in the childhood. And he says, "No, I don't know what that is. Isse kya karna hai?" So I sat there. When I asked him the 4th time कि आपको सच में नहीं पता है कि ये क्या है, he said नहीं. And that is the day I realized that, oh my God, something had hit me so hard that day. And I explained it to him. We finished the 2-day camp. I came back home, and I continuously asked everybody I met. I said, "Have you met a 6-year-old who's not seen a pencil for 5-6 years old?" "No, come on." I asked my husband, he said, "Oh, come on, what's wrong with you?" So those were the reactions, instant reactions of normal
and it just
people
makes
around
you realize the reality of our country, that there's still some children who've not seen a pencil.
That day I came back home, I couldn't sleep for many days, I remember, because this was something which I was not ready to believe. And I looked up and with both folded hands, I said, Bhagwan, ab meri life mein ek bhi bachcha aisa na aaye, jisne pencil nahi dekhi hai, and I will do best in my capacity to make sure that I don't meet another child, because that would be the
Or maybe
disastrous
you
day
need
of
to
my
meet
life.
more children, and
If,
maybe you
if,
need to
if that
bring this-
happens again, and you
the
know, I guess
pencils into more lives
yeah.
of children. Maybe that's
So I guess
that's
that's where
something
it all starts from. I
Right.
mean, they वो बोलते हैं ना, ऊपर वाला आपको wake up call दे देता है.
Bilkul.
you
And that
get-
is
you
a
get
wake-up
that.
call. I can't imagine. I wouldn't have thought that's possible that a child hasn't seen a pencil. But Rubal Nagi, now you have won, the Global Teacher Prize. What does this mean for you now? How does this inspire you? And what more is it that you want to do? Also, tell us about meeting King Charles, because I believe he had the similar questions for you.
Well, God is very kind. I'm truly humbled, and I'm very, very honored with the Global Teacher Prize 2026. And the most heartening thing was that, I met the teachers. First 50 finalists were there, and I got to meet all of them. And I think teachers from across the globe, all of them are doing incredible work. Then I met all top 10, and we all top 10 knew only one will go up on stage. But that bond we created in those 3 days, we are still very much in touch, I think is the biggest reward, the biggest prize. I've, never worked for awards, money, fame. I think that's part of life. आप काम करिए, and I'm very strong believer of आप कर्म करिए, फल की अपेक्षा मत रखिए, जो आपके नसीब में है वो आपको मिलेगा. And then when you get to do something for children whom you love so much, being a woman, if you can make a woman stand on her feet and empower her truly financially, I think what bigger blessing. So, the aapko award milna is like another blessing from God. And yes, of course, the award puts you on the global stage today. I was in UK recently, met His Majesty King Charles III, and had a nice conversation with him. And it was very heartening to hear when he said that, Rubal, is it only Mumbai that you're working in, or different parts of India? I said, no, we're working in 21 states
And
today.
so he was very informed about
he
your
was
work.
informed, and when I was introduced to him, the person who introduced said, she is the teacher you wanted to meet. So, it kind of feels great and humbles you more that for your work, if people are taking your work seriously. So when you ask what this prize would do to me in my life, I think the voice becomes more heard, more recognizable. And for me, it's always been that when you educate, you elevate. So there is nothing more important than education in a child's life, be it a girl child, be it a boy child. And you know what? It's my dream to see my country 100% literate. And not just me, I think there's so many organizations, there's so many inspirational, enthusiastic, hardworking people who are working towards this, and I hope we achieve that very, very soon.
And that's the point of a conclave like this, to really, put the spotlight on all of you, and so many of you out here who are doing such wonderful work when it comes to education. I'd like to get a mic to that young man who had encountered a student who had not seen a pencil. If we can get the mic to them so he can at least share that experience. And yes, so Rubal and King Charles asked you about whether you'll be limited to Mumbai. I'd also like to ask you that. What more are you planning to work?
Well,
further?
right now we are getting emails and messages from different countries, from Argentina to Spain to Brazil to Sri Lanka to Bangladesh. So let's see.
About
Maybe we
walls
will be
of learning.
replicating the Misal
Yes.
model into different parts.
Thank you. Actually, I'm a student of Department of Social Work, University of Delhi. And during my field work settings in Jahangirpuri, one of our migrant children from Bihar, she was, I think, 6 years old. I was asking about, have you ever seen the schools? Well, she said, no, school क्या होता है? उसको पता नहीं था स्कूल क्या होता है. तो मैंने एक NGO था वहाँ जहाँ मैं प्लेस्ड था चेतनालय में, तो वहाँ विजिट किया था, तो उसको इंट्रोड्यूस करवाया कि इस बच्चे को आप एटलीस्ट इनरोल करो और ज़रूरी है, शिक्षा कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है. हमने इसको देखा, बहुत मुझे अंदर से फील हुआ कि भाई अब तक देखो हम लोग 75 ईयर्स हो चुके, अब बच्चे कलम नहीं देखा है, मतलब पेन नहीं देखा है, तो वो मुझे बहुत हर्ट किया. मतलब थैंक यू.
बहुत अच्छी बात है. आई थिंक ये जो आपने कहा कि बच्चे ने स्कूल नहीं देखा था, ऐसे ही मुझे कोई पूछता है कि मैम आपको लगता है एक बार करने से हो जाएगा, मैं कहती हूँ एक बार करना ही क्यों है.
और मैम मैंने आफ्टर डॉक्टर एपीजे कलाम सर के बाद आपको मैं देख रहा हूँ, बहुत वर्ल्ड में बहुत प्राउड फील कर रहा हूँ इस चीज़ को.
थैंक यू सो मच. आपने मुझे किससे कंपेयर कर दिया. सो हम्बल. थैंक यू वेरी मच. बट यू नो व्हाट, आई मस्ट टेल यू, व्हेन वी से अबाउट आर्ट बेस्ड लर्निंग, ये इम्पॉर्टेंट क्यों है, और मुझे बहुत लोग पूछते हैं मैम इससे बच्चे कैसे पढ़ने में इंटरेस्टेड हो जाते हैं. सो आई विल क्विकली, आई नो वी आर शॉर्ट ऑफ टाइम, बट आई विल क्विकली नरेट दिस इंसिडेंट विच ऑल्सो इमोशनली ड्रेन्स मी, बट आई थिंक यहाँ बहुत सारे यंग बच्चे बैठे हैं, उनको ये जानना ज़रूरी होगा. यू नो, वन ऑफ आवर स्लम्स इन वन ऑफ अगेन माई आर्ट वर्कशॉप्स, 350-400 बच्चे थे, उसमें सब बच्चे पेंटिंग करते हैं, और जब बच्चे पेंटिंग करते हैं लास्ट में मैं 15-20 पेंटिंग्स ले लेती हूँ, एंड आई आस्क देम टू एक्सप्लेन विच आर लिटिल डिफरेंट. एंड देयर वाज वन पेपर जिसमें इस बच्चे ने सिर्फ पूरा ब्लैक कलर किया है, भर दिया है ब्लैक कलर, एंड बीच में एक छोटा सा ग्रे, ऐसा छोटा, इतना छोटा स्क्वायर डॉट है. नाउ सीइंग एन आर्ट वर्क लाइक दैट, यू विल ऑलवेज वंडर व्हाट इज दिस, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. सो मैंने उसको बुलाया, मैंने कहा बेटा आपने क्या बनाया है बताओ. He didn't say anything. And throughout the art camp, he was the quietest. He never uttered a word. नहीं तो बच्चे इतना धमाल करते हैं that it's a different level of energy. And he didn't utter a word. He was sitting quietly. So I sat with him. I said, now your painting is very good. You're getting first prize. Now can you explain? He didn't. Third time when I asked him, he started howling, not crying. He was crying as if there is no tomorrow. And came and hugged me, and I pacified him. मैंने कहा अभी बैठो, अभी पानी पियो, अब मुझे बताओ क्या है. You know what he told me? I get very emotional. He said, ma'am, my mother works in different homes, and my stepfather, I don't have a father, my stepfather, when she goes in the morning, locks me in the room. और slums में आप रहते हैं ना, the rooms are very small, और एक से एक घर जुड़ा रहता है, space नहीं है, light नहीं है, कितनी बार तो आप ऐसे नहीं जा सकते, आपको ऐसा टेढ़ा होके अंदर जाना पड़ता है. So he said वो मुझे लॉक करके चले जाते हैं, और ये जो छोटा सा होल है, इससे छोटी सी लाइट आती है बाहर से, और जब शाम को ये लाइट धीमी होने लगती है, सो मुझे लगता है शाम हो रही है, अब मेरी माँ वापस आ जाएंगी और खोलेंगी और मुझे कुछ खाने को देंगी. I said, you never, I said, आपने अपनी माँ को कभी नहीं बताया. He said, ma'am, my mother is already going through so much. मैं उनके ऊपर और प्रेशर नहीं डालना चाहता, उनको दुखी नहीं करना चाहता. बट ये एक जो किरण थी, वो एक ray of hope.
And he managed to express that in his art.
And he expressed it. He cried. He hugged me again. He said, "Ma'am, today I feel something is off my chest." मैंने ये किसी को नहीं बताया. और अगर आप मुझे पूछती तो मैं नहीं बताता. आपने बोला कुछ बना दो, तो मैंने बना दिया. And मैम मैं स्कूल जाना चाहता हूँ. See, I still get goosebumps. मैम मैं स्कूल जाना चाहता हूँ, मुझे स्कूल में आप दिलवाइए, मैं पढ़ूंगा. And the best thing he said, मैं भी ये जो white collar, ऐसा कॉलर वाला शर्ट पहनते हैं ना, मैं वो शर्ट पहन के अपनी माँ को यहाँ से निकाल के लेके जाऊँगा.
All right,
So
well, wonderful.
this is the power of art. This is the power of art that lets you be sometimes what you want to be. You know, expression. बच्चों को क्या चाहिए स्कूल में? All that kids need is that we should be seen, we should be heard. And today, you know, we address so many educators, so many teachers. I tell them only one thing: the kid who comes last needs more attention than the kid who comes first, because he's already left behind. He's already being bullied, he or she is being teased by the friends कि तुम अच्छा marks नहीं लाए, तुम अच्छे नहीं आए. Our teachers need to focus on that. Till 4th grade, I couldn't speak a word of English because my father was in the army and we were posted in small little villages. And at that time, I'm telling you, when I came to Karnataka, my dad came to Karnataka, if I failed in my midterm exams, and my teacher, if she didn't hold my hand at that time, I would have either gone back to my father, said, या तो मुझे हिंदी मीडियम में डाल दीजिए, या मैं स्कूल नहीं जाऊंगी. So teachers mattered then,
and
but
look
they
at you
matter
today.
the most
You're here
today.
speaking at this conclave.
No,
Well, thank you so much, Rubal.
I can manage that everyone can understand me.
We're completely out of time, and we're going to talk further on all these themes that we've discussed right now. But a big round of applause, and thank you so much, Rubal Nagi,
thank you so
for
much.
being here and sharing all your experiences with us.
What Rubal Nagi achieved raises a much larger national question, though. How do we scale that sense of ownership across rural India? Because India's education story, it's often described through enrollment numbers. But you know, access alone, that doesn't guarantee continuity. One of the largest challenges remains the transition from primary to secondary education, especially in rural areas. The next panel examines what it will truly take to build educational opportunity from the ground up. I'd like to now invite my colleague Aditi Rajput, along with Neeru Yadav, Sarpanch, Lambi Ahir Gram Panchayat, Junjunu, Rajasthan, Sridhar Venkat, CEO of the Akshay Patra Foundation, Tani Soni, CEO of the Aga Khan Foundation, and Samyukta Subramaniam, Program Head at Pratham Education Foundation. If I can please request you on stage, thank you so much.
नमस्कार, आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है एनडीटीवी के इस एजुकेशन कॉन्क्लेव में, जिसमें हमारी हर साल कोशिश रहती है कि हम लोग कुछ अलग करें, कुछ नया करें, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में कुछ योगदान आपका हम सबका हो पाए। मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल, मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बनता गया। रूबल नागी की कहानी जब आप लोगों ने अभी सुनी तो वो बताती है कि एक इंसान की कोशिश कितना बड़ा बदलाव ला सकती है, और अगर उसी जुनून को हजारों लोगों, हजारों गांव तक पहुंचा दिया जाए तो देश की तस्वीर ही कुछ और हो जाएगी। अगर हम भारत की बात करें तो आज दुनिया की सबसे युवा आबादी वाला देश है, लेकिन सवाल यह है कि क्या हमारे गांव के बच्चे भी उसी रफ्तार से आगे बढ़ पा रहे हैं। नीति आयोग की जो हालिया रिपोर्ट आई है वो एक बेहद अहम तस्वीर सामने रखती हुई नजर आती है। प्राइमरी स्कूल तक तो बच्चों की संख्या अच्छी होती है, लेकिन जब सेकेंडरी लेवल तक वो पहुंचते हैं तो उनकी संख्या बहुत ही कम हो जाती है, उस सिस्टम से करीब करीब बाहर होते हुए नजर आते हैं। अगर हम भारत की यहाँ पर बात कर रहे हैं, लगभग 7,30,000 ही प्राइमरी स्कूल्स हैं, और अगर हम उससे थोड़ा ही आगे बढ़ते हैं, हम दूसरे माध्यमिक स्कूलों की तरफ बढ़ते हैं तो वो 1,64,000 के आसपास है। तो 7 लाख से सीधे हम 1.5 लाख के करीब यहाँ पर पहुँच गए। यानी कि गाँव का बच्चे की अगर हम बात करें तो वो 5th क्लास के बाद स्कूल तो पहुंच जाता है, लेकिन 10वीं 12वीं तक पहुंचने के लिए कभी डिस्टेंस जो है उसके स्कूल से उसके घर का वो समस्या बनता है, कभी गरीबी, कभी पोषण, कभी सामाजिक दबाव जो होते हैं, तो इस तरह की दिक्कतें उसे रोक देती है। रिपोर्ट ये भी कहती है कि जो सीखने की गुणवत्ता है, जो टीचर्स की प्रेजेंस है, वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा मायने रख रही है उनके बच्चों के आने में, बच्चों की शिक्षा में। तो गहरी असमानताएं हैं जो यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, और शायद यही वजह है कि विकसित भारत की जो सबसे बड़ी लड़ाई है अब वो गांव के स्कूल में लड़ी जा रही है। लेकिन उम्मीद की बात यहाँ पर ये होती है कि बदलाव की कहानियां जो हैं वो भी गांव से ही शुरू होती है। एक सरपंच जब स्कूल को अपनी जिम्मेदारी मान लेते हैं, एक फाउंडेशन जब भूखे बच्चों तक खाना पहुंचा रहा होता है, और एक संस्था जब आंगनबाड़ी से लेकर क्लासरूम तक सीखने का माहौल बदलती है, तब सिर्फ एक बच्चा नहीं पूरा गाँव बदलता है। तो आज की जो चर्चा हमारी है वो इसी पर आधारित है। पावर ऑफ वन से पावर ऑफ कम्युनिटी तक के सफर पर हम बात करने जा रहे हैं। बेहद खास मेहमान मेरे साथ यहाँ पर मौजूद है। मेरे साथ नीरू यादव जी हैं, सरपंच हैं लंबी अहीर ग्राम पंचायत झुंझुनू राजस्थान से। श्रीधर वेंकट सर हैं, सीईओ है अक्षय पात्रा फाउंडेशन के। टिन्नी साहनी है मेरे साथ, सीईओ है आगा खान फाउंडेशन की, और संयुक्ता सुब्रमण्यम है प्रथम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन की प्रोग्राम हेड है। तो यहाँ पर सबसे पहले मैं मंजू आपसे ही शुरू करना चाहूँगी, नीरू आपसे ही शुरू करना चाहूँगी कि आपने एक मिशन की तरह लिया था गांव की इस पढ़ाई को, इस किस तरह से जब आप आगे बढ़ी, क्या आपने दिक्कतें झेली, और कहाँ से ये प्रेरणा मिली कि इसको शिक्षा को एक मिशन की तरह मुझे अपने गांव में आगे बढ़ाना है?
सभी को नमस्कार। मेरी ग्राम पंचायत का नाम लंबी अहीर है, जो राजस्थान के झुंझुनू जिले में है, और देखिए एजुकेशन, मैं ये मानती हूँ कि
RAG, AI agents, agentic AI, most people think they are the same thing. That's why Scalar is hosting a free masterclass to break this down simply. In this session, you will learn the modern AI application stack, how embeddings and vector databases power RAG systems, what AI agents are and where they are used. And most importantly, you will understand the difference between RAG, AI agent and agentic AI. Register now.
होना जरूरी है। अगर आप एजुकेट नहीं हैं, आप पढ़े लिखे नहीं हैं, तो आपके सामने बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस आएंगे जिन्हें आप फेस नहीं कर पाएंगे और आप रुक जाएंगे। तो मैंने मेरा एक छोटा सा एनजीओ है जो गांव में ही काम करता है, आदित्य फाउंडेशन, उसके माध्यम से मैंने अपने ही गांव में एक सरकारी स्कूल को गोद लेकर के और बुक फ्री लर्निंग कॉन्सेप्ट के ऊपर एक बच्चों का प्री प्राइमरी स्कूल हमने रेडी किया, ताकि बच्चे किताबों के बोझ के नीचे ना दबे और एक बेसिक जो एजुकेशन है संस्कारों के साथ वो ले सके। उस पर हमने काम किया। आसपास के 5 किलोमीटर के जो डिस्टेंस के जो बच्चे हैं वो उनके लिए आने जाने के लिए स्कूल वैन की व्यवस्था हमने की, और ताकि कोई भी बच्चा जो है जो बहुत हायर जो अच्छे प्राइवेट स्कूल्स है जिनकी बहुत हाई फीस है वो अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते, वो बच्चे भी वंचित ना रहें ऐसी एजुकेशन से। तो हमने ये उस पर मैंने ये काम किया है। साथ ही साथ पंचायत की कोई भी बेटियां जो डिस्टेंस की वजह से ड्रॉप आउट ना हो, स्कूल ना जाएं, इसके लिए लगातार ग्राम सभा के अंदर ऐसे मुद्दे विषयों पर हम बात करते हैं। सबसे बड़ी बात, गांव की वो बेटियां जो मतलब जो सक्सेस हो गई हैं, जो जिन्होंने कोई मुकाम हासिल किया है, जैसे मेरी पंचायत की एक बेटी जो डॉक्टर बनी है, तो उन बेटियों की टॉक हम अपने गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के बच्चों के बीच में उनको ले जा करके और उनकी टॉक करवाते हैं, उनसे बात करवाते हैं, उनके एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करवाते हैं। तो इस प्रकार से हम अवेयर करते हैं ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पेरेंट्स को, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बच्चों को, ताकि वो एजुकेशन के क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़े।
बिल्कुल, क्या बात है, बहुत शानदार। की बताइए, बच्ची जो है वो डॉक्टर बन गई है और एक मिसाल की तरह उसे लेकर आए। संयुक्ता जी, आपके पास में अगर यहाँ पर आऊं, नीति आयोग की रिपोर्ट जो कहती है एक्सेस इज नॉट इक्वल टू लर्निंग, स्कूल तक पहुंच तो बढ़ी है लेकिन जो शिक्षा की गुणवत्ता है वहां पर अभी भी बहुत ज्यादा काम करने की जरूरत महसूस करती हैं आप?
जी, इज दिस वर्किंग? ओके, बिल्कुल इस पर काम करने की तो ज़रूरत है ही, लेकिन अगर हम देखें पिछले 20 साल की अगर हम बात करें तो पिछले 20 साल में हम देखते हैं कि बहुत सारी चीज़ें हुई हैं।
बिल्कुल,
आज के 20 साल की बात करने से पहले अगर मैं पिछले 20 साल की बात करूं तो मोर देन 95% बच्चे एक्चुअली स्कूल में एनरोल्ड हैं। ये आज की सच्चाई है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बड़ा है, हर गाँव में एक स्कूल बन गया है। RTE 2009-10 में राइट टू एजुकेशन एक्ट आया, जिस वजह से ये हमारा शिक्षा हमारा अधिकार बन गया, फंडामेंटल राइट बन गया। एंड ऑफ कोर्स हमारी न्यू नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आई, जिसमें जितने इश्यूज हम देख रहे थे इंडिया में उसके बारे में जिक्र किया गया है, और ना केवल जिक्र किया गया है, उसमें ये भी बताया गया है कि हमें और क्या करने की ज़रूरत है। बुनियादी शिक्षा पे जो बातचीत है, इनफैक्ट जो आपने अभी कहा वो पॉलिसी में लिखा गया है कि अगर हमने बुनियादी शिक्षा पर काम नहीं किया तो ये इस पॉलिसी का कोई वजूद नहीं होगा, कोई मायने नहीं रखेगा ये पॉलिसी। तो मुझे लगता है 20 साल में हमने बहुत सारी चीज़ें की हैं, और आगे जब हम अब देखते हैं तो अब हमें ये देखना होगा कि अगर बच्चे स्कूल आ रहे हैं तो क्या वो वाकई में सीख रहे हैं। आर दे एक्चुअली लर्निंग? Children are enrolled, they're coming to school, but are they actually learning what they're supposed to learn? वहाँ पर हम देखते हैं कि काफ़ी और मेहनत करने की ज़रूरत है। हम एक रिपोर्ट निकालते हैं, एनुअल स्टेटस ऑफ एजुकेशन रिपोर्ट, असर रिपोर्ट, और भी बहुत सारी रिपोर्ट्स निकली हैं पिछले कुछ सालों में, जिसमें हमें दिख रहा है कि क्लास 5 में अगर बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं तो रूरल इंडिया में अराउंड 45% पढ़ लेते हैं। और पढ़ने का मतलब ये है कि एक छोटी सी कहानी, एक पैरा अगर हमने उन्हें दे दिया तो वो पढ़ लेते हैं। लेकिन काफ़ी बच्चे ऐसे हैं जो वो भी बेसिक नहीं कर पा रहे। तो अगर मैं बात करूँ गुणवत्ता की, तो सबसे सिंपल क्वालिटी का पैमाना अगर मैं कहूँ तो वो है बुनियादी शिक्षा, यानी पढ़ने की काबिलियत और बेसिक मैथ करने की काबिलियत। इसलिए नहीं क्योंकि स्कूल चाहता है, इसलिए क्योंकि हमें चाहिए कि लाइफ में इस तरह की बेसिक फाउंडेशनल स्किल्स हम सबको आए। तो आई थिंक इस पर अब हमें बात करने की ज़रूरत है, मेहनत करने की ज़रूरत है। एंड ऑलरेडी सरकारें काफ़ी सारी, मतलब हर एज ग्रुप को लेकर काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें कर रही हैं, और उसके बारे में हम फिर और बात कर सकते हैं।
तो आप ये कह रही हैं कि स्कूल तक पहुंचने में तो बहुत हद तक पिछले 20 सालों में कामयाबी हासिल कर ली गई है, अब उनको और बेहतर शिक्षा दी जा सके, उस पर और ज्यादा काम करने की जरूरत है, उस पर भी आगे तो बढ़े हैं। श्रीधर जी मैं यहाँ पर आना चाहूंगी। न्यूट्रिशन को लर्निंग आउटकम से जोड़ा जाता है, तो जब हम देखते हैं क्या मिड डे मील जो है वो सिर्फ खाना नहीं बल्कि ऐसा लगता है एक बच्चों को रोकने की एक रिटेंशन पॉलिसी की तरह वो काम करता है?
एब्सोल्युटली। न्यूट्रिशन जो है वो वेलफेयर इश्यू नहीं है, न्यूट्रिशन एजुकेशनल इश्यू है एक्चुअली। मैं आपको एक रियल कहानी बताता हूँ। हमारा भी सिंगापुर में एक प्रोग्राम था, तो मैं एयरपोर्ट में था, बंगलोर के इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट में। तो हमारे साथ एक बेनिफिशियरी आने वाला था वहाँ पे, तो मैं ढूंढ रहा था कौन लड़का है करके। तो एक 6 फुट 2 इंच टॉल बंदा आया, आके बोला, श्रीधर जी मैं कृष्णा हूँ और मैं आपका 10 साल से बेनिफिशियरी हूँ, अक्षय पात्र का। मेरे पिताजी कारपेंटर है, अभी मैं एसोसिएट वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हूँ HSBC में। ये है पावर ऑफ न्यूट्रिशन और एक्सेस टू एजुकेशन, दोनों को साथ में देखना चाहिए। एंड इंडिया इज अ कॉम्प्लेक्स कंट्री, लार्ज कंट्री। गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया आपने, बट देयर आर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन गैप्स। सो जितना हम न्यूट्रिशन और एजुकेशन को जोड़ेंगे उतना ज़्यादा इफेक्टिव बनेंगे हम लोग। और द फैक्ट ऑफ द मैटर इज द की इज इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, एग्जीक्यूशन इज द स्ट्रैटेजी। आप पॉलिसी लेवल में, इंटेंट में कोई कमी नहीं है अपने कंट्री में। मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग, जैसे रूबल जी ने बताया कि ऑन ग्राउंड क्या हो रहा है, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। एंड दैट इज वेयर ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन लाइज। एंड वन मोर पॉइंट आई वुड लाइक टू मेंशन, अपने कंट्री में बहुत बार हम लोग ये नहीं हुआ, ये नहीं हुआ, ये प्रॉब्लम है, वो प्रॉब्लम है। वी शुड सेलिब्रेट पॉजिटिविटी, वी शुड सेलिब्रेट ग्रेट सक्सेस।
बिल्कुल।
एंड पॉजिटिविटी स्प्रेड करेंगे तो हैप्पीनेस आएगा, हैप्पीनेस स्प्रेड्स इन सर्कल्स। ओके,
बिल्कुल। यहाँ पर जो बात आपने कही कि एक बच्चा जो आपका बेनिफिशियरी था वो बताइए एक लंबा चौड़ा इंसान हो गया, बहुत अच्छी पोस्ट पर है, ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कि वो गैप जो है कहीं ना कहीं भरा है। लेकिन श्रीधर जी आप ही से मैं अगला सवाल पूछना चाहूंगी। आपने कहा कि वो जो गैप है इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, जब इम्प्लीमेंट करने जा रहे हैं तब वहां पर दिक्कत आ रही, किस तरह की चुनौतियां हैं और क्या सॉल्यूशन उसके लिए आप सजेस्ट करना चाहेंगे?
जैसे मैं अक्षय पात्रा का आपको एग्जाम्पल दूंगा
जी।
अक्षय पात्रा ने सन 2000 में शुरू किया हम लोगों ने काम करना। विजन है नो चाइल्ड इन इंडिया विल बी डिप्राइव्ड ऑफ एजुकेशन बिकॉज ऑफ हंगर। 5 स्कूल्स और 1500 बच्चे, आज 25,000 स्कूल्स और 23,50,000 बच्चे हर रोज खाना खाते हैं।
बहुत बड़ी बात।
ओके, तो इसका
बहुत बढ़िया,
इसका मैं हमारा लर्निंग बताता हूँ आपको। हम लोग करीबन 10,000 हंगर वॉरियर्स हैं, सारे मिलके एक ही काम करते हैं, फोकस। सो फोकस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर इंप्लीमेंटिंग प्रॉपर्ली। आप 10 काम करोगे तो आपका फोकस डाइल्यूट हो जाएगा। फोकस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। सेकेंड इज कीपिंग थिंग्स सिंपल। जैसे आप स्केल बढ़ता है तो अगर आप सिंपल नहीं रखोगे तो यू कैन नॉट कंटिन्यू इट। थर्ड इज गवर्नेंस। जैसे अक्षय पात्र में अगर एक डोनर 100 रुपए देता है तो 92% गोज टू द प्रोग्राम, 8% इज अवर ओवरहेड कॉस्ट। और अगर मैं 1 पैसा बचाऊं कॉस्ट ऑफ मील में, 1 पैसा, आज तो पैसा सर्कुलेशन में नहीं है, 1 पैसा अगर मैं बचाऊं कॉस्ट ऑफ मील में तो 4000 बच्चों को 1 साल भर हम लोग मिड डे मील दे सकते हैं विदाउट रेजिंग एडिशनल फंड्स।
ये कहीं ना कहीं बताता है
कॉन्शियसनेस, इनोवेशन, फोकस और गवर्नेंस, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। एंड आपने हर रोज करते रहना है
जी,
तभी जाके यू कैन शार्पन द सॉ।
बिल्कुल, बूंद बूंद करके ही सागर भरता है। टिनी जी अब आपके पास आऊंगी, आप ग्राउंड पर बहुत काम कर रही हैं। एक बड़ा सवाल यहाँ पर ये कि क्या रूरल पेरेंट्स जो है वो आज भी एजुकेशन को इन्वेस्टमेंट मानते हैं? अगर मान लीजिए सर्वाइवल का सवाल आ गया तो फिर प्रायोरिटी जो है वो चेंज हो जाती है?
नहीं, आई डोंट थिंक दैट इज़ द रियलिटी। आई थिंक हर माँ बाप ये चाहता है कि उनका बच्चा आगे जाए, कामयाब बने. Like we've seen over the last few years such an immense increase in enrollment. I think now the focus has to be कि हम किस तरीके से quality पे focus करें so that the children are really learning, as Samyukta said, because enrollment in schools is really high. How do we increase the parental engagement in schools? See, parents also have a lot to offer, and when they come into the school, अगर माँ बाप स्कूल में आ रहे हैं, वो देख रहे हैं कि उनके बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं, we can reach out out to parents also to teach young children how to be good farmers, how to be good livestock keepers. We have such an immense opportunity in panchayats. Can we think of bringing in panchayats into this to really create a movement around child-centric development? Ki har panchayat, I mean, just taking from the examples that Rubal shared, when we enter panchayats, could it be that these panchayats really care for children by the walls of the panchayat, by the safety and security that they have put in place? So I really feel that parents really want their children to be successful. And I just wanted to quote an example. I mean, Rubal mentioned that she met His Majesty King Charles. We too have a very powerful story from one of our program areas, Bharat in Uttar Pradesh. Naina, a young girl, is the winner this year of the Amal Clooney Global Award for women's empowerment. And why did she get the award? Because she wanted to study. Her parents were worried that, okay, as a young girl, the school is far, should we send her to study? But her wish to really learn, she is now a graduate, she got a scholarship to complete her graduate education, and she's now doing her master's in social work. And her parents see that her education has now put her on a trajectory where she has a very good job, where she's actually supporting her family. So I feel there are many such examples from rural areas where parents have seen that spark and have invested in it. Now, how do we make learning, education a movement? I think that perhaps is the next thing. एक आंदोलन बनाए कि हर बच्चा अच्छी शिक्षा पाए और कामयाब बने.
बिल्कुल, बहुत बड़ी बात है। और जो कहानियां आप लोग सुना रहे हैं जो सफलता की, वो कहीं ना कहीं उम्मीद भी जगाती हैं कि कोशिशें वाकई अब कामयाब हो रही हैं और आगे आने वाले दिनों में तो बहुत बड़ी बड़ी अचीवमेंट्स हम लोग हासिल करेंगे। नीरू जी, आपके पास आऊंगी। ग्रामीण भारत में लड़कियों की पढ़ाई को लेकर हम देखते हैं कि शादी, सेफ्टी और जो सामाजिक सोच है वहाँ वो उससे टकराती है। किस तरह की चुनौतियां आपने झेली जब आप गई, जब आप लोगों को या बच्चियों को घरों से बाहर निकालना चाह रही थी, स्कूल ले जाना चाह रही थी, क्या दिक्कतें आई?
देखिए, ये हमारे समाज का एकदम कड़वा सच है कि बेटियों की जब एजुकेशन की बात आती है तो वहाँ पर सुरक्षा, शादी, हम अक्सर देखते हैं इस चीज़ को कि बहुत सी बेटियों को तो सिर्फ इसलिए पढ़ाया जाता है कि ये नॉर्मल ग्रेजुएशन कर ले और एक अच्छा लड़का इनको मिल जाए और शादी वो कर ले। मैं अपने साथ ही, जब मैं खुद ग्रेजुएट हुई थी तो हमारे साथ ही एक लड़की पढ़ती थी जो बहुत ब्रिलियंट, 97% मार्क्स उसके ग्रेजुएशन में थे, लेकिन उसकी पढ़ाई सिर्फ इस कारण से छुड़वा दी गई ग्रेजुएट होने के बाद कि अगर तुम ज़्यादा पढ़ जाओगी तो हमारी कास्ट में या हमारी सोसाइटी के अंदर इतना पढ़ा लिखा लड़का हमें नहीं मिलेगा, तो सिर्फ इसलिए उसकी पढ़ाई छुड़वा दी गई। तो ये हमारे समाज का कड़वा सच है और गाँव के अंदर ये सब चीजें आज भी हैं, क्योंकि देखिए कोई भी बदलाव है वो बहुत जल्दी नहीं आता, धीरे धीरे आता है। बहुत से पेरेंट्स हैं अभी जो इन चीजों को लेकर के अवेयर हुए हैं, बहुत सी लड़कियां हैं जो अपने खुद के लिए स्टैंड लेने लगी हैं कि नहीं हमें पढ़ना है। मेरी ही ग्राम पंचायत के पास में एक ऐसा ही वाकया एक बार हुआ था कि एक बच्ची की शादी हो रही थी, उसने खुद, क्योंकि वो ग्रेजुएट थी, उसने खुद कलेक्टर साहब को उस समय फोन किया कि मैं ये शादी नहीं करना चाहती, और उसने अपने लिए स्टैंड लिया और पूरी सोसाइटी और पूरे समाज के सामने उस बच्ची ने ये कहा कि मैं पढ़ लिख करके कुछ बनना चाहती हूँ और आगे बढ़ना चाहती हूँ, और वो शादी उसकी उसी समय कैंसिल हुई। तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि सबसे ज्यादा चीजें वो होंगी कि सिर्फ पढ़ना ही नहीं है, पढ़ करके खुद को सशक्त करना भी जरूरी है। वो कहते हैं ना कि साक्षर नहीं, हमें शिक्षित बनना है। तो उस चीज को लेकर के हमें बेटियों की एजुकेशन को लेकर के, आपने कहा कि कैसी चुनौतियां मेरे सामने आई, तो सबसे बड़ी चुनौती तो यही थी कि अगर, क्योंकि आजकल का जिस प्रकार का माहौल जिस प्रकार का है कि गांव में अगर एक छोटी सी भी घटना हो जाती है तो वो सिर्फ एक बच्ची के ऊपर नहीं, पूरे समाज की बेटियों पे उस चीज का असर पड़ता है। तो पेरेंट्स को कन्विंस करना, उनको समझाना कि उनके सामने ऐसे एग्जाम्पल्स रखना कि देखो वो बच्ची बाहर निकली है, वो बच्ची पढ़ी है, तो उसकी वजह से पूरे परिवार में, और मेरा मानना ये है कि जब एक बेटी शिक्षित होती है तो सिर्फ एक बेटी नहीं, 3 पीढ़ियां शिक्षित होती हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल,
तो
ये बहुत
बेटियों
बड़ी
का
बात
शिक्षित होना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है।
नीरू जी के बारे में एक चीज आप लोगों में से कुछ लोग मुझे बाहर पूछ भी रहे थे कि कहीं देखा हुआ है, केबीसी में ये आई थी, आप लोगों ने देखा होगा, और इन्होंने जो धनराशि जीती थी, बहुत ही काबिले तारीफ बात है कि उस धनराशि को भी इन्होंने बच्चियों की शिक्षा में ही लगाया। नीरू जी, उस कहानी के बारे में भी बताएं, एक बार जोरदार तालियां नीरू जी की पहल के लिए। जी,
मैंने जो केबीसी से धनराशि जीती थी वो मैंने अपने जो सरकारी विद्यालय है मेरी ग्राम पंचायत का, उसमें मैंने आपको बताया पहले भी, जो बच्चों के लिए बेसिक एजुकेशन के लिए हमने उसको गोद लेकर के और वहाँ प्री प्राइमरी स्कूल की शुरुआत की, क्योंकि ये मेरी ग्राम पंचायत में नहीं बल्कि उसके 5 किलोमीटर के दायरे के अंदर बड़ी समस्या थी ऐसे बच्चों से, जो बच्चे जो बीपीएल परिवार के हैं, जिनके पेरेंट्स प्राइवेट स्कूल की फीस अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते, उन बच्चों को भी वो सुविधा गांव के अंदर मिले। तो वो मैंने अपनी पंचायत के अंदर किया और उन बच्चों के लिए आने ले जाने के लिए गाड़ी की भी हमने व्यवस्था की हुई है फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट। और जो भी उस स्कूल में विजिट करने के लिए आसपास के गांव के पेरेंट्स आते हैं, वो यही कहते हैं कि हम अपने बच्चे को इसी स्कूल के अंदर भेजेंगे, क्योंकि बुक फ्री लर्निंग कॉन्सेप्ट से उसमें पढ़ाया जाता है।
बहुत शानदार, बहुत ही शानदार। संयुक्ता जी, अब यहाँ पर अगर हम बेसिक रीडिंग की बात करें, जिसका जिक्र भी अभी आपने किया, हमने जो मैथ्स के जो थोड़े बहुत क्रिटिकल क्वेश्चंस आते हैं वहाँ पर भी आपने उसका जिक्र किया, लेकिन अब ये है कि शिक्षा के बारे में जब हम देखते हैं तो क्या हम जो ग्रामीण इलाके के बच्चे हैं, छात्र हैं, उनको कंपटीशन के लिए तैयार कर पा रहे हैं? और अगर वहाँ पर चुनौतियाँ हैं तो क्या आपके सुझाव हैं, कैसे उसको ठीक कर पाएंगे?
आई थिंक बच्चे, जब हम बात करते हैं, डेफिनेटली एक एस्पिरेशन होता है। कुछ और रिपोर्ट्स के तहत बच्चे कहते हैं मुझे पुलिस में जाना है, मुझे ये करना है, मुझे टीचर बनना है, और हर चीज़ के लिए इंडिया में एक कंपटीशन ज़रूर होता है, एक एग्ज़ाम होता है, कुछ लोग उसमें पास हो जाएंगे और कुछ लोग नहीं होंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि शिक्षा का सबसे बड़ा जो है महत्व इसमें रहता है कि बच्चों के अंदर वो आत्मविश्वास हो कि वो जो करना चाहते हैं वो कर पाएँ। अब वो कंपटीशन हो या अपना बिजनेस खोलना है या कुछ अपना स्कूल बनाना है, या जिस तरह नीरू जी ने इधर पहल की है वैसे एक पहल करना है अपने ही गाँव के अंदर, वो बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट होता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये इधर दो चीज़ें जो मुझे लगता है कि हमारे हाथ में ऑलरेडी हथियार हैं जिस वजह से हम कुछ कर सकते हैं। एक है हमारी कम्युनिटी, हमारे पेरेंट्स। 20 साल पहले के मुकाबले आज के पेरेंट्स काफ़ी एजुकेटेड है। इससे मेरा कहने का मतलब है कि अगर मैं मदर्स की बात करूं तो द मदर्स हु वर स्टडीइंग who were literate a few years back as compared to today, there are more than 40% who have completed primary school. There's another 20% that's completed high school. So there are parents in the community who can today support their children. Maybe 25-30 years back they couldn't have. So मुझे लगता है कि कम्युनिटी के अंदर किस तरह से वो लर्निंग एनवायरनमेंट बना सकते हैं हम। आपने बात की कि स्कूल के अंदर और कम्युनिटी के अंदर कैसे एक मूवमेंट होना चाहिए, वहाँ पे मुझे लगता है हम काफ़ी हेल्प कर सकते हैं। और दूसरी बात जिसके बारे में हम रोज़ बात करते हैं, हमारी जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, आज हर घर में एक स्मार्टफोन है। असर रिपोर्ट के अकॉर्डिंग ऑलमोस्ट 80% घरों में एक स्मार्टफोन है और बच्चे इसको यूज़ कर रहे हैं। 14 साल के बच्चे डेफिनेटली उसको यूज़ कर रहे हैं, एंड दे आर एबल टू एक्सेस things inside that phone which many of us can't. Okay, many of you who have children at home would know this. Phone हम नहीं खोल पाते, वो पासवर्ड तोड़ देते हैं, ठीक है ना? So I think using that as a leveraging point to see what can be done with children and using and taking the support of communities. सरकार तो कोशिश कर ही रही है, लेकिन क्लास के अंदर और क्लास के बाहर ये जो स्मार्टफोन है इसका सही उपयोग कैसे किया जाए, आई थिंक दैट कैन रियली
तो ये मैं ASER की जो रिपोर्ट है उसी से रिलेटेड ये भी आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी कि ये रिपोर्ट है जो एक पॉलिसी रोड मैप है, तो व्हाट आर द रिकमेंडेशन इट मेक्स, और आपको लगता है वो अचीवेबल है
इन द रिपोर्ट?
जो नीति आयोग वाली रिपोर्ट है, या
नहीं, जो रोड मैप है वो तब अचीवेबल होगा जब हम सब जो है।
So you're telling me that your workshop is for 3 hours, but is that really enough to learn everything about AI trading and investment?
Believe me, we have packed in a lot of stuff in our 3-hour workshop, and it really opens everybody's eyes to what the future beholds. A lot of people, they get that confidence to get started in the stock market because the learning curve is so little, and they start their journey. It enables them. But yes, once people get the flavor, right, they get hooked, they get interested, they want to learn more. And of course, there's no stopping to learning, right? There's always more to explore. And
पास में आऊंगी, नीति आयोग होल ऑफ सोसाइटी अप्रोच की बात करता है, जैसे जो बात अभी खुद संयुक्ता जी कह रही थी कि सरकार अकेले नहीं कर सकती, हम सबको इसमें जुड़ना होगा। तो आप किस तरह से देख रहे हैं, व्हाट डज दिस होल ऑफ सोसाइटी अप्रोच लुक लाइक फॉर यू ऑन द ग्राउंड?
I think the report, नीति आयोग की जो report है, बहुत timely report है. It speaks about convergence, that education is actually the sum of many other components. It speaks about the very significant importance about health and nutrition. अगर बच्चा hungry है, अगर बच्चे की सेहत ठीक नहीं है, वो किस तरीके से कैसे पढ़ाई करेगा? तो हम कैसे ये convergence ground पे ला सकते हैं? And इसीलिए जो communities हैं, जो like अगर हम देखें अपने गांव में village health and sanitation committee होती होती है, the panchayats are there. How can we bring all of that together to really converge on the quality of education, on what is being, the classroom environment? How can we really strengthen that? And in there, I really feel a very strong role of the community, parents in particular. They must be involved in the schools. So how do we strengthen parental dialogue? That is very important. A very, very important milestone, and I'm aware that the next session will speak of this, is the early years. All data says कि जो 80% है ब्रेन का वो पहले 5 साल में डेवलप हो जाता है. अब जो फर्स्ट मोमेंट्स हैं वो घरों में होते हैं. अर्ली स्टिमुलेशन. See, even if a child is 6 months old, the child is picking up cues. How do we strengthen parents' understanding of responsive caregiving? That is very important. I also see an immense opportunity in collaboration with panchayats. नीरू जी हमारे साथ हैं, उन्होंने कितना किया है अपने पंचायत के साथ. हम एक चाइल्ड फ्रेंडली पंचायत की भी आगे प्लान कर सकते हैं कि हर गांव बच्चों के प्रति सोचे, उनकी पढ़ाई, उनकी कामयाबी के बारे में सोचे. And I really feel this is doable. We are all in this together because children are the future. They are the ones who will take India to the next level. So how much can we really invest in them? Happy childhoods. I think that should be a vow that we all bring.
बिल्कुल, और जितने मजबूत हमारे बच्चे होंगे उतना ही मजबूत हमारे देश का भविष्य होगा. श्रीधर जी, किस तरह से पोषण को आप देखते हैं? ड्रॉप आउट्स कम होते हैं, उसकी वजह से ये एक बहुत बड़ा है. आप आगे क्या सुझाव देना चाहेंगे अगर फाइनल कमेंट्स के लिए आपसे पूछूं?
मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल दूंगा फिर से.
बिल्कुल.
मैं लास्ट ईयर हमारे एक डोनर है, उन्होंने हमको एक वर्कशॉप में बुलाया था. बहुत बड़ा कंपनी, यूएस का कंपनी है इंफॉर्मेशन सिक्योरिटी में. तो वर्कशॉप हो गया, सीईओ भी थे. तो उनके जो हेड सीएसआर थे उन्होंने मेरे कान में आके विस्पर किया, श्रीधर जी मैं आपको एक सरप्राइज़ देना चाहता हूँ. तो मुझे लगा कोई बड़ा चेक देने वाले हैं. तो उन्होंने जो दिया मुझे वो बड़े चेक से भी काफ़ी बड़ा था. उन्होंने मुझे एक बच्चे से इंट्रोड्यूस कराया. उन्होंने बोला ये आपके 10 साल की बेनिफिशियरी अक्षय पात्रा के, यहाँ काम करती है परचेस एनालिस्ट करके. तो मैंने बोला, उस बच्ची का नाम सुमा था. तो मैंने बोला सुमा आपके पेरेंट्स तो बहुत प्राउड फील कर रहे होंगे अभी. तो पब्लिक फोरम था. तो उसने बोला सर मेरे पेरेंट्स नहीं, मैं ऑर्फन हूँ. ऑर्फनेज में अक्षय पात्रा का खाना आता था स्कूल में, एंड मैं ऑर्फनेज से आके खाना खाती थी. वो खाने का बहुत बड़ा इम्पैक्ट रहा मेरे लाइफ में. तो मैं इसलिए आपको ये एग्जाम्पल दे रहा हूँ कि ऐसे अनगिनत एग्जाम्पल्स है जहाँ पे न्यूट्रिशन, एक्सेस टू एजुकेशन कैन ट्रांसफॉर्म लाइफ्स, स्पेशली गर्ल चिल्ड्रन. जैसे यादव जी ने, मिसेस यादव ने बताया कि when you educate a girl child you can transform generations together. If we focus on nutrition, education, sanitation and hygiene all put together, convergence of this, then you can transform this country. विकसित भारत जो 2047 का हमारा जो ड्रीम है वो पक्का साकार होगा.
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत ही शानदार. नीरू जी, पंचायत की जिम्मेदारी को आप किस तरह से देख रही हैं? क्या जिम्मेदारी निभाती हुई नजर आ रही है और क्या करना चाहिए?
देखिए, पंचायत की बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी होती है हेल्थ को लेकर, एजुकेशन को लेकर के. इसीलिए मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ कि एक सरपंच बहुत ही सशक्त होना चाहिए, पढ़ा लिखा होना चाहिए, उसे पता होना चाहिए उसकी क्या क्या जिम्मेदारियां हैं. स्कूल में बच्चों को ठीक टाइम पर मिड डे मील सही से मिल रहा है या नहीं मिल रहा है, आंगनबाड़ी केंद्र ठीक से काम कर रहे हैं या नहीं, बच्चों को सही समय पर वैक्सीनेशन मिल रहा है या नहीं मिल रहा है, आंगनबाड़ी में उनको जो खाना दिया जा रहा है वो पूरा पोषण से युक्त है या नहीं है. तो ये सारी जो जिम्मेदारियां हैं ये पंचायत की होती है. पंचायत को इन सब पर निगरानी रखनी पड़ती है. स्कूल का जो टाइमिंग है वो समय पर स्कूल खुल रहा है या नहीं, टीचर्स समय पर आ रहे हैं नहीं, जो स्कूल डेवलपमेंट मैनेजमेंट कमेटी होती है वो एकदम सक्रिय रूप से काम कर रही है या नहीं कर रही है, क्या आवश्यकता है बच्चों को, लड़कियों का शौचालय और बॉयज का जो शौचालय है वो साफ है या नहीं है, वो दूर दूर है या नहीं है. तो ये ऐसी छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं जिस पर
बुनियादी जरूरत है, अगर उन पर ही पंचायत जोर दे दे तो शायद बहुत फर्क पड़ सकता है. संयुक्ता जी, आपसे फाइनल कमेंट्स में लेना चाहूंगी इस पूरी पहल को लेकर.
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि काफ़ी चीज़ें हो चुकी है, बट जिस तरह से हम एग्जाम्पल और सुझाव दे रहे हैं उस पर हमें रिफ्लेक्ट करके अपने कॉन्टेक्स्ट में सोचने की ज़रूरत है. हमने अभी रूरल एरियाज़ की बात की, अर्बन में भी किस तरह की नीड्स हैं, वहाँ पे भी किस तरह से हम पहल कर सकते हैं वो भी हमें करना होगा, बट आशा की किरण अभी है, इन द सेंस मुझे लगता है कि एक साथ मिलकर हम काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें कर पाएंगे।
बिल्कुल। टिन्नी जी?
आई थिंक स्कूल एक खुशी की जगह हो, एक हैप्पी प्लेस हो, जहाँ हर बच्चा रोज सुबह उठे कि आज मेरे को स्कूल जाना है। वो हमारी कोशिश हो, हर रोज बच्चा कुछ सीखे, क्योंकि हम भी अगर देखें, हम भी एक तरीके से बच्चे ही हैं। जब हम कुछ नया सीखते हैं हमें कितनी खुशी होती है। तो वो आई फील स्कूल्स मस्ट बी, आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर्स, स्कूल्स मस्ट बी प्लेसेस ऑफ इमेंस हैप्पीनेस, joyful spaces. So the environment about the school, the colors there, you know, and I again reach out to Rubel, like how can we make these such joyful places कि आज मेरे को स्कूल जाना है, वो हर बच्चे के मन में हो।
बिल्कुल। आप चारों का, संयुक्ता जी, टिन्नी जी, श्रीधर जी, नीरू जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आप लोगों से बात करके जो संवेदनशीलता है आप लोगों की बच्चों के प्रति, शिक्षा के प्रति, वो भी पता चलती है, और आप लोगों की जो पहल है उसके चलते ही देश जो है हमारा वो आगे बढ़ रहा है, इसलिए आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
If I could please request you to move to the center of the stage for a photograph, Aditi. Well, we often speak about education as though it begins with formal schooling. Research, though, in child development tells us the story begins much earlier, and this conversation carries even greater urgency today because the children entering preschool now will grow up in a world transformed by artificial intelligence, by automation, and constant tech disruption. For our next conversation on the early years, I'd like to please invite on stage Deepika Mogile Shetty, Chief Policy and Partnerships, Ek Step Foundation. Also, we'd like to have on stage Siddhant Sachdeva, co-founder of Rocket Learning, Sumita Mishra, CEO of Mobile Creche, and Dr. Rukmini Banerjee, CEO of Pratham Education Foundation. Wherever you're comfortable. We often speak about India's demographic dividend as though it begins in a classroom. But the truth is the foundations are laid much earlier. Long before a child meets a teacher, opens a textbook, the architecture of learning is already being built in those first formative years. So when India speaks about becoming a developed nation by the year 2047, the conversation often begins with jobs, it often begins with innovation, AI, universities. But child development experts consistently make a simpler point. The foundations are laid far earlier. In fact, research from organizations including UNICEF and the World Health Organization, they've repeatedly shown that early years are critical for cognitive, emotional, and social development. In fact, India's own policy framework, through the Ministry of Education and the National Education Policy, has also placed new emphasis on foundational learning and early childhood care. So the conversation we're about to have becomes even more urgent at a time when tech, when AI, when automation and changing labor markets are reshaping the very idea of what children will need to thrive in the future. Are we preparing children merely for school, or are we preparing them for a lifetime of learning? To begin this conversation, we have Deepika Mogile Shetty. Thank you so much for joining us from the Ek Step Foundation.
Thank you for having me.
So far, we've been speaking about tech disruptors, artificial intelligence. The focus seems to be on universities, global education. But let's turn back the clock to the foundation. Tell us, why is it so crucial for us to discuss the early years when we are actually starting this conclave and paying attention to these big topics and themes that are so crucial?
I would sort of want to emphasize and maybe even congratulate, actually. The idea on an education summit often enough does not begin with the early years. It does not begin with rural education. It begins with all kinds of other conversations. Giving it this space actually emphasizes the importance of it. All the other things that we are talking about will pale into insignificance if we do not pay attention to the first 6, and I would go as far as saying the first 8 years of childhood, which is the National Education Policy of India is asking us to look at the first 8 years as a continuum of learning. Everything else that we aspire for, curiosity, wonder, all of these other things that we are, critical thinking, all of these wonderful things that we are talking about in spaces like this to build later, actually begins in the early years. So, and at a time where it's actually natural for the child. So you, in some ways, the things that you have to work really hard at doing later, you don't have to work at that hard at the foundation years. So, also in India, I don't think we have a choice. We should not have a choice. We should invest in the early years, invest in the first 8 years of childhood as if our life depended on it. Because it does. We are talking about the fact that children are turning up in school in large numbers. 99% are in school, as Samyukta said earlier. That's great. But we also complain about them not being ready. Yeah. What does not being ready mean? It's not the child's problem, actually. It's a lack of investment, lack of intent, and lack of attention problem. Now, I want to say that at a policy level, we have articulated the intent. We now have to make the investment. And more than anything else, when I say investment, it means to invest in the building blocks that enable curiosity to thrive, invest in environments which enable childhood to thrive, invest more than anything else in the people who are making all of this happen for our children. So without this, we will be spending the next 15 years investing 2, 3, 4, 5 times trying to remedy a wrong that needn't have happened to begin with. So the only place to start a conversation in an education summit is in the early years.
Absolutely. Speaking of the early years and the crucial aspect that they play in laying the foundation, Dr. Banerjee, I want to focus on learning deficiencies. What stage do you feel from all your extensive work, do you see certain learning deficiencies that start to show through the cracks when a child is growing up before we sort of prep them for higher education, before we send them to study abroad, before we start talking about the tech disruptors? Turning back to the basic learning deficiencies, how soon do you think they're traced back? Is there a crucial point in the early years which play a role in how a student shapes itself, both emotionally, physically, and mentally?
I mean, I think lots is written in the literature and in our practice about first 1,000 years, first 2,000 years, and so on. And some people say कि अगर जब बच्चा पैदा भी नहीं हुआ है, mother अच्छा music सीख ले तो बच्चा काम निकलता है. I mean, there's lots of work on where should it begin. But I certainly think that in the education sphere, at least, that 3 saal is a 3-year-old they're already going somewhere. And therefore, how do we start looking at children? I won't go into deficits. I don't think this is about deficits. It's about the uneven exposure and experiences that children have as they're growing up. मेरे खुद के 2 बच्चे हैं, and now when I look back, पहला जो था उसको preschool में डाला गया, 3 साल वो रोया, उसमें से 1 साल तो मैं भी रोई. Because, you know, leaving the child in the preschool, वो भी रो रहा है, मैं भी रो रही हूँ, कभी-कभी teacher भी रो रही है. This was all, you know, it was a difficult transition. घर से निकल के स्कूल जाना. घर में he was a happy child, but school में, preschool में, he didn't want to be with these other children and the other adults. I have a second son who couldn't wait to go to preschool. उसको हम डे केयर में छोड़ते थे तो वो भागा भागा जाता था, and 6 बजे जब हम उसको पिकअप करने जाते थे, he was the last child to come. उसको preschool इतना अच्छा लगता था. तो मेरे ही घर में इतना वेरिएशन है, तो आप इंडिया के बारे में सोच लो कितना वेरिएशन इंडिया में होता होगा. Now, socio-emotional, I would say that if I start with that, academic, cognitive, तो बाद में आएगा. These two children had very different socio-emotional makeups शायद पैदा होने से ही. But what was the exposure that we were able to give them? How ready were they for school? How ready was the school for them? And how ready as a family was I? पहले बच्चे को छोड़ने में मुझे बड़ी दिक्कत हुई. Second को तो मैंने खुशी-खुशी से बाय कह दिया. So I think that this is really a question about as children come into first standard, they come from very varied experiences. And how do we help before first standard and in first and second standard, help to bring up, you know, what, it's not an equal playing field, but I think it's an equal opportunity for children to be able to taste the many things that go into what later becomes education or learning. Our ASER reports, annual status of education reports, we've been doing for many years. And often people think it's only about looking at basic reading and math. But shuru se hi usme early childhood bhi hai. And there if you look at, you find that children, if I look at, for example, 5-year-olds, which is 1 year before you technically come into school. In 5-year-olds, there is huge variation across the country. बहुत सारे states में बच्चे आंगनवाड़ी जाते हैं. काफ़ी states में हैं जहाँ पे private preschool में जाते हैं. There are states now, especially since the...
मैं अक्षय गुलाटी, founder of TradeWise and Super Investing AI, आपके लिए लाया हूँ AI based investing masterclass. इस masterclass में मैं आपको समझाऊंगा कि कैसे AI की मदद से स्टॉक की पूरी फंडामेंटल रिसर्च हो सकती है. AI की हेल्प से आप फंडामेंटल रेशियोज, मैट्रिक्स, मैनेजमेंट क्वालिटी, कॉर्पोरेट एक्शंस, इन्वेस्टर सेंटिमेंट, ये सब कुछ एनालाइज कर लेंगे. आपको हर एक पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक के लिए एक AI स्कोर भी मिलेगा जो कि आपको बताएगा इसका लॉन्ग टर्म पोटेंशियल क्या है. अभी रजिस्टर कीजिए इस मास्टर क्लास के लिए और शुरू कीजिए अपनी वेल्थ क्रिएशन जर्नी.
And the 7 and 8-year-olds are all part of a foundation stage. Very important, it's a stage, it's not, each is not a class. And in that foundation stage, progressively children can progress on many different things, not just, you know, number aata hai ki nahi and words aate hain ki nahi and twinkle twinkle aata hai ki nahi, which is often the focus of our early childhood education. That physical, socio-emotional, cognitive, all of these things are very important. And I would say that it's remarkable to me, I've been in this business for a long time, as you can tell with my white hair, that how quickly state governments, districts, to some extent, Neeru ji ko sunne ke baad mujhe lagta hai ki panchayat level also, has responded to the opportunity that early childhood is an integral part of the whole thing. And I feel that this is one of the best things. I'll stop talking. The last thing, I think, a very significant structural shift that has happened in our education system is that the age 6 as entry to first standard is now being taken very seriously. बहुत सारे हमारे parents ऐसे हैं जिनको लगता है कि education जल्दी start कर दो, जितनी schooling होगी उतना अच्छा होगा. You know, 3 साल से नीचे भी कभी-कभी आपको बच्चे school में दिखते हैं. There's no harm in being somewhere, but the way that you want to approach education academically, उसके लिए एक particular cognitive age होने की ज़रूरत है, एक socio-emotional तैयारी होने की ज़रूरत है. And I think that this structural change of saying 6 years is when you come into first has been done in India when there are options of what you do before. So the Balvatikas, the Anganwadis, all of that under the new education policy are being readied for that. But I think as several people on the previous panel said, हम सबको तैयार होने की ज़रूरत है. सिर्फ सरकार के ऊपर हम नहीं छोड़ सकते हैं, सिर्फ नीति बना के नहीं हो सकता है. किसी ने पहले ज़माने में मुझे कहा था कि प्लानिंग कमीशन तो है, how about an implementation commission?
Absolutely.
So I think वो implementation हम ही है. हम लोगों को जिम्मेवारी लेनी है कि जो हमें लगता है कि हमारे देश के प्रगति के लिए ज़रूरी है, especially in the early years, उसको हम कर लें. I forget what you asked me, but I said many things.
It did touch upon my question, though. And speaking of implementation, you know, whether it's a construction site or in a state-of-the-art school, biologically, research has shown the architecture of a child's brain requires the same stimulus, its emotional safety, and play. The brain is developing faster between 0 and 3 than it ever will again, as ma'am has also just reiterated. For the child of a migrant worker born, though, ma'am, I want to take this question to you, actually, who is not just at a developmental gap, they're going through many, again, it's not a level playing field, as ma'am mentioned, to say the least, to be most polite. What concretely needs to happen in the first 3 years in a child's life for them to be entering the academic space confidently?
So, thank you for the question. I think when we're asking of concrete actions in the earliest of the years, I think the fact that we are all sitting here and since morning talking about the early years, one thing is established, that the science has proven that the earliest years have the highest potential for best returns. The economics has proven that investing in the earliest years gives the highest return on investments. And the moral constitutional obligation that children, the youngest children, are also the citizens of this country, and therefore they need to get counted, and their needs must get counted, and their rights must get counted. Having said that, the focus on all children, whether a child is born at a construction site in a labor camp or the child is born in a neighborhood close to where we are sitting together, as you said, all children are equal, and at least they must get an opportunity for equal growth and development, right? So what is happening to these children who are in the margins? In fact, Robel has made my example very easy, because it is that child with that dot in the painting who drew that. Those are the children that Mobile Crushes really reaches out to. Parents are out working, and children younger than 6 years, 6-month-old, 18-month-old children are tied to cots because otherwise they'll fall and hurt themselves. And while the parents are away for working, almost 8 hours, 10 hours a day. Now, we know that these children, whether they are in urban poor spaces or in the peri-urban spaces as a construction site, or even in tribal rural spaces where there is massive migration out of the villages into the cities in search of work, very young children are growing up in an inequitable, in a deprived environment. And whilst since morning we're talking of early years and the importance of learning and nutrition and health and sanitation that has come up, I want to draw the attention of children even younger, in the first 1,000 days, which means that children from the time of conception to the first 2 birthdays of their child's life, when in a second almost 10 lakh or 1 million neurons are getting developed, the brain architecture that we referred to. It is in these environments that children need love and care. Before treating education as an input or learning as an outcome, the first foundation is that children must feel safe. The environment has to be safe and secure for the children. The adults around that young infant has to be responsive, has to be interactive. The adults could be parents. Sometimes in the case of children who do not have parents, it could be in orphanages, caregivers. The adults could be community members, extended family members. The adults could be in our Anganwadi centers or in the creches. It's the adults really who are helping those young babies, the infants, the toddlers to really grow up in a safe and secure environment. So while we are focusing on children's learning and children's easy pathway to school education, it needs a step back to think about the caring environment that is provided to the children, and therefore to invest as much in parenting programs, in early childhood development workforce programs, in the Anganwadi teachers training programs, and to recognize that it's that community that really lifts the children. 2 quick things that I want to focus on before we move on is that at this youngest age, while we are focusing on the child and that infant, really the child is already born with the load of intergenerational poverty and exclusion. We know the anemia rates of women in this country. We know the sanitation levels. We know about the unemployment or the livelihood security, the food insecurity in this country. So really, Children born in the margins are already growing up with this disadvantage, with the burden of intergenerational poverty leading to intergenerational inequity. So when we are talking of early childhood development programs, let's focus on how do we make equitable opportunities. And the last thing I want to say, that besides the intergenerational burden, early childhood development is also about the intersectional burden, which means that young children within that environment are also affected by gendered issues. For example, women going for work, leaving a child in a creche is a bad mother. Whereas a woman sacrificing her work is a good mother because she's nurturing for her child. Now, of course, all children must be nurtured within their families, homes, but sometimes women don't have that choice and they must go out and work, and therefore the availability for support system for those mothers. Climate, heat, and that intersection with early childhood, poverty's intersection with early childhood, disability inclusion, children with developmental delays, and that intersection with early childhood. There are multiple intersectional issues that affect young children as they are growing. And therefore, when in an education conclave like this, when we are talking of educational foundational learning, perhaps it's time for us to go a step back and to talk about all the complex factors that a young child is born into, and how children with disadvantage, who are born into impoverished families, have a greater disadvantage, and to imagine that even in those communities, there is hope, there is happiness, there is good health, and there is a lot of energy amongst parents. And ambition, and a lot of energy amongst parents to do better for their children. How can we support the parents to do better?
Indeed. In fact, that is something we have to collectively work towards. I must also mention that the National Curriculum Framework, that now recognizes the larger learning continuum from birth to grade 2 as a single unbroken arc. But on ground, what really needs to happen inside the Anganwadi system to build these highly trained network of educators? Siddharth's going to take us through what he does at Rocket Learning now, and also tell us the emphasis of basically prioritizing the caregiver, not just the Anganwadi facilitators as far as education is concerned, but the primary caregiver at home as well, the role that they play in the early years.
Yeah, thank you. So I think there are 2-3 things that we have learned so far. One, the theme of early childhood development is really important.
Of course.
It's a difficult problem to solve, so everyone in the community has to come together.
Yes.
When the saying goes that it takes a village to raise a child, it will
really
actually
does.
take a village to raise a child. Anganwadis are a big part of the solution, and at Rocket we work very closely with the Anganwadi worker to try to get joy in the teaching learning process for the Anganwadis. And we genuinely believe that Anganwadis are India's secret superpower. India has around 14 lakh Anganwadi centers. That is a rare phenomenon in the global south. Very few countries in the world have such an embedded community-driven model of implementation. But unfortunately, Anganwadis have a lot to do. So there's health, nutrition, vaccination, multiple programs are running via the Anganwadi. So we need to get the early childhood education component into the limelight, but not just by providing guidance, which is one part of what we do, but also in generating more pride for the Anganwadi. That if the Anganwadi is seen as an early childhood educator in the community, then the pride goes up, right? And parental engagement is another big part of it. So we at Rocket try to equip the Anganwadi and the caregivers with simple sort of daily content on what to do with the child. We call this journey something called AIM. You have to provide aspiration, कि you know, मेरे को अच्छी टीचर बनना है या मेरे को अच्छा पेरेंट बनना है. I need to have information. अच्छा मेरे को अब अच्छा पेरेंट बनना है तो मैं क्या करूँ? What is the information that I use to actually work with the child every day? And then once I do that, I need motivation also. I need someone to say that, you know, you've become a smart father, a smart mother. You know, you need the government to recognize that. So I think all that has to come together under this AIM, which is aspiration, information, motivation. And this is a behavior change journey. It won't be ki, you know, I made a curriculum or the National Curriculum Framework said something, which is a great start. But the curriculum has to reach my everyday life, right? And that behavior change has to happen. So I think we work very closely with the government to make sure that Anganwadis are now seen not just as nutritional centers, but also as educational centers. In fact, Poshan Bhi Padhai Bhi was a big scheme that was launched by the government, which actually rolled out to all 14 lakh Anganwadi centers. And another big part, of course, is convergence, that Anganwadis, parents, government all have to come together. Now it's very difficult to monitor what's happening in 14 lakh Anganwadis. But if you have some way, even if it's basic technology or monitoring, which allows you leading indicators, कि कहाँ पे मेरे को मदद करनी है, कहाँ पे interventions needed, that is also a very big part of solving something at scale. So we also provide data-driven tasking to government. Ki if I am a supervisor of 25 Anganwadis, where should I visit or where does the Anganwadi need more help? I go there and I use data to actually prioritize my day-to-day life. So I think it's a lot of behavior change for Anganwadis and parents. There's a lot of basic technology that we use via simple WhatsApp groups to actually deliver this content every day. There's a lot of sophistication and AI at the back end, but we try to keep it very simple for the communities because our communities actually live very tough lives. Like we were discussing in the last panel, 80% of the households in India have a smartphone. So how can I use a smartphone to actually influence the parent and the Anganwadi to do better activities with the child, right? And I think that's where it has to come, that the entire ecosystem around the child, including the parent, including the Anganwadi, including the government, you're influencing positively so that the child gets the best learning that is possible.
Ms. Mowgli Shetty, I'd like to ask you a question. If there was one, sorry, I beg your pardon? Ma'am, if you could just hold on for one moment. Thank you. Ms. Mowgli Shetty, if there was one priority or one reform you could prioritize tomorrow morning that would facilitate immensely the early years of an Indian child, what would it be?
There really isn't one, is there?
We have four amongst us.
I actually think that if we had to prioritize something, I think we have enough in our kitty about what to do. But if there was one thing to prioritize, I said we should prioritize childhood. Childhood doesn't find its way in its completeness in policy frameworks, in the importance of it, in what is the value of childhood, right? And we have to approach the question of childhood not as a policy question, but also a societal question, because we constantly talk about children as how do I say it, as being deficient in some way, or how things need to be done.
As room for improvement.
As a room for improvement, or they're not yet ready for something. We're all talking about it as if a child has this desperate desire to be future ready. A child and childhood needs to be present. It needs to be visible, it needs to be celebrated, it needs to be embraced in all its possibilities. So if there was one thing, I wouldn't call it a policy shift as much as almost a trans-societal lens shift in sort of centralizing the question of childhood and the abundance of childhood. So what does it mean for India to create thriving childhoods for every child? Yeah. That question. How to invest in what that idea looks like, and more than anything else, allow a 4-year-old to be a present 4-year-old. That's the only building block that can enable the child to become future ready. Future ready is an adult anxiety. It's a system anxiety. It's our desire for a future. But the child and childhood needs to be present today. Without those building blocks, the future is something else.
It is grim, to say the least.
Speaking of investment, if I may, sorry to interrupt you. All therefore I'm saying is centralize childhood in all its abundance. With that being at the center, everything else will fall in place. So yeah.
The emphasis that we've laid on investment though, ma'am, what do you think is a strong pitch to make to an investor? How do we get organizations, people, entrepreneurs, philanthropists to invest in the early years? There is ample research. Besides the numbers, we can see it in our daily livelihoods. We can see it in homes, in and out, whether it's our nieces, nephews, whether it's our children. And as they say also, monkey see, monkey do. So everything starts at home, and we are emulating a lot of these things that we see. But the investment component, how do we fortify that in our country?
It's a great question. I think all of us on this panel will have a lot to say about that.
Yeah.
But let me just frame it in a way when others can pick it up perhaps. Investment is in time, resources, and environments.
100%.
3 things. And there's another one in the environment.
I moved to Spain for work, and Preply helped me go from A1 to B2 in Spanish. I'm Anka from Romania, Bucharest, and a few years ago I moved to Madrid for a job. I discovered Preply and started learning Spanish with Monica.
I'm Monica, I'm Colombian, and I've been teaching on Preply for 6 years now. What I like about teaching on Preply is that I can adapt every lesson to the person. The platform allows me to take notes, keep track of progress, and focus on what the student needs.
Using Preply helped me say what I actually wanted to say in Spanish, and it opened a whole new part of the world to me.
Public spaces, it's parks, it's libraries. It's about opening up art spaces, if I may go as far as saying that. It's about opening up spaces where childhood can thrive. Make that visible. So for philanthropists, find the ones closest to you where you can invest in these kinds of things. For urban planners, for rural development folks, for panchayats, actually look at what does it mean to invest in childhood by creating more and more spaces where childhood is visible in our neighborhood, those things. But with that, I leave the others on the panel to comment on what investment looks like, but this is a framing that I have.
There are so many arguments. I would actually have a suite of arguments and pitch depending on, I think Sumitra already mentioned that there's a biological argument, there's an economical argument, and then of course there's a societal argument for India specifically. Yes. If you are looking at Viksit Bharat, you're looking at shaping the generation which will actually lead us into Viksit Bharat, right? Or which will actually be the inheritors of Viksit Bharat. So you need to actually equip them with the right tools, and the tools are not limited to literacy and numeracy. They are around social emotional learning. How do you adapt?
Emotional resilience,
yes.
safety.
So much is changing around our world, right? If you have to equip the children to actually deal with that, you actually have to invest now. Otherwise, you'll be building, school drop-off programs, skilling programs. There's so much that you'll be building to address the symptoms of the problem, but not the problem itself. And at the center of it is a child, right? Like, you have to have joy in celebrating childhood. I'm from Indore, where Swachh Bharat is painted on the walls everywhere for the last 8 years. My dream is that early childhood is painted in a similar way, where, spaces are celebrating the fact that we are behind the child, and then we are hoping the best for the child.
Dr. Banerjee.
I just want to add a view that both the ladies who spoke before us, who are sitting in yellow, emphasized. हम लोग ज़मीन से बहुत कुछ सीख सकते हैं. Obviously, the question of allocation of resources, policy is important, but I want to give an example which is happening now in many states. It's called a school readiness mela. It's a mela in the village, in the center of the village, where actually the whole village participates. And उसमें क्या होता है कि this fact that this is early childhood education worries me a little bit, because our education has lots of things which are not very child friendly. So at age 4, having a very tight curriculum which has to be implemented in this way, to me is actually counterproductive to having a very free and open. School readiness मेला में booths बनते हैं, हर booth में activities होते हैं, parents आते हैं बच्चों के साथ. You cannot come unless you're with your child. There's a particular village, in fact, not in Junjunu but in Dausa, जहाँ पे ये school readiness मेला हो रहा था. तो I went to invite the sarpanch. So he heard it and he said, देखो मैं बहुत busy आदमी हूँ, मुझे बहुत सारी चीज़ें करनी होती हैं. So I said, sir आप थोड़ी देर के लिए आ जाइए. The man did not leave for 4 hours because जैसे जैसे booth में आके बच्चे activities कर रहे थे. Simple. Physical activity is walk on a crooked line. जब बच्चे नहीं चल रहे थे तो हमारे सरपंच साहब ने पार्ले बिस्किट पिलाया और कहा कि जो इसमें चलेगा ना मैं एक पार्ले बिस्किट उसको दूंगा. So this kind of involvement of parents with the actual activities. Rubal will be excited to hear that one booth has up drawing karo, coloring karo, and inside the shape. Mothers were much more involved than sometimes the children, older brothers and sisters. I think that early childhood, to get the right focus, has to be a platform on which सबको लगता है कि मेरी value इसमें मैं add कर सकता हूँ. So therefore, creating platforms. We've spoken about parents, we've spoken about teachers, but I think that if everybody in India felt कि आज रात को मैंने एक बच्चे को कहानी नहीं बताई, तो कहीं ना कहीं मेरा दिन ही अधूरा रह गया. मैंने किसी बच्चे के साथ आज drawing नहीं किया. So I feel that that is a, it's not just the writing on the wall. We should go away feeling that ये मेरी जिम्मेवारी है to play and to have fun with kids.
It's a mutual win. That's what it is. Ms. Mishra,
What are your thoughts on the matter?
So I will again not repeat, lots of good points coming here. 3 things to drive the investment question, basically. I think I will again underscore what Deepika and Siddhant said, that, you know, we're talking about teachers and teachers' pedagogy and teachers' preparation. The focus is really now to look at the ECD workforce and the ECD teachers, both in terms of their certification, skilling, their dignity, their recognition, and that needs systems level of investment, and that becomes a priority, because without that, everything else will collapse. The second thing I will say is that education begins as soon as the child is born and the parents and the mother is interacting with the child.
Absolutely.
That's when the brain is starting to develop. So really, with this fantastic Anganwadi system that we have, we extend that into a much more robust, active parenting program, because really even before the child reaches the Anganwadi center, the real education and the real nurturing care is happening within these homes and within these setups, informal setups, including the community. The third thing that I will say is that, you know, what we've seen since morning and what Rukmini also referred, that it's not about the child, it's we keep the focus. Of course, the child is the center, and centering the childhood is important, but the investment and the responsibility lies within the community. So we need the sarpanches, we need the robles and the influencers who can influence ECD and magnify the voice. We need media to talk about it. We need collectors to talk about it. We need fathers to talk about parenting and the joy of childhood. We need to really defeminize this conversation about children and mothers. So I think that's where we need to be looking at the investments to add on to this. Looking at the investments to add on to this.
On that note, we must wrap this conversation. Thank you so much for bringing the crucial aspects and factors at play as far as the foundation years are concerned. The NEP says the right things. The NCF has drawn the continuum. The organizations on this stage are doing the work. The question is no longer whether we know what to do. The question is what each person in this room does next. If you are in government or policy, fund the Anganwadi worker as a professional, not a volunteer, not a helper, a trained, compensated, emotionally supported educator. That is the single highest leverage investment India can make in its human capital pipeline right now. If you are in the private sector or philanthropy, move your education investment earlier. The return on investment in the first 6 years, by the way, is not a social argument, it's an economic one. The evidence is unambiguous. Investment before the deficit compounds. And if you are a parent, an educator, a community member, protect unstructured time. Push back on the culture of optimization that is stealing childhood from children who have every advantage. Because if we cannot do it for them, we have no standing to demand it for the child on the construction site. Well, thank you so much, everyone. We'll just get a quick photo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Pleasure, ma'am. Thank you so much. All right, for generations, education in India was largely associated with stability. So basically, you think of secure marks, secure degrees, secure jobs. But our economy is changing rapidly. Increasingly, the country also needs problem solvers, innovators, people willing to build new ideas, rather than only seek existing opportunities. So can entrepreneurship become part of mainstream education much earlier? Please welcome our guest of honor, Deepak Bagla, Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog, and my colleague Sikta Deo for this next fireside conversation.
नमस्कार एंड वेलकम टू दिस वेरी इम्पॉर्टेंट कॉन्वर्सेशन। आज भारत का एजुकेशन सिस्टम एक बहुत बड़े ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन फेज से गुजर रहा है। विद द नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020, द फोकस इज मूविंग बियॉन्ड रोट लर्निंग टुवर्ड्स क्रिएटिविटी, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग एंड इनोवेशन। अब क्लासरूम्स में सिर्फ मार्क्स की नहीं बल्कि स्किल्स और रियल वर्ल्ड लर्निंग की भी बात हो रही है। Today, we constantly hear terms like AI labs, tinkering labs, coding, design thinking, and startup mindset. Education को entrepreneurship और innovation से connect करने की कोशिश तेजी से हो रही है. But the real question is, what should be the true purpose of education in a Viksit Bharat? क्या हम सिर्फ job seekers तैयार कर रहे हैं या future job creators और problem solvers भी बना रहे हैं? India is now encouraging students to experiment, innovate, and learn through practical exposure. Atal tinkering labs और skill-based learning models इसी बदलाव के एक बड़ी मिसाल हैं. As we look towards 2047, the conversation becomes even more important. क्या entrepreneurship वाकई Indian education का future बन सकता है? And can India truly emerge as a global innovation powerhouse? इसी पर बात करने के लिए मेरे साथ हैं दीपक बागला जी, मिशन डायरेक्टर हैं अटल इनोवेशन मिशन नीति आयोग के। थैंक यू फॉर टेकिंग आउट टाइम फॉर अस। दीपक जी, द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन, आवर क्लासरूम्स आर चेंजिंग, NEP इज इन प्लेस, बट आर आवर क्लासरूम्स रेडी राइट नाउ कि वी आर स्टिल, हम अभी भी एग्जाम ड्रिवन सिस्टम है मौजूदा?
थैंक यू सिक्ता एंड थैंक यू फॉर गेटिंग ऑल ऑफ अस। इज दिस वर्किंग?
Yes.
You know, I was listening to the session before we just started, and they were talking about childhood. Remember one thing, for this is the first time in human history, we are entering into a phase which is unprecedented without a playbook. You are entering into a phase of life where everything is possible, nothing is certain. Now just imagine trying to create a set of teaching tools, if I may call it teaching, or educational tools around something which is completely unknown. I think one of the biggest strengths of India and the education system has been, and if you really look at it, why is it that you have so many Indians as global CEOs? And one very interesting element which came out, and this was a roundtable discussion at Davos, which we all attended a few years ago, and they asked, what is the strength why the Indian CEOs are doing so well? And they said the ability, the first point, is to get a job done. The second, and that's a mindset. And that's a mindset which gets developed right through as you did. The second is the ability to work without a playbook in a completely uncharted territory. Now, there is something we've done in our education system which has brought us to that point. Now what is happening? The world is changing completely. In fact, it's very interesting. You remember that book, Future Shock? When was it written? 60s or 70s? There was one line in it which said the person of the future will not be the one who has all the answers, but the one who knows how to ask the right questions. And I remember reading this about 25 years ago, and I didn't understand it at that point of time. I was just happy because I never had the answers, so I thought at least There are others, somebody saying that you don't have to reveal the answers. The fact is that is where we've reached today. And the new education policy is actually focusing on creating life with a context. We've had 300 years of an industrial revolution and post-industrial revolution in which our entire educational system and training system was created. सुबह 8 बजे उठ के बेचारे 7, 7:30 बजे, you know, and in the winter it's tough, you have to reach school. That is because that's how the industrial, you have to go and report in your job and prepare for that. It's now changed completely. And I think the second part, which I may pick up from the earlier panel which was here, it's a generation which is filled with anxiety. It is called the anxiety generation. And the third point is, for many of us, I'm not talking about you, Sikta, who are now in a different phase of our lives, it's very difficult to know how is it which you can help them and guide them in many ways, because I think the flow of information and knowledge is at a completely different level. So what is being attempted now is to try and prepare our generation, if I may say so, for the next step of a future India, which has the ability to chart its path through the unknown, and the ability to both adopt and adapt to a new situation in life. And I think when we started with the Tinkering Labs, and by the way, this was a program which was launched in February 2016 by the Honorable Prime Minister. And the objective at that point was how to create that entire framework and foundation for a society which will be based on innovation and entrepreneurship. And 2 programs were launched. Can I go on with this one? Please. With your permission.
Yes.
So first was Startup India, you all remember, right? That was February 16, 2016. So kya hua hai? We are about 3,700 days since that got launched, Startup India. Now what has happened today? You're number 3 in the world in number of unicorns. You're number 2 in the world in number of startups. You're number 1 in the world with new startups adding every day. We've beaten Israel and all. I think it's phenomenal. I mean, can't think of any other example across the globe which has been able to accomplish so much in such a short period of time. It talks both about policy, it talks about how fast it is implemented, and it also talks very well about how people have reacted.
9 rupees won't even buy you a samosa. But what if I tell you 9 rupees can automate 95% of your work? What if I tell you 9 rupees can make you irreplaceable in the job market? And what if I tell you 9 rupees can give you that salary hike that you always deserve? All of this is possible when you invest your 9 rupees and 3 hours in my upcoming AI tools workshop, where I'm going to teach you the 10 awesome AI tools which you need to know in order to get all of these outcomes. And I have gone through personally 1500 AI tools and found 10 most awesome AI tools. So what are you waiting for? Click on the link below, sign up for my workshop, I'll see you inside.
NEP ने वो नींव रखी, वो फाउंडेशन रखा है। यहाँ पर बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स भी हैं दीपक जी एज ऑडियंस, और मैं उनको बताना चाहूँगी कि अब वो ज़माना गया कि आप करिकुलम के हिसाब से पढ़ाई करिए। क्यों, कैसे, हाउ, वाई, ये सब सवाल जायज़ हैं और आप अपने एजुकेटर से ये पूछ सकते हैं, राइट? और यही क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग को, एनालिटिकल थिंकिंग को बढ़ावा देने की कोशिश है NEP के ज़रिए। But the real question is, we are coming from a system where mathematics and science was primary and still is. Now when we talk about AI labs, tinkering labs, creating something new, tools, are we there, or we still have to go a long way to break that mindset of Indian society and Indian families?
So STEM has always been a strong background on a mind-shaping system as was conceived, right, which we look at it. By the way, how many of you are here from school today? Any school
students here?
Any school students? Okay.
They're
Good.
all in the college.
I'm glad that they're attending their school. Now, the interesting thing
holidaying
is,
with the parents.
see, look at it, what has now been introduced. AI. I think this is the first time again when we have now unleashed, or in the process of unleashing, something which will be smarter than the human mind. And I think I, for one, completely subscribe to a perspective that we are now in a completely new threshold of a new societal structure, of a new economic structure, and a new structure of entire being as an individual. One interesting thing which AI has done is complete democratization of knowledge, regardless of which subjects you're in. And one of the things you might want to see is, let's say, the starting salary of a computer scientist, which was 4 years ago vis-a-vis what it is today. And that is one barometer of a demand supply, if you might look at it in some manners. And you would see a big change in happening on that. So what you're also trying to see, that some of those elements which we were focusing on in our earlier process of education for the youngsters may not hold the same level of value going forward when you're looking at AI. And as it goes back to, again, to the same thing, it's not the person who has all the answers, but the person who can ask the right questions. And with that, you are probably now trying to come back also to subjects. You know, one of the subjects which, for example, in Delhi University, Sikta, and you are from Delhi University, you're from Miranda House, right? If you really look at it, 5 years ago, one of the highest sought out subjects in Delhi University was psychology. And even now, in our times, it wasn't. Actually, that's a different age. But when you're seeing these subjects now coming in and taking a greater shape and a greater demand, what you're seeing now is that how elements which are beyond STEM and numerate and just pure quantitative are getting into other kind of requirements which are happening.
So my supplementary question is, how do we convince Indian parents that now entrepreneurship is no more an alternative career path? It is your national necessity right now.
So I see that change happening. Jab, you know, Startup India launch hua tha, I remember the Honorable Prime Minister said that this was about a change of mindset. This was about a change of attitude which had to be brought. And if you recollect, jab start hua tha, I mean, it was very difficult to convince a mother to give her daughter or son in marriage to somebody who was just starting on a startup. If also you looked at some of the better business schools, you went and you saw the top 100 of them passing out would have gone to places where they were getting higher salary checks. Today it's changed completely, right? This is one of the most sought after things. So essentially you are seeing entrepreneurship now taking a center stage in any case. Now at the school level, I am finding that issue. So what is happening with the Atal Innovation Mission? Let me tell you. We have, currently we have these tinkering labs of, if I may say, small level of innovation labs in 10,000 schools. About half of them in rural, half of them in urban, half of them private, half of them public. The kind of solutions and entrepreneurship which is coming at that level is unbeatable. And the enthusiasm. Just last Friday, the global championship this time was in Phoenix, where they had young students from all across the world. 3 of our kids out of 90 odd countries won the awards. And the solutions they are coming up with are solutions which are simple, which are executable. For example, one of them has just come up with a solution, created a geometric pattern on a vortex. So, you know, in a flood, a lot of water gets collected. It's just on that drainage pipe. It's just a design which sucks it in much quicker. Simple to do. I'll tell you, last September, I got into this job in end July. So I'm just about a young 10 months old on this job. And I said I wanted to test the power of this platform. By the way, I must tell you all, Atal Innovation Mission is today the world's largest grassroots innovation mission. None of you knew about it. You know, it's amazing what is happening in this country and how these foundational blocks are being put, and many of us don't even know what is happening. And I'll give you an example. So I said, let's do a hackathon. And the team came and told me, so Diwali is going to be coming, holiday period. Let's do it later. I said, no, let's do it anyway. None of you have heard about it because there was no much advertising, nothing. It was all on the social media. We launched the hackathon in September. 3 weeks ago, the Guinness Book of World Records got to us, telling us it's now the world's largest hackathon. It is all driven bottom up. And you know what happened? This was the end of September. I was sitting in my puja room. This was a Saturday morning. The phone rang, I didn't answer it. It rang the third time I answered it. There was a kid on the other side, a young entrepreneur. He said, sir, मैं झज्जर से बोल रहा हूँ. मैं क्लास 9th का स्टूडेंट हूँ. मुझे आपकी मदद चाहिए. मैं 3 प्रोटोटाइप डालना चाहता हूँ. मेरा टीचर सिर्फ 1 अलाउ कर रहा है. That's when I realized this is about a new India which has got created. It's a force, it's a power, it is now bottom up, it is unstoppable. And that's when I realized my job then was to see how just to take care of the aspiration. See of the little kid, he found my number, my mobile number. When I was in the 9th, I don't think I could have ever done that. Called me directly and got an approval to get 3 prototypes. And some of those solutions are solutions which are now being adopted across the world for the kind of simplicity and the impact which they have created.
Right.
This
is the reach of
is the new India.
New India. ये नया भारत है. आप यहाँ मौजूद कुछ स्टूडेंट्स हैं. क्विक शो ऑफ हैंड्स. आप में से कितने सोचते हैं कि हम कुछ नया करना चाहते हैं, एक स्टार्टअप बनाना चाहते हैं, एक सोशल एंटरप्राइज, एक ऐप, एक सोल्यूशन? हाथ रेज करिए. कुछ अपना कुछ काम करना चाहते हैं आप लोगों में से कोई? हाथ अभी थोड़े से कुछ कम हैं, लेकिन जैसा कि दीपक जी कह रहे हैं कि the whole concept has reached the grassroots and the whole mission is working around that. So it's no more urban privilege, or it's no more a privilege of the English-driven ecosystem, you know, like you said, that a class 9th student called you from Jhajjar. So it's actually happening at the grassroots. But AI is also disrupting industries, you know, and faster than our education systems can catch up. Are we preparing our students, our children for jobs that may not exist in another 10 years?
See, AI is a very interesting phenomenon which is now picking up. Frankly, if anybody asks me what is going to happen in the next 10 years, it'll be very stupid of me even to try and attempt to do that. In such a situation, I think one of the best suited are our next generation, as I said, where its ability both to adopt new ideas and to adapt to new ideas. And I think the moment they have this openness and this ability, their ability to charter through that unknown terrain going forward will remain. And the third thing is the ability of the Indian mind to reinvent themselves constantly. Phenomenal. Exceptional. You know, I don't think we can call them youngsters any at all. I was listening to the earlier panel and we were talking to them as students. I don't think they are. This generation is at a different level. And the Indian generation and its strong entrepreneurial streak is unbeatable.
Right.
Their ability to seek a solution to every challenge which they may be facing and to try and get it executed. You remember I told you about the Dovers? What is the core strength of the Indian mind? To get the job done, regardless of the resources available. And no one better than these youngsters. And I want to quickly end our conversation on this note. When Deepakji, India reaches 2047, what should success look like for our education system? A nation of degree holders or a nation of creators, innovators and job generators? I don't think degrees in any case are going to have the same kind of validation or acceptance going forward. And that, I think, might fall off the cliff much quicker and sooner than we all imagine. We are also seeing a large number of global corporates which are no longer looking at degrees when they're taking people on jobs, they're looking at skills. Right. And that's where I reiterate what I said. The strength of the Indian ability and India's next generation in that skilling and in that streak and a mindset is what is going to lead India where the Honorable Prime Minister says to a Viksit Bharat, to that superpower. How that is going to be shaped, what is going to happen, Sikta, I will not be able to give answers on that one. But yes, we are very clearly on the path and the road which is leading us there.
So we are going to be a nation of innovators, creators, and job generators. Thank you so much for taking our time. Thank you.
Well, inclusion is often discussed as policy. But in practice, inclusion is deeply personal. It depends on whether a teacher notices a child struggling quietly in the classroom, whether a school adapts to a different sort of need or needs, whether families feel supported instead of isolated, and perhaps the deeper question being, how much talent does a country lose when education systems are designed around uniformity rather than understanding individual potential? Well, to take the next conversation forward, I'd like to please invite on stage Mary Barua, Founder and Director, Action for Autism; Ira Singhal, Deputy Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education; also Salman Ali Qazi, Special Educator, Christchurch College, Lucknow; and Abha Kheterbal, Founder, Cross the Hurdles. And of course, my colleague, Gargi Rawat.
All right, we've covered so many topics in this conclave so far, and various aspects of education, be it urban, rural, startups, Viksit Bharat, and let's also remember our Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and we must be inclusionary in education as well, and that's what this session is going to be about. Every child deserves the chance to learn, grow, and realize their potential. Yet for many children with disabilities, access to quality education remains one of the biggest challenges. But every once in a while, a story then emerges that challenges our assumptions and reminds us that inclusion can be truly achieved. In Lucknow, Sarah Moin, a student who is deaf, blind, and non-verbal, scored an extraordinary 98.7% in her Class 12 ISC. Behind Sarah's success was an ecosystem that refused to see her limitations before her potential. It was her family, her school, Christchurch College, and her teacher and special educator, Salman Ali Qazi, who's here with us right now, who found ways to communicate, teach, and nurture her strengths when conventional methods simply would not work. Just how incredible is that? And this leads us to the question, how do we build an education system where inclusion goes beyond, beyond just compliance, where teachers are equipped to support every child, and how can we have more Salmans to help all the Sarahs out there? That really is the question, because we know that there are children with special needs, they need to be helped, but how do we equip the educators to help these children? Well, to talk more about this,
I did a search for ways to make extra income as a software engineer, and data annotation came up.
After doing a short qualification, a couple days later, there was a bunch of different projects to choose from. I don't have meetings, and I'm my own boss.
I had a dashboard full of coding projects paying me minimum $40 per hour. 100% recommend signing up for data annotation.
And Sarah Moin's teacher, and thank you so much all for being here on this very, very important topic. Salmanji, I'd like to start with you. If you could, tell us a bit about your journey, how it happened, how is it that you managed to help Sarah, and the school also managed to help you help Sarah?
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I like to convey this, ki ability and disability. It's a concept which is directly related to the environment, actually. No child is able or disabled. Basically, it is the environment which is responsible for making a child able or disabled. Disability in the broader sense is not a problem. The main issue which these children face is the accessibility. If we make things accessible as per the needs of these children, then they can do everything which is possible, and they can perform to their potential. And this actually happened with Sarah Moin. It was not really a rocket science. What we see, the true inclusion starts with the environment. If we provide an environment which caters to the needs of these children, then they can perform to their best. Every child has a potential, whether you call it a disabled child or able child, it doesn't matter. If we just look into the needs of these children and try to give an environment which is as per their needs, then everything is possible. What I feel and what our school, Christchurch College, the true inclusion actually begins with the environment. The simple thing which we started with Sarah also and in school, the first and the foremost thing, which is the positive and supportive environment. The attitude of the school management is very important. And we were really blessed that Christchurch College, under the able leadership of our manager and former principal, Mr. R.K. Chatri, initiated a special department in the year 2014. And the same year, we got Sarah. A child whose parents were denied admission in all the major schools of Lucknow, and she was admitted at Christchurch College. Then the journey began with full of challenges. The main challenge was the communication, because when a child is visually impaired, and we started the section at Christchurch College that was generally for the visually impaired ones. But when we admitted Sarah Moin in 2014, she was a deaf-blind child. At that time, she had no vision, but a little bit of hearing was there, and she was using the hearing aids for that. So in the initial stages of around 1 or 2 years, we taught her Braille, and then the main challenge came up when she was in class 3 and was unable to here using the aids also. Then the innovation actually came into existence. What I thought, now the communication was a barrier. Then what I thought, because she was aware of Braille, and Braille is a combination of 6 dots, which the children touch and they read. So that Braille concept was converted into a tactile finger Braille communication, in that the 2 fingers, the index finger and the middle finger, were converted into the 6 dots combination, and by touching that, we used to communicate with her. So that, what I feel, if we just try to innovate things into the existing system, we can just make things accessible. And that system made us accessible, the communication with Sarah. And this continued. But one thing more I want to say, technology, the use of technology is very important. For most of us, technology can make things easier. But for these special children, it makes things possible. And this happened with Sarah Moin also.
And wonderful to hear how much effort was put in, and innovation was also, to ensure that, despite various other challenges, you innovated. The school gave you that space to innovate and spend so much time. And Ira Singalji, given, what we've just heard, and the fact that Salman has also shared with us that how Sarah was turned away from so many schools, how do we ensure more such stories, that more such schools take up mentorship and help such students?
I think the biggest issue that comes in is we still look at children with disabilities as a charity case, and as if we are doing something for them. It's not that they deserve it. It's mostly that we are trying to be nice and kind, and we're doing some charity. But the biggest shift I think we need to see is economic shift. It's not a charity, it's an economic perspective. If there is someone in your society who's not given the opportunity to earn, that means that person has not contributed to the extent that they could have, and secondly, they become a burden on the resources of everybody else. So, I always give this example. If in a family of 4 people, only one person is earning, that person earns 100, the total family average income is 25. But if everybody earns to the potential that they have, somebody earns 50, somebody earns 30, somebody earns 20. Everybody doesn't have the same potential, but they can do something. The minute that does, the average family income goes up 50. That one person who was earning, he doesn't now need to make decisions for everybody else. Because if a person who earns also feels empowered enough to at least do decision making for themselves. So they will take on the burden of doing those small things for themselves. If I need to shop something and I don't know how to go out because I don't do that every day, but if I am doing that every day, I will do that. I will go shop for myself. But if there's only one person in the family who goes out, earns, who knows everything about the world around me, then that person will have to do those things for me as well. So it's about our own comfort. If I make sure that everybody in the society is contributing, is collaborating, and is making an effort to their limitations, to the possibility that they have, then what I have done is I have doubled the income of the whole society. I have got spare time more for myself. Because remember, the tasks that I was doing for that person, I don't need to do that for myself. So the only thing is we need to look at it from an economic perspective, that it's important for me that everybody in my society gets that opportunity. And the minute we take it from an economic perspective, our mindset shift changes. We're now not doing this for someone else, we're doing this for myself. And it's always easy to do something for yourself. So the minute
but our education system, how do we make that?
Okay. So that's where I'm coming
be more
to.
enabling, yes.
No, so what happens is, for example, the accessibility code for educational institutions came in from 2024. But really, how many schools are accessible? Has anybody really seen the code and really gone there and made a school accessible? No. We have a list of schools with ramps. We have a list of schools with accessible toilets. But we don't have a school which actually has followed the whole of accessibility code. And it's the mindset. That's what I'm talking about. Till the day you keep seeing it as a charity and that you're doing for someone else, you will never be an inclusive environment.
All right.
But the day you see that because I'm inclusive, I, as a family member, will as a society member, will have more spare time for myself. I will have more income for myself. I will actually have an environment that allows me to, think of myself more. You will ensure that everything is accessible. So that's one. That also comes into the implementation of policies.
Okay.
We have a lot of policies, but it's the implementation. For example, we have BRCs which are supposed to exist in every single educational block. BRCs are block resource centers where we have therapists, we have special educators, we have all the services that children with special needs need. But because parents don't demand it, families don't demand it, and societies don't demand it, they don't come up so much. We don't have so many therapists because people don't think that these jobs
And
are not
awareness
needed.
is needed for this, which is why
Yes.
conclaves like this are so important.
Absolutely.
NDTV has always done a lot
Yes.
to, create
Yes.
awareness on this.
So
Yes,
it's
go
the
ahead.
awareness which brings in the whole thing.
Right, absolutely. And so that brings me to you, Mary Barua. Like, we spoke about inclusivity at school, and it has to go beyond ramps. And, which also many of the schools and educational institutions don't have. But beyond that, there's so much that needs to be covered and so much to help schools become, even better and genuinely become more inclusive for all children. So your, comments on that, and given Salman's story and what we've heard about Sarah.
See, one of the things that happens is that schools tend to take a very deficit-oriented attitude towards persons with disabilities. Either it's charity or it's a deficit model. So when we do that, we stop looking at what a child can do. And we are only focused on what they cannot do. And most schools tend to view students with disabilities in their classrooms. Of course, there are exceptions, like at Sarah Moyne's school, but she had the experience of being turned away from so many.
Yes.
And most schools view students with disabilities as a burden, as a problem that we have to cope with, and something that we call, when they include, it's really geographical inclusion. They are just there. They are not really getting the services that they need because the Right to Education Act is there and will be held accountable. But actual teaching does not really happen. There is very little collaboration that happens between teachers and parents. So, for instance, when do school and teacher get together? When there is a problem, we are constantly reactive. We are not proactive. If we want to make inclusion really work, it has to be proactive. We have to try, as teachers, we have to try and understand our students. We have to ensure that we really are creating the accessibility systems that the child needs to learn. Otherwise, there will be one child, for instance, who's perhaps brilliant, who will manage to do well, and despite everything the school has not done, and who will be held up as an example. But what about the other children who did not get any of the support that they needed? So it is really important for schools to rethink what they are doing as far as students with disabilities are concerned, and not look at them as, for instance, I come from the area of neurodiversity and autism.
Yes.
And when a kid gets dysregulated in class because there is a sudden change that the child was not expecting, and then whatever the child does is then seen as bad behavior. Instead of understanding, like Salman said, that it's the environment that creates disability. It is not the disability, the impairment that is disabling. It's the environment. If the environment does not understand me, if the environment doesn't provide me with the structure and the predictability that I need, and then I get labeled as being a disruptive student, that does not help. And that is really what happens in schools. And which is why you will see very few students with, say, for instance, visual impairment in mainstream schools, because it's too much trouble for the schools. Schools will try and not have kids with autism in their classroom because it's too much trouble for the schools. So it's not really that accommodation is happening. Even that is not happening. They are just there. And you have an occasional
And we have
teacher
to make sure
like
it
Salman
genuinely
who's putting in
happens.
effort. Yes,
Yes.
it has to be real inclusion, not just a label that I've had, because kids with disabilities drop out.
Yes.
If you check
And
out
as a
schools,
society, that is
they
something we
all
have to
drop
change.
out around class 7, 8. Right? So where is the inclusion happening? It's not
All
really.
right. Abha Khetrapal, that brings me to you. And as Ira ma'am mentioned here about, how schools are meant to have various facilities but often don't, and parents don't demand them. Tell us about parents and their struggle. How often is it that they find themselves, combating the system rather than being helped by it?
I have seen my parents fighting for that all throughout their lives. Even when I was in university, they still had to fight for an accessible examination room. Sometimes they had to fight for a table where I would write my exams, where I would write my examination paper. I sometimes even didn't get that. Sometimes I was made to sit in a storeroom because there was no extra room where I would sit and give my exams. So till my university level education, my parents had been fighting. So, and in so many years, I haven't seen much change. The system doesn't support them. And they don't even get proper information where to go for support. Just some parents, they make their support groups and they together, their WhatsApp groups, Facebook groups, they get certain information from there, but not from the government agencies. They don't know where to go for help, and they don't know how to go about it, because they don't have to fight only for educational support. They have to fight for medical support of their child. They have to get the therapies done. And the middle class parents, they need to see about their income. So they have multiple fights going on, and sometimes they think that education is not that important as the medical treatment of the child. So education is dropped at that moment. So isko school nahi bhejenge to bhi chalega. And as Ira has said, how many schools are accessible? There are no accessible washrooms. I remember when I used to go to school so many years back, there was no accessible washroom. I didn't have any labs for experimentation. So I was integrated into a mainstream school, but not included.
Which is such an important difference, and that's something all of us must understand.
मुझे रूम में आने दिया, लेकिन मेरी आवाज़ नहीं सुनी गई. So the environment, all the facilities, they still are not present. I don't think students with disabilities can still do scientific experiments at school. They can't take STEM education, they can't take science because there are no facilities available from. And then they can't go for higher education. Girls, they get dropped out from the school as soon as their period starts because they don't have accessible washrooms. So fight is on the multiple levels, not only for educational system, it is on multiple levels, and no safety is there. A girl child is very vulnerable. If we go with a rickshaw wala, we don't know what kind of person would that. We don't have accessible transport system. So right from home till we reach the school, there are multiple challenges, and parents are not so much free that they should sit at home and send me to school. My parents had the same, they were teachers. So it was really difficult for them. And till now, after so many years, I don't think much has changed.
Well, that's disheartening to know, and and hopefully things with programs like this, with more awareness, we want to see more change in more schools. Salmanji, that brings me back to you. If you could tell us a bit more about the school, and as you said, you had a very dynamic principal at that time who took this decision, gave you, the
management is very important when you are having special children in a school. Because if the boss is having that intent to do something for these children, then the entire school will follow that. And this exactly happened in our school also. But the main thing which we faced here, and the thing which I feel is there is a lack of awareness in the society. And when we talk about real inclusion, the very first thing is creating awareness. When the awareness will be created, then only acceptance will be there for these children. And when we accept these children, then only the action can be taken in the real sense of including these children in our school, in the real sense actually. Otherwise, what happens, there are schools which admit these children, but it's near, we can't say it's inclusion basically, it's mere placement. Children are admitted to the schools, they attend classes, and just what happens, we
what
all know.
Abha just spoke about, that you're present but you're not really included.
Yeah. So the real thing is the positive attitude. And what we did at Christchurch College, the setup we made in our school was that right from the beginning, first we have a full-fledged special department, special resource room for the VI students as well as the slow learner students. In the initial stages, we keep these children full-time in those resource rooms. We train them for the mainstream classes. And when we consider these children are fit for the inclusive setup, then our students are transferred to the mainstream classes, generally from class 3 onwards.
All right. So
but after that, what happens, the full-time support of the resource room continues. We have special teachers. So there is a collaboration between the mainstream teachers and the special teachers. And we don't just keep them limited to the orthodox methods. We just train them in technology. And right from class 5 onwards, we have an e-examination system for the visually impaired students. And that is the reason which made Sarah just what the result which showed in her case.
Absolutely. Such a heartening story to score 98% in her class 12, and wonderful to hear the effort your school is making to ensure that these students are truly included. Iraji, that brings me to you. In your view, as somebody who is in the government, what are some immediate steps that need to be taken given the sad reality in many of our schools today?
So I'll talk about the whole life cycle of this. First, we start with awareness. So in the ministry, we have designed a sensitization course which will be delivered online to every single teacher in the country. So we're talking 1 crore teachers who are going to be mandated to take this sensitization course. After that, they're supposed to do screening of the children in their classes. What we mean is every single child, that's our aim, that's what we are mandating. Every single child in the country will be screened for disabilities. Just to give you a statistics, currently 0.89% of the children in the schools have been identified as children with some kind of need, and that cannot be the real number. So we are mandating that every single child will be screened in the school system. Once they are screened by the class teacher and the special educator, a special IEP, individualized education plan, will be made for this child, and then the progress of this child will be measured as per this plan. Besides this, we're also connecting them to the BRCs, where I said all the therapies are available, as well as the educational inputs. And so that the children don't drop out, like has been mentioned, what we're doing is we are incorporating skill training elements tailored to the needs and the abilities of these children. So the focus is on ability, and focus is on ensuring that every person in the system is aware of the possibilities of this child and not the limitations of this child.
Right.
And one other aspect is, which constantly falls behind, is it's not just the class teacher, the teacher in the classrooms, but it's every ayah, every guard, every clerk in the school who also we are going to sensitize, and we've created modules for that as well, that everybody who comes in contact with the child in the school environment is sensitized to the need of the child, and we will also be training them on making the schools accessible, and then hopefully the schools will become
Well,
accessible.
it sounds wonderful on paper, and one really hopes it translates on the ground. We're completely out of time. Just final comments I'd like from you, Mary Barrow, if you'd like to add something to that, this gap that still exists, as we said, from paper to practicality.
I think what we really need, in addition to everything that Ira's talking about, is teach teachers about empathy and innovation. Because very often you may not have all the tools you need to include somebody, but if you use your mind, and then you can create because not every teacher, for instance, in a rural school will have everything that you need for inclusion. But if I learn to innovate, if I learn how to use my mind with empathy, I can create the environment. And I just want to add one last thing, which is that, teachers should also be helped to see that they are not doing a favor to the kids with disabilities in their classroom.
Right.
If anything, it's the kids with disabilities that are doing a favor, because they are the ones who can teach the others about compassion.
Absolutely.
And that's what we need in this world.
Absolutely, and we need the school management to be enabling, as Salman, his example has shown. And Abha, final word to you.
Yeah, can you please repeat the question?
Just that, while the plan sounds wonderful, on paper there's a lot of gaps that remain when it comes to the schools, the teachers, and we have to enable more teachers to be, to help the children.
Yeah, for that implementation, teacher training of the teacher, it should be ongoing one, not 5 days a year, not sufficient. So it should be an ongoing one. Budgeting is also very important, because budgets are very less for such changes and providing inclusive tools, digital tools. Because when we are talking about digital inclusion, websites are inaccessible. So technology can create great barriers if they are not accessible. And dignity of the child. Child should feel respected where the child is in the classroom. So policies are there, the intent is there, but actually, does the inclusion reach the classroom? We don't know.
Implementation and then the feeling also from the heart.
I have
genuinely.
faced exclusion and inclusion both throughout my life. So I can say that when the places are inaccessible, when I don't feel welcome, it silently reduces my confidence. But yes, if the environment is positive, I feel included, it changes the personal journey altogether.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so lots to think about, and lots of conversations will continue to be had on this. Thank you so much, and a round of applause, please, for this wonderful panel on such an important issue. And if you can just come here for one photograph, please, they'd like to take. Thank you so much.
Well, artificial intelligence is beginning to now reshape professions once considered completely secure from automation. Accounting is one of the clearest examples. Tasks that were once required hours of manual work can now be completed almost instantly through intelligent systems. The real question is how educational institutions and professional bodies prepare young people for a future where technical knowledge alone may no longer be enough. I'm now pleased to invite Mr. Charanjit Singh Nanda, immediate past president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and my colleague Aditi Rajput.
आप सभी लोगों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आप लोग बहुत ही पेशेंस, बहुत ही धैर्य रखे हुए हैं और ये तमाम सेशन सुन रहे हैं जो हमारे देश के भविष्य के लिए बेहद ज़रूरी है। तो अब इस सेशन को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। एक वक्त था जब चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट की पहचान बैलेंस शीट, ऑडिट फाइल और टैक्स कैलकुलेशन से की जाती थी, लेकिन आज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस कुछ ही सेकंड्स में वही काम कर रहा है जिसमें पहले घंटों लग जाते थे। अब सवाल ये है कि क्या एआई अकाउंटेंट्स की जगह ले लेगा या फिर सीए प्रोफेशन के इतिहास का सबसे बड़ा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ये साबित होने वाला है। आज कंपनियों को सिर्फ नंबर्स क्रंच करने वाले प्रोफेशनल्स नहीं चाहिए, उन्हें ऐसे एडवाइजर्स चाहिए जो बिजनेस समझे, रिस्क ले, एथिक्स समझे और अनसर्टेनिटी में डायरेक्शंस भी वो दे सकें। यानी कि आने वाला समय बुक कीपिंग का नहीं, स्ट्रैटेजिक थिंकिंग का होगा। तो एआई के इस दौर में चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट की भूमिका कैसे बदल रही है और जो छात्र आज सीए की तैयारी शुरू कर चुके हैं उन्हें आगे क्या कुछ सीखना होगा, इन्हीं सवालों के जवाब जानेंगे बेहद ख़ास मेहमान मेरे साथ आज हैं। मिस्टर चरणजोत सिंह नंदा हैं, अभी इमीडिएट पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट है इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट ऑफ इंडिया ICAI के। सर बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका।
थैंक यू मैडम।
सर आज एआई सेकंड्स में बैलेंस शीट बना रहा है, तो क्या अब यहाँ पर सवाल ये उठ रहा है कि क्या जो ट्रेडिशनल अकाउंटेंट है वो खत्म हो रहा है या सीए प्रोफेशन जो है उससे और बेहतर तरीके से अपग्रेड होता हुआ आपको नजर आ रहा है?
देखिए मैडम, ये खामा ख्याली है कि एआई चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स को हार्म पहुंचा सकता है। यकीनी तौर पर बैलेंस शीट बनाना बड़ी बात नहीं है। बैलेंस शीट को इंटरप्रेट करना, स्ट्रेटेजिकली उसमें से डिफाइन करना व्हाट विल हेल्प द बिजनेस टू स्केल न्यूअर हाइट्स। चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बैलेंस शीट बनाते हैं, बैलेंस शीट तो अकाउंटेंट बनाते हैं।
बिल्कुल।
चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट उस बैलेंस शीट को एनालाइज करते हैं। आप देखिए आजकल इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स आ गए। इसका एक मतलब है कि मैं इंडिया में बैठा हूँ, कोई फ्रैंकफर्ट में बैठा है, कोई लंदन में बैठा है, कोई न्यूयॉर्क में बैठा है। द सिमिलर अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स आर देयर। एक फाइनेंशियल अकाउंट्स को या फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स को आप पढ़कर एक डिसीजन जो लेते हैं चारों जगह सिमिलर होगा, होमोजीनियस डिसीजन। तो इसलिए इसका कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। Rather, it will give more time for you to analyze, to give the best.
अब मैं सीधे सवाल पर आती हूँ जो ज़्यादातर युवा जहाँ यहाँ बैठे हैं उनके जहन में भी होगा। एक बड़ा डर जो चल रहा है, क्या एआई हमारी जॉब्स ले लेगा?
देखिए मैडम, मैं पहले जाता हूँ। एक मूवी थी सुनील दत्त की जिसके अंदर गाड़ी घोड़े की गेम थी, उसमें हम मिलकर नए वक्त से दुनिया को बदलेंगे, ऐसी बात थी। तो क्या घोड़ा गाड़ी आई, उसके बाद कार आने से कोई फर्क तो ना पड़ा? पहले टाइप राइटर से सब कुछ करते थे, फिर कंप्यूटर आ गए। मैडम, जितना आप प्रोग्रेस करोगे यू विल गेट बेटर टाइम फॉर एनालिसिस। आज के जमाने में इंटेलिजेंस ओनली डिमांड्स एनालिसिस, एनालिटिक्स कि क्या कैसे हो रहा है। तो एआई हमें कहीं नुकसान नहीं पहुंचाएगा, रादर एआई इज एन एनेबलर। आई कॉल इट एआई एज ए फेथफुल सर्वेंट। आप जो काम चाहते हो एआई आपके लिए करता है। मेरा पर्सनल बहुत सारा काम एआई करता है। एन एआई एजेंट हु डज फॉर मी, हु राइट्स फॉर मी whatever I want. I had to come here. मैंने कहा क्या इसका मौजू है? It immediately published whatever was required. So AI is a helper and enabler. A chartered accountant is a strategic thinker, a man beyond vision, a man who steers the financial world, a man who sits on the board and ensures that board takes position, a man who understands risk and ensures कि वो risk बार बार ना हो। तो उसके लिए तो AI assist करता है रादर देन के एआई उसको नुकसान पहुंचाए।
बहुत बड़ी राहत जो लोग आपको सुन रहे होंगे उन्हें यहाँ पर मिल रही होगी। यहाँ पर ये भी हमें समझना होगा कि ये भी कहा जाता है कि जो कैलकुलेशंस हैं वो तो एआई कर सकता है लेकिन ट्रस्ट वो नहीं बना सकता। तो ऐसे में जो आने वाला समय है उसमें ह्यूमन क्रेडिबिलिटी ही आपको लगता है सीए प्रोफेशन की सबसे बड़ी ताकत होगी?
हमेशा मैडम, मैं लास्ट ईयर प्रेसिडेंट था तो मेरा ईयर का विजन था विश्वसनीय। जब तक आपके पास ट्रस्ट एलिमेंट नहीं है आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते. द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट फैसेट विच द प्रोफेशन ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंसी हैज, आपको सुनकर खुशी होगी, that we were born on 1st July 1949, even before the constitution was promulgated. हिंदुस्तान का संविधान 26 जनवरी 1950 को पारित हुआ था. We are before the constitution simply because we instill confidence and trust with the published financial statements. तो इसलिए मैडम एक बात आप बिल्कुल ध्यान से समझे, अकाउंट्स बनाना, बैलेंस शीट बनाना, वो सब अलग चीज है. ये तो ऐसे इंग्रेडिएंट्स पड़ी, आपकी माँ खाना बनाती है, उनका बनाने का जो जरिया है वो इंग्रेडिएंट्स थोड़ा पूरा कर सकते हैं, या आप यूट्यूब पे थोड़ा देखकर बना सकते जो आ रहा है. तो सिमिलर थिंग इज विद एआई. एआई विल प्रोवाइड इंग्रेडिएंट्स, फ्रॉम दैट यू हैव टू कुक अ वंडरफुल डिनर जो लोगों को परोसा जाता है.
ठीक है, वो कौन सी नॉन नेगोशिएबल ह्यूमन स्किल्स हैं जो इररिप्लेसेबल बनाती हैं एक सीए को? क्योंकि कई ऐसे लोग अभी भी ये सोच रहे हैं, प्लान कर रहे हैं सर युवा, कि क्या उन्हें आगे करना है. तो ऐसे में ऐसी जानकारियां आपके जैसे एक्सपर्ट्स की तरफ से ज़रूर उनको पहुंचनी चाहिए कि उन्हें ये समझ में आए कि आगे की राह कहाँ बढ़ रही है.
देखिए मैडम, धीरे धीरे समय जैसे प्रोग्रेस कर रहा है, यू हैव टू फाइंड वेज एंड मीन्स टू प्रोग्रेस. उर्दू में एक बड़ा उम्दा शेर है कि ढूंढोगे घर तो ही रास्ते मिलेंगे, ढूंढोगे घर तो ही रास्ते मिलेंगे, मंजिलों की फितरत है खुद चलकर नहीं आती. आपको अपने फ्यूचर के लिए, अपने मुस्तकबिल के लिए, विच इज द एरिया where you want to get in is important. एक जमाने में चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स शुरू जब हुआ तो वो अकाउंटिंग करते थे, ऑडिटिंग भी करते थे, लेकिन आजकल जो एरियाज टॉप पे है उसमें मैनेजमेंट कंसल्टिंग है, इंडिपेंडेंट बोर्ड पोजीशंस है. एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट आपको हर बोर्ड पे मिलेगा, इवन अडानी के बोर्ड पे, रिलायंस के बोर्ड पे, टॉप की कंपनी की बात करें स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया के बोर्ड पे, आपको वो इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर मिलेंगे जो बोर्ड को स्टीयर करते हैं इंडिपेंडेंट होते हुए. उनका बोर्ड के साथ, उनका कंपनी के साथ कोई रुपए पैसे का कोई पेक्यूनियर रिलेशनशिप नहीं है. तो आज के जमाने में सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है डाटा, और उसका एनालिसिस आपको मिले. उसके बाद उस डाटे को आपने कैसे डिफाइन करना है, हाउ यू हैव टू यूज.
हाथ आगे कीजिए, राइट हैंड आगे कीजिए, अंगूठा रखिए. इतने गंदे हाथ हैं आपके, आप शावर नहीं लेते? खैर कोई नहीं, आप कैमरे में देखिए, मैं आपकी फोटो खींच लेती हूं. अब बताइए मैं कैसे करूंगी केवाईसी, है ना?
इस चिकन का केवाईसी करना मुश्किल है, इसलिए एबिस प्रो चिकन, इंडियाज फर्स्ट 100% ट्रेसेबल चिकन. ट्राई एबिस प्रो टुडे.
वर्क ऑन टाइम. आज के समय में टाइमलाइंस इतनी स्ट्रिक्ट है, एक आदमी बीमार हो सकता है, एक आदमी के साथ कोई परेशानी हो सकती है, फेस्टिवल आ सकते हैं, शादीशुदा आदमी को वैसी बड़ी परेशानियां होती है जिंदगी में. तो समय पे काम देना, दैट टेक्नोलॉजी विल डू.
तो आपकी इस बात पे ज्यादातर पुरुषों के चेहरे पे मुस्कान आ चुकी है.
जी मैडम, सब देखिए, सब बहुत भोगी जानते हैं. इट इज डिफिकल्ट टू गिव वर्क व्हेन यू आर इन अ फैमिली. तो एआई इन सब चीजों को दूर करता है, लेकिन उसका इंपैक्ट क्या होगा, उसका एनालिसिस क्या होगा, एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट करता है. सो प्रोफेशन विल बी मोर स्ट्रेंथन्ड बाय कमिंग ऑफ एआई. और ये सीए के लिए नहीं है, हर एक प्रोफेशन में. आई एम द चेयरमैन ऑफ द आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस कमेटी ऑफ आईसीए. हम सीए की बात नहीं करते. आप अगर आर्किटेक्ट हैं, आप अगर इंजीनियर हैं, आप अगर एडवोकेट हैं, बस आपको ध्यान रखना है हेलुसिनेशन का. कई बार एआई ऐसी चीज देता है जो हकीकत में एग्जिस्ट नहीं करती, तो उस समय आपको अपना प्रोफेशनल एक्यूमेंट, अपनी प्रोफेशनल नॉलेज एक्सरसाइज करनी है ताकि आप कमी को निकाल सकें.
आप सीए फाउंडेशन के अगर स्टूडेंट्स को सलाह देना चाहें तो अगले 10 साल तक के लिए उन्हें वो चीज़ें रेलेवेंट बना सके, ऐसी क्या चीज़ें उन्हें करना चाहिए?
मैडम 3 चीजें. नंबर 1, दे शुड बी इंट्रोड्यूस्ड टू द एक्साइटिंग वर्ड ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी. यहाँ पर मैं काफी सीनियर लोगों को देख रहा हूँ. आप इस गलतफहमी में मत जिंदा रहिएगा कि टेक्नोलॉजी आपका कप ऑफ टी नहीं है. आई एम ऑल्सो 58 ईयर्स ओल्ड. माई फादर इज 87 ईयर्स ओल्ड. वो यूज करते हैं टेक्नोलॉजी को. आप कोई भी प्रोग्राम लिखना चाहते हैं, कोई भी सॉफ्टवेयर सोल्यूशन देना चाहते हैं, आपको कोडिंग की जरूरत नहीं है. एआई आपको एम्पावर करता है. आप जो चाहते हो, जो ऑटोमेशन चाहते हो, एआई विल गेट इट डन. सेकंड इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग, परसिवरेंस. आप छोटी छोटी बातों से इधर उधर नहीं जा सकते. लोग घबरा जाते हैं, एआई आ गया. ऐसा कोई भी करियर नहीं है जो किसी के आने से तबाह हो जाए. Students, particularly foundation students who have to go ahead and become chartered accountants in future, should understand one thing very clearly, that they cannot be dissuaded by rumors. AI आने से नुकसान होगा, किसी चीज से नुकसान नहीं होता. आपको उसको अपने बेनिफिट में यूज करना आना चाहिए. और तीसरी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज, जो सीए करने जा रहा है उसको एक बात याद रखनी पड़ेगी कि सीए मेहनत का काम है, और खास तौर पे जब आप यंग होते हो, कहते हैं ना कि जवानी में बचाया गया पसीना बुढ़ापे में अश्कों के जरिए निकलता है। इट इज बेटर दैट यू वर्क हार्ड रादर देन रिपेंट एंड क्राई एट द एंड। तो चार्टर अकाउंटेंट स्टूडेंट्स को बात समझनी पड़ेगी कि अगर वो जिंदगी के अंदर अनप्रेसिडेंटेड हाइट्स को चूमना चाहते हैं तो उन्हें मेहनतकश बनना पड़ेगा, उनको परसिवरेंस और इंटेलिजेंस के साथ काम करना पड़ेगा।
बिल्कुल। आखिरी सवाल की तरफ बढ़ रही हूँ, जो वो लोग जो, क्योंकि हमने यहाँ पर युवाओं की बात की जो करियर शुरू करने जा रहे हैं, जो करियर बिल्कुल शुरू कर चुके हैं, लेकिन ऐसे लोग जो करियर में 20 सालों से हैं, मान लीजिए ना वो नई जनरेशन है ना वो बहुत पुराने हो चुके हैं, वो बीच में हैं, वो ऐसा क्या करें कि वो रेलेवेंट भी बने रहें? क्योंकि उनके लिए एक ज़्यादा चैलेंजिंग हो गया है कि नई जनरेशन भी आ गई है जो ज़्यादा एडवांस है तकनीक सीखने के मामले में, ये थोड़ा स्लो पड़ जाते हैं, फिर ऐसे में कॉन्फिडेंस लूज होता है।
देखिए मैडम, कहते हैं कि सोचने से कहां मिलते हैं तमन्नाओं के शहर, सोचने से कहां मिलते हैं तमन्नाओं के शहर, चलने की जिद भी जरूरी है मंजिल पाने के लिए। आज से उन लोगों को चलना शुरू करना पड़ेगा।
बहुत शानदार।
दे विल हैव टू स्टार्ट वॉकिंग। मैं आपको एक बात बता सकता हूं कि टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे साथ, मैं डिजिटल अकाउंटिंग एंड इंश्योरेंस बोर्ड का चेयरमैन था तकरीबन 4-5 साल पहले, तो मेरे पास काफी सीनियर चार्टर अकाउंटेंट्स का फोन आता था कि नंदा साहब अब आप हमें टेक्नोलॉजी भी पढ़वाओगे। तो हमने एक कोर्स इजाद किया, उसका नाम था टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर नॉन टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोफेशनल्स, हाउसवाइफ्स, बिजनेस प्रोफेशनल्स, डायरेक्टर्स ऑन बोर्ड्स, सीएफओ, सीईओस, उनको हल्का सा टिंगरिंग करके ओरिएंटेशन लेनी पड़ेगी टेक्नोलॉजी की। मैं आपको एक बात बड़ी शिद्दत से कहता हूं, इफ यू आर नॉट विद टाइम्स यू आर आउट ऑफ टाइम्स। जिंदगी में समय के साथ आपको कदम बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। आज जिस भी प्रोफेशन में आप है, 1 साल के बाद, जैसे मैं चार्टर अकाउंटेंट हूं, 1 साल के बाद 2 जमात होगी चार्टर अकाउंटेंट्स की, वन हु आर एआई सर्टिफाइड एंड अदर हु आर सिंपल चार्टर अकाउंटेंट्स। तो मेरी आपसे गुजारिश है और सबको ये मशवरा और सलाह है कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को, टेक्नोलॉजी को अपनी जिंदगी का हिस्सा बनाएं। मैं ये बात आपको यकीन से कह सकता हूं कि बिल्कुल मुश्किल नहीं है। मैं आज सुबह भी एक ओरिएंटेशन सेशन पे 11 बजे बोल रहा था, देयर वर पीपल एज ओल्ड एज 70 years सिटिंग देयर, और उनमें एक्साइटमेंट का लेवल ज्यादा है क्योंकि जो आप चाहते हो आपके टेबल पर है। आप यूट्यूब पे वीडियो देखते हो ना, 3-4 बार सांप का वीडियो देखिए, अगले दिन सुबह जब आप उठोगे आपको एक सांप अपनी तरफ झांकता दिखेगा। आप कोई धार्मिक वीडियो देखिए, किसी भगवान के भजन सुने, वो दिखेगा। सो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आपकी जिंदगी को इतना आसान कर देता है। इवन हाउस होल्ड वर्क्स के लिए मैं आपको पंजाब का एग्जांपल देता हूं
जी।
आपको पता पंजाब में कैंसर बहुत होता है, देयर इज अ ट्रेन कॉल्ड कैंसर ट्रेन। उसका कारण क्या है कि पंजाब में खेती बहुत होती है और वहां पर डिसप्रोपोर्शनेट पेस्टिसाइड या फर्टिलाइजर डल जाते हैं। आज नहीं होगा 2 साल के बाद, बिकॉज नाउ एआई विल डिसाइड कि कितना फर्टिलाइजर कहां पे डालना है। आपकी सर्जरी होती है, रोबोटिक सर्जरी विद एआई ओनली, कितना इंपैक्ट कहां पर करना है, कितना वहां पर डैमेज है, दैट एआई विल डिसाइड। तो अगर आप एआई को सही तरीके से मैनोवर कर सके, सही तरीके से मैनेज कर सके, तो उस जैसा इंसानी नस्ल को आज तक कोई ब्लेसिंग नहीं मिला।
बिल्कुल।
Use that
नंदा,
for your
एक बात तो मैं ज़रूर कहूँगी कि ये सिर्फ ये जो आपने एआई को जितना फ्रेंडली, जितना सिंप्लीफाई करके हम सबके सामने रखा है, सिर्फ सीए जो कर रहे हैं उनके लिए नहीं, जो हमारे जैसे लोग भी हैं, हर प्रोफेशन के लिए एक डर जो है, अगर थोड़ा बहुत भी है तो वो कहीं ना कहीं कम ज़रूर हुआ होगा। आपसे बातचीत करके बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका इस तमाम बातचीत के लिए।
थैंक यू।
But in a country like India, examinations carry enormous emotional and economic weight. They shape admissions, they shape careers, and in many households, a family's entire sense of hope and mobility, which is why every exam leak or evaluation controversy damages more than a system. It damages public trust, and technology is now being presented as a possible solution. But can tech genuinely make examinations more secure? Can they make it more transparent and credible at India's scale? Well, that's our next conversation with Vikram R. Singh, founder and CEO, Antia and NDTV Sikta Deo.
Hello and welcome to this important conversation. Few things impact young Indians as deeply as examinations. भारत में एग्जाम सिर्फ एकेडमिक टेस्ट नहीं होते बल्कि करोड़ों स्टूडेंट्स के सपनों और फ्यूचर का टर्निंग पॉइंट भी होते हैं. For millions of families, one exam can shape years of hard work, career aspirations and opportunities. लेकिन पिछले कुछ सालों में हमारे एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम को लेकर कई बड़े सवाल भी खड़े हुए हैं. From paper leaks and impersonation fraud to result disputes and concerns over transparency. And trust in the system has been repeatedly challenged. खासकर नीट कंट्रोवर्सी ने देश भर में एक नेशनल डिबेट ही शुरू कर दी है. क्या हमारा एग्जाम सिस्टम सच में फ्यूचर रेडी है? एक बड़ा सवाल पूरे देश के लिए इस वक्त बना हुआ है. As India moves towards digital governance and AI-led systems, a new possibility is emerging. क्या टेक्नोलॉजी एग्जामिनेशंस में दोबारा ट्रस्ट और क्रेडिबिलिटी ला सकती है? Today's conversation is about exactly that. आज हम बात करेंगे ब्लॉकचेन सिक्योरिटी, AI इवैल्यूएशन और टैम्पर प्रूफ सर्टिफिकेट्स जैसे सोल्यूशन की, जो एग्जाम्स को ज़्यादा सिक्योर और ट्रांसपेरेंट बनाने का दावा कर रहे हैं. Technology is now attempting to redesign the entire examination ecosystem from conducting exams to evaluating and verifying them. और शायद इसी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन पर फ्यूचर एजुकेशन सिस्टम की क्रेडिबिलिटी डिपेंड करेगी. Joining us today is Vikram R. Singh, whose company Antia has developed EduBlock Pro, a smart exam management platform designed to make examination more secure, transparent and accountable. पहला सवाल सिंह साहब मेरा आपसे यही है कि जिस नेशनल डिबेट की मैं बात कर रही हूँ, नीट कंट्रोवर्सी, do you believe India's traditional examination system and the infrastructure around it is fundamentally outdated now?
So I would say to some extent, answer is yes, because if you look into it deeply, what we believe that this is not a people problem or corruption problem. We would say like this is a system problem. अगर आप देखो कि द मोमेंट ए एग्जामिनेशन इज शेड्यूल्ड एंड अगर आप किसी को क्वेश्चन पेपर डिज़ाइन करने के लिए कोई कमेटी सेटअप करते हो एंड यू हैव शिफ्टेड काइंड ऑफ अ डेलीगेटेड अकाउंटेबिलिटी मोर देन टू, और जब कहते हैं ना कि इफ़ द अकाउंटेबिलिटी इज डेलीगेटेड टू मोर देन वन पर्सन देन नोबडी इज अकाउंटेबल. ठीक है, तो इट इज़ अ सिस्टम प्रॉब्लम एंड वी बिलीव दैट नो पोलिटिकल पार्टी और ब्यूरोक्रेट इज willing to solve it. However, the value chain, the challenges of the the entire system are so much that they cannot be solved with the same systems. वो कहते हैं ना, there is a term quote by the Albert Einstein, when you are insanity is like doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different result. So we need to look at it from a different angle, that how we can solve this problem, because this is not a again like people problem, it's a system problem and we need to bring the new system. Exactly.
So EduBlock Pro है क्या? बहुत सारे representatives हैं यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के, स्टूडेंट्स भी यहाँ मौजूद हैं हमारे ऑडियंस में. बहुत सरल भाषा में अगर आप समझा पाएँ कि EduBlock Pro करता क्या है?
तो मैं एक वन लाइन में कहूँगा कि दिस इज़ a system, end-to-end examination system which completely removes the human intervention from the entire value chain, right? So right from the student onboarding to screening to examination and even publishing the result on chain in the real-time environment. That's what EduBlock Pro does.
A lot of students here, again I want to throw this question to the students here, if you are listening and you are interested. There are few big government orders which have declared that next year NEET exams will be technology driven. So how many of you think that technology is the right way to move forward for examinations? Hands up please if you have an opinion on it. Well, that's the trust they have on the technology which you're saying. So it's not that we are experimenting technology for the first time in our examination ecosystem. We have done it before also, but how is your EduBlock Pro different from earlier systems which were used in the country?
So our system not only digitize the things, but at the same time introduce a new system as well, right? So right from the beginning, as I said, when the question paper is designed, and in the current system, the things move from designing to the designing questions to the printing presses to the maybe the examination centers, right? But in our system, everything is real time, right? So the moment you design a question paper, it is first of all it is being done by the machine only, and as a human only verifies that whatever data the machine has, it is purely on the completely on the blockchain, and at the same time as per the expectation, at whatever level of complexity you need to introduce, it respect that. That's the human intervention you need. After that, the moment the question paper is created, it is locked in a kind of a digital packet, which is locked by the student key, encrypted by student key as well.
वही मेरा अगला सवाल था कि एक एग्जाम वाले दिन एक स्टूडेंट के लिए EduBlock Pro क्या है, क्या होता है? अगर आप शुरू करें, अगर एग्जाम के वाले दिन जब आप EduBlock Pro खोलेंगे तो
right from the beginning, the completely the system is encrypted by the student key as well. तो आपका जो biometric है, that helps you to unlock the system, the question paper, and provides a real-time delivery of the question paper when the date of the exam is there, right? For example, अगर आपका 15 तारीख को exam है, तो the system will only accept the biometric key just 1 hour before the the exam date.
एक घंटे पहले बस.
Exactly. वो आप set भी कर सकते हो, right? You can decide. But the point I'm trying to make कि in between जो भी है, nobody is able to when the things are encrypted, nobody able to have us look at the things what is going to be there.
Right.
Even हम भी नहीं देख सकते.
Right.
So that's the kind of the robustness the system has.
So that builds that trust in this technology. But ये भी हकीकत है हमारे समाज की, हमारे देश की, कि बहुत सारे ऐसे गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, छोटी बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं जो अपने, आपके पास सवाल है, हम आपके पास आएंगे, बहुत सारी छोटी बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं जो अपने बजट को लेकर स्ट्रगल करती हैं. ऐसे में जब टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम की हम बात करते हैं, तो लगता है कि ये सब एलीट इंस्टीट्यूशंस के लिए, बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के लिए कैसे अफोर्ड करेंगे छोटे इंस्टीट्यूशंस इसे?
So मैं कहूँगा कि ये rather it will be more economical, because we have to evaluate what is the cost of having a compromise system in place. So our system will be equal to 1 year of the cost as compared to what you are incurring right now. So that was the very first principle where how we build this system, कि ये जो existing systems है उससे comparative होना चाहिए, competitive होना चाहिए, and that is how it is. As of now, even आज भी आपका जो सारा का सारा cost है of any examination is passed on to student itself, right?
Right.
And I can tell you it is it start from 500 rupees per student and goes up to the depending on the कितने logistic involved है, कितना geographical area involved है, but it is much it is cheaper than the current system. So anybody can afford this thing very easily.
जी ये बताइए कि आपका सिस्टम ऑलरेडी डिप्लॉय हो चुका है पंजाब स्टेट एड्स कंट्रोल सोसाइटी रिक्रूटमेंट एग्जाम्स के लिए, तो वहाँ पर जो बिगेस्ट लेसन था, बिगेस्ट सबक आप लोगों ने जो वहाँ पर सीखा, वो आप अगर शेयर कर पाएँ यहाँ मौजूद लोगों से?
So I will it was very proud feeling, I would say, कि हमने 2 एग्ज़ाम ली किए हैं वहाँ पे with a sample size of 1000 candidates, जिसमें we helped them recruit 2 positions. One थी लैब टेक्नीशियन की और दूसरी थी आपकी स्टाफ नर्सेज की, एंड इंटायर एग्जाम वाज कंडक्टेड एट वन प्लेस, and where the last minute delivery of the question paper was ensured, and everything went very seamless, and a white paper was also published by the honorable the minister of the state, health minister at that point of time. So we already showed this that this can be done, and we are continuously working with the various departments to do it for others as well.
जी अब हम इस कॉन्वर्सेशन के आखिर में पहुंच चुके हैं. मैं कुछ सवाल भी लेना चाहूँगी जब तक माइक उनके पास पहुँचे. Millions of students are anxious and also disillusioned with the repeated leak controversies and the investigation around it. What would you like to say to those students who fear that hard work alone is not enough right now?
So I would say every code we are writing in this product, every feature we are building in this product, or every government door we are knocking, departmental door we are knocking, you are our inspiration, you are our motivation. We have already solved this problem, and we need your support, I would say, to take it to the national level, where we can make this as a de facto protocol, how the government examination will be. Like systems are not trustworthy, how you can
make it
ensure
transparent and build the trust.
Exactly.
आप वक्त खत्म हो चुका है, लेकिन आप अगर जोर से अपना सवाल पूछ सके, अगर आपने हाथ उठाया था शुरू में, माइक आपके पास पहुंच रहा है, जल्दी से सवाल.
गुड आफ्टरनून मैम, मेरा नाम मुदित मेहरोत्रा है. मैं विक्रम सर को सुन रहा था यहाँ पे. सर ने टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में बताया जो कि एडवांसमेंट हो रहा है. मेरा सर से सिर्फ इतना सवाल है, जो प्रेजेंट में नीट पेपर लीक हुआ, अभी भी कई सर्टेन लेवल्स ऑफ लॉकिंग सिस्टम्स हम लोग यूज़ करते हैं, जिसके बाद भी पेपर लीक हुआ. जब इन्वेस्टिगेशन सर हुई तो उसमें कई पेपर सेटर्स टीचर्स भी पकड़े गए, जो कि फिजिक्स के पेपर में थे, बायोलॉजी के पेपर में थे. तो ऑफ कोर्स एडवांसमेंट इन टेक्नोलॉजी हो रहा है, जैसा सर आपने बताया, बट इजंट इट कैपेबल इनफ कि हमें साथ में सिक्योरिटी पे भी काम करना चाहिए कि हु पीपल आर इंगेजिंग और हु पीपल आर हायरिंग दीज टीचर्स, और उन टीचर्स की क्रेडिबिलिटी क्या है. क्योंकि सर इफ एडवांसमेंट इन टेक्नोलॉजीज कीप ऑन हैपनिंग और अभी भी ग्राउंड लेवल पे क्रेडिबिलिटी नहीं आएगी, तो अगर हमारे पास लोअर स्केल पे या फिर एक छोटे लेवल पे रिजल्ट्स आ रहे हैं, तो अगर हम उसे एक लार्जर इंडिया पैन लेवल पे करेंगे तो मुझे लगता है वो सक्सेसफुल उस लेवल पर नहीं हो पाएगा. सो इस पर आपके क्या थॉट्स हैं?
So 2 things I would like to mention over here. Like first, since it is a blockchain and blockchain is synonymous to trust, तो एक तो इसमें provenance built in होती है. Like every stakeholder has a private key, how he logs into the system, and even if the system is compromised, you can in real time find out like where the system has got leaked. So that is the feature of this system being provided by the blockchain. Secondly, आपने scale की बात की. I would like to remind everyone कि 1984 और 82 में पहली बार लाइक अपना EVMs इंट्रोड्यूस हुई थी केरला में, एंड इट टुक 2004 तक जाके पूरे इंडिया में लाइक EVMs पे जाके चुनाव होने लगे थे, राइट. तो दैट्स व्हाट आई एम सेइंग कि यहाँ पे भी ना आपका जो स्केल है कि जिस 2002 में पहली बार एक एग्ज़ाम लिख के कंप्लेंट पकड़ी गई थी, जो न्यूज़ बनी थी, एंड नाउ उसके बाद आपके पास कितने साल हो गए, 24 साल हो गए हैं, एंड वी आर स्टिल इनकाउंटरिंग दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स मे बी लाइक 6 to 7 टाइम्स एवरी ईयर, राइट. तो दिस इज़ ए सिस्टम प्रॉब्लम, एंड सिस्टम को चेंज होते थोड़ा टाइम लगता है. सो वेयर यू नीड द काइंड ऑफ support of not only the bureaucrats but the political will which is already there. The only thing which is required now is to गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया 2024 में, उन्होंने एक बिल लेके आए थे लेजिस्लेशन, बट आई थिंक द अनदर लेजिस्लेशन इज रिक्वायर्ड वेयर द ब्लॉकचेन बेस्ड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हैज टू बी मेड काइंड ऑफ ए रूल, so that all the examinations are conducted on these things. वो framework required है हमें सेटअप करने के लिए, so that these things can be avoided.
तो ट्रांसपेरेंसी और ट्रस्ट के सॉल्यूशंस मौजूद हैं, ज़रूरत है कि उसके इर्द गिर्द हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार हो. बहुत शुक्रिया इस कॉन्वर्सेशन के लिए.
थैंक यू. थैंक्स फॉर हैविंग मी हियर.
Ma'am, if I can please request you to approach Sir offline. We're just reconvening for lunch. If I please may request you, we're already running a little delayed on our schedule. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. All right, if I'm pleased, may I request you to proceed towards lunch. We will be reconvening at 2 p.m. Look forward to seeing you back here after you have had a pleasant lunch. Thank you so much.
In 1994, a vision was born. Deakin University became the first international university to establish a presence in India, sowing the seeds of a partnership that would change lives forever.
Deakin is special is because of the continuing and sustained way in which its relationship with India has gone forward.
We've had a close and deep friendship with India, forging a bond based on commitment, excellence, trust and transparency.
Relationship with India is not just a bond with the country, but a connection with our partners and the people of India.
For 30 years, Deakin has not just educated but empowered a generation of thinkers, innovators and leaders.
100% meritorious scholarship is like a dream.
It has completely changed my life.
Over the years, we have strengthened our relationships across government, industry and academia. In 2024, our 30-year journey came to a full circle with the opening of the Deakin Gift City campus, marking two groundbreaking firsts in the Australia-India education corridor. Our legacy of excellence in India has been recognized through prestigious awards, and we've invested over 50 million Australian dollars into scholarships, research and partnerships. An unwavering commitment to India's growth, the next chapter is filled with the bold promise. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our valued industry and academic partners for their support and collaboration.
We look forward to the next chapter of the Deakin India story. And as we say, in India, with India, for India.
Meet the tomorrow today. ICFI is the bridge between tomorrow and today. Bridge between aspirations and accomplishment. Bridge between I wish to I can. I will remove the gap. Welcome to the I. I am ICFI, belief called I. I can fly above imagination.
In 1994, a vision was born. Deakin University became the first international university to establish a presence in India, sowing the seeds of a partnership that would change lives forever.
Deakin is special is because of the continuing and sustained way in which its relationship with India has gone forward.
We've had a close and deep friendship with India, forging a bond based on commitment, excellence, trust and transparency.
Relationship with India is not just a bond with the country, but a connection with our partners and the people of India.
For 30 years, Deakin has not just educated but empowered a generation of thinkers, innovators and leaders.
100% meritorious scholarship is like a dream.
It has completely changed my life.
Over the years, we have strengthened our relationships across government, industry and academia. In 2024, our 30-year journey came to a full circle with the opening of the Deakin Gift City campus, marking two groundbreaking firsts in the Australia-India education corridor. Our legacy of excellence in India has been recognized through prestigious awards, and we've invested over 50 million Australian dollars into scholarships, research and partnerships. An unwavering commitment to India's
पूरी रात कोई पोजीशन बदले, कोई बैक पेन को कैच करे। इसीलिए अपग्रेड टू द स्लीप कंपनी, इंडियाज फर्स्ट एंड ओनली स्मार्ट ग्रिड मैट्रेस। दे सॉफ्ट कंफर्ट, फर्म बैक सपोर्ट and 8 hours of peaceful sleep every night. The Sleep Company. Visit your nearest store now.
If I could
In
please request
1994,
everyone to sit
a
down.
vision was
Thank you
born.
so much. We're just
Deakin
restarting in a
University
few
became
moments.
the first international university to establish a presence in India.
University's Udaipur. They'll be in conversation with Sikta Deo to get us more on this.
आज का इंडिया डिग्री बेस्ड इकोनॉमी से कॉम्पिटेंसी बेस्ड नेशन की तरफ मूव कर रहा है। एआई डिसरप्शन, एनईपी रिफॉर्म, स्टार्टअप कल्चर, डिफेंस प्रिपेयर्डनेस, डीप टेक इनोवेशन और ग्लोबल कंपटीशन सब एक ही सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। आर वी प्रिपेयरिंग स्टूडेंट्स ओनली फॉर जॉब्स और फॉर हाई स्टेक लीडरशिप? Because the future professional is not just technically qualified, but mentally resilient, innovation ready, and capable of making decisions under pressure. और इसी इम्पॉर्टेंट कॉन्वर्सेशन के लिए हमारे साथ इस वक्त दो खास एक्सपर्ट्स हैं जो रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं टेक्नोलॉजी एंड हायर एजुकेशन स्ट्रैटेजी को। डॉक्टर अरविंद कुमार पांडे डायरेक्टर है एशेलॉन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी फरीदाबाद के, और प्रोफेसर भगवती प्रकाश शर्मा ग्रुप प्रेसिडेंट प्लानिंग एंड कंट्रोल पैसिफिक ग्रुप ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटीज़ उदयपुर। आप दोनों का स्वागत है, वार्म वेलकम टू बोथ ऑफ यू। डॉक्टर पांडे, अगर मैं आपसे शुरू करूँ, इंडस्ट्री तेज़ रफ्तार से टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ बदल रही है, लेकिन हमारे करिकुलम को बदलने में वक्त लगता है। What is the reality right now between industry and classroom preparedness and readiness? Is there a gap right now?
Definitely it is correct कि industry का जो technology requirement है, it is changing very fast, and there is a slow process regarding changes in syllabus of university as well as in institutions. It is reality, but there is also a kind of gap in our thinking process, because most of the curriculum that is designed by universities are fundamentally correct and are designed in correct direction to cope up with gap with respect to requirement of industry. But जो दिक्कत आ रही है वो ये कि we should focus on experiential learning actually. हम अगर experiential learning पे focus नहीं करेंगे तो definitely our syllabus in the term of theory and practical ज़्यादा गैप शो करेंगे विद रिस्पेक्ट टू इंडस्ट्री पर्सपेक्टिव। आई मीन टू से एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग से मेरा मतलब ये है कि आवर लेबोरेटरी शुड बी अ प्लेस ऑफ क्रिएशन। हम जो थ्योरी के साथ साथ जो लेबोरेटरी में हम स्टूडेंट को ट्रेन करते हैं, इट शुड बी प्लेस ऑफ क्रिएशन। एंड इन आवर टीचिंग लर्निंग प्रोसेस 3 domains should be focused. First, cognitive, second psychomotor, and the third is affective. We are missing actually psychomotor and affective type of teaching methodology.
Right.
If we focus on these two, affective and psychomotor, तो definitely क्या होगा कि we will not only follow verification of theorems in the lab, हम लोग क्या करेंगे, लैब को एक क्रिएशन सेंटर बनाएंगे, एंड देन सो दैट स्टूडेंट कैन सम डेवलप प्रोजेक्ट्स, सम दे कैन बी एबल टू सॉल्व सम प्रॉब्लम्स.
So we have to rethink the way we now approach
of teaching learning
right
process. And while teaching, we should have some perspective, purpose, that for what आउटकम स्टेटस वी आर गोइंग टू फ्रेम आउट स्टूडेंट्स. हमारा आउटकम क्या है उस पर फोकस करते हुए, क्योंकि उसके बाद हम असेसमेंट को भी डिफाइन करेंगे.
बिल्कुल. और इसी कॉन्वर्सेशन में मैं प्रोफेसर शर्मा को यहाँ लाना चाहूँगी. आप what should be the priority of a university to become a creator of solutions and not just a center of a degree?
Indeed, our universities have to solve the industry problems. They have to take the initiative. But what do I feel that in most of the state level universities, we have very outdated equipments. Hardly any university would be having 64 MB GB RAM computer. Then one cannot apply AI tools. And therefore, first of all, our universities have to be equipped with the latest tools. Say, for example, if we are teaching chemistry and if we do not have GLC or HPLC, then how can we prepare the students for the next gen technology? So that is one challenge. Another is normally for doctoral researches as well as in teaching, some more collaboration between university and industry must be there. For example, in the US or in Taiwan or in most of the places, they have government, industry, university roundtables.
Right.
And such roundtables are very frequent, that what are the industry needs and what the universities can perform for that. Similarly, universities can also go for contract research for the industry, etc. And therefore, I think if we have to move towards the Viksit Bharat, then we have to develop the latest technology. For example, we fall at 38th rank in the Global Innovations Index. So unless we improve our innovativeness, unless we improve quality of our doctoral researches, and another most important thing is, what do I feel in the field of technology? We have to think of techno-nationalism. Today, whatever we have been manufacturing, assembling or formulating, we need imported components. Even for specialty fertilizers, even for our most of the manufacturing, for most of our assembly lines. So somewhere we have to improve our technology for downstream value chain of original equipments. So in this regard, we need to undertake some very fundamental researches and quality researches, then only we can solve the industry problems.
Dr. Pandey, earlier in this conversation with Niti Ayog's Mr. Deepak Bagla, he said that innovations and the founders of innovations are coming from tier 2 and tier 3 India, so obviously the question is, how can the universities, especially the technical institutes, be more around entrepreneurial thinking rather than placement driven?
Yeah, जैसे मैंने भी कहा मैम कि there should be a kind of experiential learning in our procedure. तो अगर आपका स्टूडेंट एक इंजीनियरिंग पर्सपेक्टिव से मीन्स कि ही इज़ एन इंजीनियर और हर एक प्रॉब्लम को उस पर्सपेक्टिव से अगर वो देखता है, तो ईच एंड एवरी place of our life and society and nature will be a kind of problem statement for that student. कहने का मतलब ये कि engineer means what? That play with engine. That means engine means that is the system that can solve our problems. Engineer वो है जो हमारे problem को solve करता है. तो अगर हम किसी भी place पे हैं, we can get a kind of problem that should be solved by engineer. तो हम छोटे प्रॉब्लम्स को, रियल टाइम प्रॉब्लम्स को अगर स्टूडेंट के प्रोजेक्ट में एंड मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी प्रोजेक्ट्स करें और उन प्रोजेक्ट, जैसे मान लीजिए कि मैं एक रूरल एरिया में मेरा इंस्टीट्यूट है सपोज, एंड हमारे पास शॉपकीपर्स भी हैं आसपास, कुछ शॉप्स हैं, कुछ मेडिकल स्टोर्स हैं, कुछ काइंड ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर सिस्टम है. From there we can get some problem statement. उन problem statement को students मिलके अगर solve करते हैं and if they can give solution, तो वहाँ दो टाइप के motivations होंगे. First, student will solve some problem. Second, there will be a good problem statement. And third, वो student अगर problem को ठीक से solve कर लेता है, तो that student can be motivated to start his startup.
Right.
And a kind of entrepreneurship will be possible from the student. तो मैंने पहले भी बोला कि our lab and our fundamental part will be a kind of something to create and something kind of experiential learning. And इसमें एक और बात हमें तय करनी पड़ेगी कि beyond curriculum there should be a dynamic layer that should be connected with industry. और हमारे institutions.
But you see that change happening at you see that change happening.
Yeah.
You see that change in a university level?
Yeah,
at
there are change,
institute
but
level?
हम इसके साथ हम fundamentals को छोड़ रहे हैं at some places.
Okay.
We have to believe on fundamental syllabus and we should also focus on that. Because अगर उसको हम focus नहीं करेंगे तो adaptability in long term will be not possible.
Right.
Short term employability will be possible if we give training
But
to
for the
student.
long run, we really have to
Focus on fundamental as well as industry tie-up करें, and it is industry tie-up not for short time or not for short training.
Right.
It should be evolutionary partnership.
Right.
Means to evolve all the system, whole
But
the
there's a-
system.
Professor Sharma, what Dr. Pandey is saying, there's another reality to this aspect too, that AI potentially is transforming millions of jobs globally, you know. But there will be still some things which will be uniquely human, which can't be replaced. In next 10 years, what are those? What do you foresee?
But if we have to thrive in the next decade, AI is essential. Even for example in agriculture, Illinois University is conducting researches that when a farmer has sown his crop, what was the humidity and what was the temperature, what inputs he has added, now when his crop would ripen and what would be his yield. So right from agriculture to diagnostics, medical therapeutics, everywhere AI is being used. So even in case of our agriculture artisans also, for them also to design, redesign their products, etc., we would be requiring AI, and AI has to be applied everywhere. Actually, I am very much scared. We are 4th largest country in applying for the AI patents, but we are not anywhere even in the top 10 in getting the AI patents. So problem is we have to enhance our pace of working so that even for the primitive rural economy products also we shall need AI inputs to improve the quality and productivity.
AI is the future, but my question remains. What is that one unique human thing which will not change?
That is very essential. Say for example, still I consider India to be a developed nation. If we see our family relationships, if we see our value system, if we see our tradition to care for the elders,
right.
So that should be there. And in that regard, now AI would be replacing the jobs. Social entrepreneurship would be the
human
basis. And
angle
through
to it,
social entrepreneurship, we can cater the human values, our ethnic food, our ethnic music, our ethnic traditions, all these we can apply social entrepreneurship. And we are already having 90 crore people in the working age. So it is difficult to get job in the industry or even in agriculture. So we need social entrepreneurship to take the place.
That will remain human.
Yes.
And that human touch will be required. One last question, one quick answer from both of you. This question is for both of you. What is one competency that Indian youth now needs to have, which the textbooks can't teach them? Quickly, we just have...
Entrepreneurship.
Yours.
Same thing, entrepreneurship as well as perspective to be an engineer.
Wow.
Let me explain.
Right.
As I have said, we are having 90 crore working age population.
Yes.
CII has predicted that if every working age person can be engaged in some entrepreneurship, India can become a $40 trillion economy.
Wow.
So if we have to aspire to become that, we have to transform every passing out graduate into a vibrant
Don't
entrepreneur.
be job seeker, be a job creator. Well, that's the magic of the moment, and that's the phase India is in. Thank you so much for this conversation. Thank you so much.
Well, for years, technology was seen as the great equalizer in education. And of course, in many ways, it has expanded access dramatically. Students today can learn from institutions, they can learn from educators and platforms far beyond their physical geography. But access to technology itself remains uneven. Connectivity gaps, shared devices, and the digital divide and the digital fatigue, they continue to shape educational outcomes very differently across our country. So as classrooms become increasingly digital, how do we ensure technology reduces inequality instead of quietly reproducing it in new forms? Well, to take this conversation forward, we are pleased to have with us Dr. K.S. Venugopal Rao, Director, ICFI Business School, IBS, Dr. Anirudh Gupta, CEO, DCM Schools, also Professor Pradipta Kumar Nanda, Vice Chancellor, Shiksha O Anusandhan University, and also Ankur Malhotra, Founder, Director, Trinity, and Dr. Ajay K. Podar, Provost and COO, Om Sterling Global University. Thank you so much.
बहुत शुक्रिया परमेश्वर आपका। लंच हो चुका है। अब आप लोग ऐसे मत सोचिएगा कि अब पीछे बैठे होंगे और आप लोग सुनेंगे नहीं ध्यान से तो हम लोग आपको देख नहीं पाएंगे। प्लीज़ सुनिएगा, बहुत ख़ास मेहमान है, बहुत ख़ास कॉन्वर्सेशन है। तो आज शिक्षा सिर्फ क्लासरूम की 4 दीवारों तक सीमित नहीं रह सकती, क्योंकि सपने हर बच्चे के हैं, लेकिन मौके अभी भी बराबर नहीं हैं। ये एक बड़ी समस्या है। एक अच्छी शिक्षा किसी भी बच्चे को एक मजबूत शुरुआत देती है, लेकिन असली चुनौती तब शुरू होती है जब उसी क्वालिटी एजुकेशन को करोड़ों बच्चों तक एक साथ पहुंचाना हो, चाहे वो शहर में हो या गांव में, ऑनलाइन हो या ऑफलाइन। आज के इस पैनल में हम बात करेंगे उन एजुकेटर्स और एड्यूप्रेन्योर्स से जो सिर्फ पढ़ाने का तरीका नहीं बदल रहे, बल्कि शिक्षा तक पहुंच की पूरी तस्वीर बदलने की कोशिश करते हुए नजर आते हैं। क्योंकि अगर भारत को सच में विकसित बनना है तो क्वालिटी एजुकेशन और एक्सक्लूसिव नहीं, उसे एक्सेसिबल बनाना होगा। हमारे साथ बेहद खास मेहमान यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। डॉक्टर अनिरुद्ध गुप्ता हैं, CEO हैं DCM ग्रुप ऑफ स्कूल के। सर बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका। डॉक्टर KS वेणुगोपाल हैं, डायरेक्टर हैं ICFI बिजनेस स्कूल के। प्रोफेसर प्रदीप्ता कुमार नंदा है, वाइस चांसलर हैं शिक्षा और अनुसंधान यूनिवर्सिटी के। अंकुर मल्होत्रा साहब हैं, फाउंडर डायरेक्टर हैं त्रिनिति के। डॉक्टर अजय पोद्दार हैं, प्रोवोस्ट एंड CEO ओम स्टर्लिंग ग्लोबल यूनिवर्सिटी के। डॉक्टर अनिरुद्ध, आपसे मैं शुरुआत करने जा रही हूँ। सबसे पहले यहाँ पर आज बड़े स्कूल नेटवर्क्स की अगर बात करें तो क्वालिटी एजुकेशन को स्केल करना सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज एक होता हुआ यहाँ पर नज़र आ रहा है। ऐसे में स्कूल्स ट्रेडिशनल सिस्टम से बाहर निकलकर बच्चों को ज़्यादा पर्सनलाइज्ड और प्रैक्टिकल लर्निंग कैसे दे सकते हैं? आपका एक लंबा अनुभव रहा है, सबसे पुराने जो एस्टेब्लिशमेंट्स हैं उसमें से एक आप हैं, तो एक बहुत बड़ा अनुभव है आपका।
Thank you so much. Firstly, I'd like to set the context, and which we all also need to understand, that we are the largest K-12 system in the world. India is the largest K-12 system in the world. We have almost 1.5 million schools, 14.69 lakh to be precise. We have 260 million school goers. And if I include the university college students also, I think the number goes up to 43%. Every 5th youth in the world today is an Indian. And we are not just the largest school system, we are the most diverse also. From schools being run by the corporate to the charitable organizations, school operating out of couple of rooms to school being operated out of hundreds of acres. So largest and the most diverse. We have first-time learners sitting in the classroom. We have students from the affluent families. Also, the fact that we are in Industrial Revolution 4.0. It's an era of emerging technologies. It's an era of AI. We were listening in the previous session also. And AI is not something which is an option today. So also the fact that it's a VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. So in this fast evolving VUCA world, globalized society, change is the only constant. One size fits all will not work. Unfortunately, for the last almost 7 decades, till the time we had the new National Education Policy 2020, we have been working on standardized curriculum, standardized classrooms, standardized testing. Even the parameters of success had been standardized. Children had been evaluating just on the basis of their marks.
Right.
Anybody who could, have a better rote learning, better memorization, could reproduce better in the exams, could score more marks, was considered an intelligent child and awarded during the events. So this has to change. Fine. So if India has to become one of the third largest economy and eventually into the most thriving economy in the world, we have to understand that it has to start from the school system.
Right.
And also we have to understand that schooling and education are different processes. Fine. Whatever we teach the child in terms of curriculum from, say, a kindergarten to grade 12, a child is in a school for almost 15 years. So 15 साल जो भी बच्चे को पढ़ाया जाता है in terms of curriculum, in terms of syllabi, if we subtract from the child's personality at the end of those 15 years when the child is passing out from grade 12, whatever is left with the child is what education is. So we need to work on entrepreneurship, we need to make them self-directed, we need to work on their creativity, critical thinking. So change is the only constant and education change. Create jobs, no job providers, not job seekers. And that is why, thinking all these aspects in mind, we have set up India's first school of entrepreneurship in K-12 segment, which we named DCM Young Entrepreneur School. So I think if we have to evolve, like we have more number of doctorates in India than graduates in America, still our contribution to worldwide patent is less than 1%. We need to work on research, we need to work on innovation, and if we have to really realize the vision of India at 2047, what we are calling it Amrit Kal, it has to start from schools. And I'm happy that Government of India has ultimately come out after 32 years with a new document called NEP, and we have National Curriculum Framework also. So I mean, now things like entrepreneurship, things like artificial intelligence, financial literacy, which were never seen in the school earlier. So even legal literacy, we started entrepreneurship as early as. So if we evolve as a society, as a nation, we have to change the education system.
ये बहुत बड़ी बात आपने कही, और खासकर आपने जो इम्पोर्टेंट बात कही कि हमें जॉब सीकर्स नहीं, हमें जॉब प्रोवाइडर्स बनाने हैं, उस बात पर अगर हमारे एजुकेशन सिस्टम अगर पूरी तरह से ध्यान देने लग जाए, स्कूल के वक्त से ही अगर उस बात को ध्यान में रखा जाए, तो शायद तस्वीर पूरी तरह से बदलती हुई नजर आएगी। अंकुर सर, आपके पास मैं आना चाहूंगी। यहाँ पर करियर गाइडेंस की अगर जब बात की जाती है, तो आज भी हम देखते हैं कि छोटे शहरों के कई बच्चे ऐसे हैं जिनके लिए ये लग्जरी जैसा हुआ। अगर हम इस पे टियर 2, टियर 3 शहरों की बात करें, तो उन तक ये बड़े स्तर पर कैसे पहुंचाया जा सकता है?
ये बहुत ही एक इम्पोर्टेंट बात आपने कह दी है, दैट इन आवर कंट्री, आई हैव माई सेल्फ हैव ट्रैवल्ड द ब्रेड्थ एंड length of the country and visited all these tier 2, tier 3 towns, Ludhiana, Jalandhar, Dehradun, so many of them. और what we have found out is कि ऐसा नहीं है कि talent की कोई कमी है, ऐसा नहीं है कि वहाँ के बच्चे कुछ करना नहीं चाहते हैं. They are very, very curious. What is lacking is exposure, and what is lacking is the systems. So exposure का मतलब ये है, जैसे कि हम Trinity जो मेरी कंपनी है, we try to organize a lot of literary festivals, education conclaves, HR conclaves, जो अक्सर बड़े शहरों में ही होते हैं. Anirudh ji हमारे साथ बैठे हैं, Darcy and Brown के chairman, and he's organizing a lot of such events. And similarly, there are a section of progressive entrepreneurs who are doing it, but only 10% of them. 90% are not doing. और हमें यही दिक्कत आती है जब हम एक बहुत अच्छे स्कूल ओनर के पास जाते हैं, तो वो अक्सर इस चीज़ के लिए ओपन माइंडेड नहीं होता है कि मेरे शहर में, छोटा शहर है जी, यहाँ कौन सुनने आएगा, कौन बात करेगा. ये एनडीटीवी जैसे कॉन्क्लेव्स तो बड़े बड़े शहरों में होते हैं, तो ये दिक्कत हमें आती है. और दूसरा जो एक एस्पेक्ट है, इसमें सिस्टम्स का एस्पेक्ट है कि स्कूल ओनर्स, काउंसलर्स और जितने भी एसोसिएट्स हैं, उनको इकट्ठे मिल के काम करना पड़ता है. करियर काउंसलिंग सिर्फ एक दिन का खेल नहीं है कि क्लास 12th में आए, करियर काउंसलिंग सेमिनार हुआ और खत्म. करियर काउंसलिंग एक बहुत ही it's basically should start at ground zero. It should start early as class 5th or 6th, and the student should be able to discover कि उसका real talent है क्या. जब तक स्टूडेंट अपना रियल टैलेंट डिस्कवर करता है तब तक बहुत देर हो जाती है. तो दैट इज वेयर वी शुड लुक एट एंड दैट इज व्हाट माय सजेशन इज.
बहुत महत्वपूर्ण पॉइंट आपने भी यहाँ पर रखा कि 5th या 6th क्लास से ही एक समझ में आना चाहिए कि बच्चे का फोकस किस पर है, बच्चा किस में अच्छा है, तो उसके हिसाब से उसमें आगे बढ़ा जाए. डॉक्टर के एस वेणुगोपाल, मैं आपके पास यहाँ पर आऊँगी. बिजनेस स्कूल ज़्यादातर छात्रों तक अगर हम पहुँचने की बात करते हैं तो हाइब्रिड या डिजिटल लर्निंग को वो अपनाते हुए नजर आते हैं, लेकिन ऐसे में लीडरशिप, टीम वर्क और कम्युनिकेशन जैसे जो ह्यूमन स्किल्स हैं उनको फिर कैसे बचाया जाए?
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you for having me on this show. We are now 30 years old now. ICFI as a group is 30 years old.
बिल्कुल.
And over the years we have produced close to about 80,000 alumni who are in different parts of the world. And this has been possible because the vision of our founder way back in 1995 was to democratize education. Let us all realize that it was not easy in those days when this was a risk that the founder took. That if there is a need for this country to develop, way back in 1995, he had this vision that we need to have a network of schools and colleges in this country which will reach out to every nook and corner and provide quality access to students at a price which is affordable. Today I am very proud to be part of a system where we have 11 universities and 9 business schools which have an annual intake of about 10,000 students. And we have been consistently doing good on enrollments largely because we have been able to deliver on outcomes. And this is possible because first we developed the soft resources, which is the content. And today, thanks to this, our content is not only accessible, it is also equitable and it also has equality. So sitting in Hyderabad, today I reach out to more than 5,000 students in the distance and online mode, and they can be anywhere in the world where we have created content which will be accessible to somebody sitting in Patna, somebody sitting in Trichy and somebody sitting in London. How is this possible now? This is possible because we have mastered the art of content creation. Now the question that you posed was, in person if you don't have classes, how do you develop on soft skills?
Right.
How do you develop on other core scholastic skills? So what we do is we just don't leave the student or the learner to fend for himself. This is not a learn as you want. We generally we will insist on students attending classes, and these are done at a weekly level, and faculty members do meet the online learners from time to time. And the kind of hybrid learning solutions that are given to them, whether it is a simulation, whether it is a case study, whether it is a project, students have to be taking part in groups. And when they do that in groups in both asynchronous and synchronous manner, automatically we observe that their soft skills such as leadership,
Investments in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
and today it is possible that we can scale. The topic of, the theme of this convention also was, how do you build scale now?
Right.
With almost 3 lakh MBA graduates coming out, close to 1 million BBA graduates coming out of colleges, are they really needed by industry? Will industry really hire them? These are the critical questions that I think we are responding to.
Bilkul.
And whether it is AI or technology or analytics, our courses now are embedded deep into technology. And we believe that at ICFI, we are developing what is called as a T-shaped professional now. The horizontal of the T representing the general skills and the vertical of the T representing the technical stack. In every domain that the student joins us, he will go through the technical stack, which is 40%, and the remaining 60% will be his content, which is going to be the general content now. So are we ready for the future? Yes, we are ready for the future. And we are aiming at 2030, 2032 for the jobs that we don't know. But we are more than gung-ho about it. that our students will be ready to take
ये
up.
बातें आप लोगों की बहुत उम्मीद भी जगाती हैं जब हम लोग सुन रहे हैं ये बातें कि आप लोग किस तरह से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, क्योंकि चुनौतियां आजकल वाकई में बहुत ज़्यादा हैं। प्रोफेसर प्रदीप्ता कुमार, आपके पास मैं आना चाहूँगी यहाँ पर। जब यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में हज़ारों छात्र होते हैं तो लर्निंग का तरीका जो है वो थोड़ा सा मैकेनिकल टाइप हो जाता है, जैसे बड़े स्केल पर एजुकेशन को ह्यूमन टच और एम्पैथेटिक कैसे बनाया जाए, इस पर कैसे काम किया जा सकता है? क्योंकि हम देखते हैं कि संख्या इतनी ज़्यादा होती है, स्टूडेंट्स जब बैठे होते हैं तो आसान नहीं होता कि एक ह्यूमन टच के साथ पढ़ाया जाए, क्योंकि कोर्स कंप्लीट करने का एक दबाव, एक प्रेशर भी होता है।
Thank you. So this is a problem with the university having large number of students.
जी.
The students when get admitted to a university, actually he thinks I am into a great system, but I must be personally valued. So for that we have to divide the groups into small groups. The classroom size should be small, and also the kind of the department also should have small cohorts addressing in a particular area. We should also have kind of research and all also should be there. Faculty mentoring. Those are the things which will give us a touch to the student. And besides, we will create the innovation lab, tinkering labs, and all different clubs, and also the kind of the learning space for the students where there is a small group to interact. So faculty should not be actually considered as a content just
so
to
you are
deliver.
making small groups for interaction.
Groups, and faculty should not be considered as a just content delivery of the content, but beyond that.
Okay.
Because faculty mentorship for the tinkering concept, for the idea lab concepts, for the entrepreneurship concepts, there should be small groups, and there should be peer learning groups should happen in a university. I mean to say the senior students should interact with the juniors, or among themselves the peers they should learn themselves. And the interdisciplinary approach is one of the approach which will help us to make the student feel the personal touch among the different other peers. Like we are a multidisciplinary university having diverse disciplines, and we have introduced the discipline of one discipline, say suppose engineering student working with agriculture for a smart agriculture, working with veterinary for the AI solutions. So that gives a feeling that I am not neglected. The students has a space to grow and has a space to also create himself or herself.
बिल्कुल, आजकल क्योंकि मेंटल प्रेशर जिस तरह का है उसको भी एड्रेस किया जाना बहुत ज़रूरी है। डॉक्टर अजय के पोदार, आपसे मैं अब सवाल लूँगी। रीजनल यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के छात्रों को जब मेट्रो सिटीज़ जैसी इंडस्ट्री रेडी स्किल्स चाहिए, तो आप यूनिवर्सिटी टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से प्रैक्टिकल स्किल ट्रेनिंग को बड़े स्तर पर कैसे पहुँचाते हुए देखते हैं? क्योंकि वहाँ पर जब हम जाते हैं तो रीजनल यूनिवर्सिटी का स्तर, अगर हम मेट्रो शहरों से बात करें तो वो भी अलग होता है। वो जिस तरह के स्कूलों से पढ़कर आए होते हैं वो शिक्षा भी अलग होती है, तो उनकी चुनौती तो डबल हो जाती है।
आपने बिल्कुल ठीक बात कही। बेसिकली करीब 2 दशकों से हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी रीजनल परिवेश जहाँ पर हिसार से है, और ये सारी चीज़ें मैं खुद एक्सपीरियंस करता हूँ कि स्टूडेंट्स जो कि उस परिवेश से आ रहे हैं और जो मेट्रो सिटी से आ रहे हैं, इवन कुछ स्टूडेंट्स मेट्रो सिटी से और बाहर देशों से भी आते हैं यूनिवर्सिटी में। तो अंतर क्या आता है? देखिए, अंतर क्या आता है कि वो स्टूडेंट्स टेक्नोलॉजी जानते हैं, लेकिन उनका जो सामाजिक परिवेश है, उनका जो पेरेंट्स हैं या उनका जो सर्कल है, वो उनको उस टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ आगे बढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित नहीं कर पा रहा है। अब पिछले सेशन में हमने पाया कि किसी पैनलिस्ट ने बताया कि हमारे देश में कोई 80% आबादी स्मार्टफोन्स यूज़ करती है। अब जो 20% आबादी नहीं यूज़ कर पा रही है, वो आबादी कहाँ है? क्या वो सभी रीजनल स्टेट्स में है, रीजनल इलाकों में है? मेरे ख्याल से कहीं हद तक ये बात सकते हैं। और अगर आप देखेंगे कि कनेक्टिविटी, सबसे पहले तो ये जो हमारा पैनल है, इसमें हम बात ही इक्वलिटी और इक्विटी की कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल।
अगर हम इसको एक एग्जाम्पल से समझें कि एक पूरे समुदाय को हमने लैपटॉप दिए, लेकिन कुछ बच्चों को कनेक्टिविटी बहुत अच्छी मिल रही है, किसी को नहीं मिल पा रही, तो ये इक्विटी का सवाल आ जाता है। और यही चीज़ रीजनल बेस में भी आती है। जहाँ तक मुझे लगता है कि किस तरीके से हम रीजनल बेसिस पे इन चीज़ों को पहुँचा सकते हैं, डेफिनेटली एआई डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म का हम यूटिलाइजेशन कर सकते हैं। हम कुछ आईआईटी या कुछ बड़े इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं उनके साथ टाई अप करके उनकी क्लासेस डायरेक्ट अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन में अवेलेबल करा सकते हैं। इसके साथ ही फ्लिप क्लासरूम टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है
जी।
जिसमें कि लेक्चर्स को रिकॉर्ड किया जाता है एंड देन दैट रिकॉर्डेड वर्जन इज अवेलेबल टू द स्टूडेंट्स टू लुक इनटू इट।
डॉक्टर पोद्दार, यहाँ पर मैं आपसे एक सवाल और पूछना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि जब आप रीजनल यूनिवर्सिटी की हम बात करते हैं, ग्रामीण परिवेश से ये लोग आते हैं, तो ऐसे में कई बार हम ये भी देखते हैं कि जो किसानों के बच्चे हैं वो यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कोई ऐसा वक्त भी आता है जब वहाँ फसल का वक्त आया है, बच्चों की ज़रूरत वहाँ पर है और यहाँ पर उनकी क्लासेस चल रही हैं, तो हो सकता है कि वो उनके लिए प्रायोरिटी हो, वो वहाँ पर पहले पहुँचाए जाते हैं। तो ऐसे में क्या उनके लिए भी कुछ किया जा सकता है?
आपने बहुत ही एक अहम सवाल उठाया है। जिस परिवेश में और जिस कंट्री में हम हैं, जहाँ पर कि एग्रीकल्चर को एक प्रधान पैसा समझा जाता है, वहाँ पर हमारे बहुत सारे बच्चे ऐसे हैं जो कि अपने हाउस होल्ड की हेल्प करते हैं। वे चाहे एक छोटा यूनिट हो, छोटी दुकान हो या उनके अपने खेत खलिहान हो। ऐसा कई बार देखा गया है यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में कि जब हार्वेस्टिंग का टाइम आता है तो ये बच्चे अपनी फैमिलीज़ को सपोर्ट करने के लिए बाध्य होते हैं। अगर वे उस वक्त वो नहीं करेंगे तो क्योंकि उनका अनिवार्यता है वहाँ पर जाना। और अगर ऐसे में एक बड़ा ही कंट्रोवर्शियल सा इशू आता है अटेंडेंस का। देखिए, अटेंडेंस, क्या हम इस बात के लिए आगे बढ़ सकते हैं कि अटेंडेंस जैसा विषय जहाँ पर कि हम कहते हैं डिसिप्लिन है, 75% अटेंडेंस, 80% अटेंडेंस इज मस्ट, लेकिन हमने पाया है कि ऐसे बहुत से बच्चे हैं, एआई है हमारे पास, डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, क्या हम इससे परे हटकर कुछ बात कर सकते हैं? क्या हम उन स्टूडेंट्स को ये कन्वीनियंस दे सकते हैं कि उनके पास भी ये सारी चीज़ें अवेलेबल रहेंगी और वो कुछ दिन जाकर के अपने फैमिलीज पैसे को संभाल सके?
जी।
मुझे लगता है कि शायद यहाँ पर हमें यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को, सभी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के पैनलिस्ट हैं, हमें कंपटीशन ना होकर एक कोऑर्डिनेशन रखना चाहिए। हम क्या कर सकते हैं कि डिजिटल जहाँ जहाँ पर भी कुछ डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं वहाँ पर हम एक सैटेलाइट डिजिटल सेंटर खोल सकते हैं। वहाँ उन बच्चों को बेसिक फैसिलिटीज अवेलेबल करा सकते हैं ताकि ऐसे समय पे वे बच्चे अपने घर के पास ही उन नॉलेज को, उन स्किल्स को प्राप्त कर सके।
बिल्कुल, ये बहुत अच्छी पहल है आपकी तरफ से जो आपने सलाह दी। अगर इसको माना जाए तो बहुत बच्चों को इसका फायदा पहुंचेगा। डॉक्टर अनिरुद्ध, कई टीचर्स नई टेक्नोलॉजी को एक्स्ट्रा बर्डन मानते हैं, हम अक्सर देखते हैं, तो ट्रेडिशनल टीचर्स को डिजिटल टूल के साथ कंफर्टेबली काम करने के लिए कैसे तैयार किया जा रहा है?
I think this is very important. Generally what happens, we are expecting teachers to deliver things what they have not been trained for.
जी।
उनकी उस चीज़ पे ट्रेनिंग ही नहीं हुई what we are expecting them to deliver in the classroom. So around 10 years back in 2016, we created a vision of digitize or perish. Earlier we used to say industrialize or perish. So we changed that norm to digitize or perish. We created an ecosystem where, you know, whether you are teaching English or maths or science or whatever, or you might be into sports, it became mandatory for every teacher to become digitally literate. So we started working on digital literacy in 2016 at DCM group of schools. We are the last schools, by the way, on the Indian side of the border, but we have been pioneer in so many things. So when COVID struck in 2020, March 23, if I remember, so within 5 days, we were totally online. All our teachers were equipped how to upload videos, how to do proctored assessments. So I think if we kind of work on the rational and logic and make them understand that, transformation, change is the need of the hour, and technology is not a replacement, it is a tool. And teachers also have to understand they are not the, sage on the stage anymore. They have to be friend by the side. Their job is to facilitate. The entire information is there on Google in so many open resources. So how to channelize that information, and especially the kind of area we are operating, there can be a need for virtual education anytime. There are excessive summer conditions. As of now, the government declares holidays. So how do we keep up? As such, the number of working days in a school are 180. Fine, if we take out all these, like unwarranted holidays, and we will not be able to do justice with their education. So flip model of learning, virtual learning, hybrid learning. So this is the need of the hour. So teachers understand it when they learn from each other. So you have to create an ecosystem where they are not scared of technology, but they embrace technology. And instead of
आपको लगता है कि
percolating,
ऐसा इकोसिस्टम बनना पॉसिबल है?
बिल्कुल पॉसिबल है. We already done it, जी. And we also started a program called BYOD, Bring Your Own Device, where every teacher brings a laptop or a tab or a gadget to the classrooms. And I mean, everybody, as I said, also we make them understand that, teaching is a kind of a double-edged weapon. We should not over-digitize. Fine, we have to implement technology in a phased way. It has to get embedded into the system, in the curriculum. It should not be something which is forced upon. And not only for the teachers, but for all the stakeholders. We conduct special workshop for the parents also, because every information, the entire communication between the school and the parents and, to the society, to the community, is in a form of the e-newsletters, digital platforms. So we devised a special programs. We're working on a lot of initiatives where technology is a natural choice, not something what is being forced
बहुत
upon.
बेहतरीन ये बात आपने कही मल्होत्रा सर. इसी बात को अगर हम आगे बढ़ाएं, टेक्नोलॉजी की बात गुप्ता साहब यहाँ पर कर रहे हैं, क्या टेक्नोलॉजी ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बना सकती है जहाँ भारत के किसी भी कोने में बैठा स्टूडेंट जो है वो पर्सनलाइज करियर गाइडेंस पा सके?
एब्सोल्युटली राइटली सेड. और आंसर जो है ये हमारी सारी डिस्कशन का 70% टेक्नोलॉजी में ही रखा हुआ है. एंड डेफिनेटली टेक्नोलॉजी गिव्स अस अ वंडरफुल अपॉर्चुनिटी टू ब्रिज दिस गैप, राइट. बट टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ साथ एम्पैथी भी बहुत ज़रूरी है. Technology will not replace the human beings, as बहुत लोग, many people think here that technology is going to replace the human beings. Rather, technology can amplify the human connection. That is what we think. We have millions of students all across, और वहाँ पे physical centers पहुँचाना is not at all possible. So that is where, our digitization is coming into the picture and digital platforms. So when we talk of digital platforms, हम उसमें देखते हैं कि कौन सी, which are the three things which are really important. One is intelligent technology, one is credible mentorship, and one is community. So technology, as यहाँ पे विक्रम सिंह जी ने बोला previous discussion में, the examination systems and the grades and all, technology can really come in very handy, which is very, very good. Secondly, AI has come into the picture, so उसको और भी boost मिल गया है. But the third thing is the most important, that is the real world exposure, the real interactions with people, जो अभी हम कर रहे हैं यहाँ बैठे हुए इस हॉल में. लास्ट ईयर हमने अमन गुप्ता, गजल अलग, द टू शार्क टैंक्स को बुलाया, और हमने देखा कि उनका जो इम्पैक्ट हुआ बच्चों के ऊपर वो कहीं ज़्यादा था देन अबाउट 10-15 वर्कशॉप्स दैट वी डू ऑन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप. तो जब एक्चुअली में रियल वर्ल्ड हीरोज़ को आप मिलते हो तो उसका जो इम्पैक्ट होता है बच्चे के माइंड में वो कहीं ज़्यादा होता है, रादर देन डूइंग द सेम वर्कशॉप्स ओवर एंड ओवर अगेन. So this is an observation which we made. And besides that, scalability in India must also account for diversity. Chandigarh में, इंदौर में, जयपुर में, देहरादून में अलग-अलग माहौल हैं. It's not the same. India is a very, very diverse country. So हमें ये ध्यान में रखना है कि our country is a highly, highly complex. It is like 20 nations put together. So उस चीज़ को हमें ध्यान में रखना है. तो जो भी हम टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप कर रहे हैं, it has to be take into account this diversity. और इसके अलावा जो what I would like to say is that the digital platforms of the future therefore should become deeply adaptive, multilingual, accessible, and also last but not the least emotionally intelligent. और 100 बातों की एक बात है कि then when we are teaching career guidance और इन सब चीज़ों की हम बात करते हैं, what is most important is not just कि हमने कौन से profession में कौन से बच्चे को डालना है. What is really important is जो बच्चा स्कूल से आ रहा है क्या उसकी वैल्यूज़ ठीक हैं, क्या उसकी लाइफ स्किल्स ठीक हैं, क्या वो लाइफ की कोई सिचुएशन को टैकल कर सकेगा. दैट इज इवन मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट than choosing the right profession. That has to be the basis of our discussion.
बिल्कुल.
Thank you.
मेरे पास वक्त इतना ही, वक्त अब पूरा हो चुका है. मैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया करूंगी आप सभी का. और आज हमने इसी मुद्दे पर यहाँ पर बात करने की कोशिश की कि जब शुरुआत में बच्चा स्कूल जा रहा है, थोड़ा आगे बढ़ रहा है, हायर एजुकेशन की तरफ जा रहा है, कैसे कहाँ पर कमियां हैं, किन गैप्स को भरा जा सकता है और बच्चों की शिक्षा को और बेहतर यहाँ पर बनाया जा सकता है. आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया.
मंडे आइएगा सब पेपर्स के साथ।
सारे पेपर्स हैं सर। How can I avoid multiple bank visits for my home loan?
One criticism of Indian schooling has persisted across generations. Too much memorization, too little emphasis on critical thinking. But today, curriculum reforms and competency-based learning models, they are attempting to shift that culture. So what does meaningful curriculum reform actually look like in practice? Well, we will be focusing on all that and more. Another thing that this brings us to, no other conversation as far as education is concerned today produces more anxiety inside Indian homes. Whether it's, no matter where you come from, career choices, that remains a big topic. Many parents are confronting a difficult reality too, because the entire landscape is changing, pathways are changing, the job market is changing, we've got artificial intelligence that's come in as well. How do families navigate ambition without becoming overwhelmed by it? Well, our next panel will focus on this with Abhinav Nath, founder and CEO, Next Track Consulting, Revan Soni, COO, Athena Education, Alisha Mashruwala Daswani, CEO and co-founder of OnCourse Vantage Private Limited, and Kunal Mehra, Regional Director, MENA and India CEO, Crimson Education. They join my colleague Sikta Deo to delve deeper.
Welcome to this very important conversation, perhaps one of the most relevant conversations for Indian families today. India's education system is changing rapidly. The new education policy promises flexibility, skill-based education and freedom of choice. But for many students and parents, more choice has also meant more confusion. As a mother of a class 9 student myself, I'm personally navigating the same questions millions of Indian parents are asking today. What choices will truly prepare our children for the future? Because today's students are not growing up in a world we grew up in. A child entering class 9 today is looking at career that probably did not even exist 10 years ago. AI ethics, climate policy, gaming, creators economy, sports analytics, space technology and entrepreneurship. At the same time, the pressure has multiplied. Boards, CUET, JEE, SATs, social media comparison, coaching culture, LinkedIn achievement at 16. Students today are carrying enormous anxiety silently. And this is why this discussion matters. Let me introduce our distinguished panel. We are joined by Abhinav Nath, founder and CEO, Next Track Consulting, Revan Soni, CEO, Athena Education, Ms. Alisha Mashruwala Daswani, CEO and co-founder on OnCourse Vantage Private Limited, Kunal Mehra, Regional Director, MENA and India CEO, Crimson Education. A warm welcome to all four of you. Abhinav, let me begin with you. NEP promises flexibility, multidiscipline, but at the same time, our children are forced into rigid systems with the subjects they're taking, the course they're taking up. Are our schools truly ready for this? And are we giving the freedom without much guidance right now? What do you feel?
Great question and a hard one to answer. But I think broadly, yes. I think a lot of the students that we work with, we've seen, especially in the CBSE, ISC curriculums at the high school level, just the sheer choice that they have now, the flexibility of having a physics, but then also having an economics, having a commerce subject, that didn't exist, before NEP. And I think that flexibility definitely I've noticed with a lot of students has given them the freedom to say, today that I want to do a biology, but I also want to do sociology, which is not something they could do before. So I think at the high school level, yes, that difference is there. To answer the second part of that, which is are students equipped to, are schools equipped to give that guidance and knowledge on what the benefit of it can be, I think it's slowly getting there. I think some schools are doing that more than others, but everyone is playing catch up. So I think it's one of those things that you can introduce a policy and then everyone adapts to it and catches up to it, versus if you try and add these policies internally at school, I think that's a harder thing to get to. So I think the policy coming in has definitely pushed schools to start thinking about what they can do to get there. So yes, I have seen a difference, and I think at the university level also, with multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, I think the panel before was also touching on this. That's been a huge change, because I personally am a big believer that T-shape education that we were talking about, broader skill sets and then going deeper into a technical skill, I think it pays off dividends. So yes, it's getting there. I think it will be a slow process.
So as a mother of 9th grader, it's heartening to hear this, and thank you so much for taking this question. But Revant, I want to come to you now. How do you address the deep parental anxiety and the student confusion? What's the midway where a student takes a course which is meaningful or spreads his or her wings in multiple parts? What do you suggest?
Yeah. No, absolutely. Look, I think the first part to understand is, parental anxiety is coming from the plethora of choices that we just spoke about. And the solution to this is not, putting more on the platter, but figuring out a way to, the pathway to get to the solution. What we mean by that is help students discover what their purpose is. They want to figure out, what we call their ikigai in some manner. What are you good at, buddy? What do you really love doing? What does the world need today? And what can you get paid for? At the intersection of this lies the answer that we are looking for, right? So it's not about, hey, let us solve 100 different problems of course selection, school selection, what exam to give, and so forth. First, let's find out what are you really driven by. And once we answer that question, the other questions get answered themselves. And that also reduces a lot of parental anxiety when the child, steps up and says, hey, this is what I want to really do. And this is what we are increasingly seeing. 9th graders, 10th graders step up and be like, hey, this is what I want to do. I am so sure about it. Help me do it. And that makes it so much easier.
So Alicia, having chosen our course, the next question is, how does a student build his or her profile, which is unique to him or her, rather than following the cookie cutter trend and looking like each other?
Yeah, I've always believed the key word here is authenticity, because I think it's very important, especially when you are applying to universities, whether it's the newer universities in India or abroad, they're all looking for that one spike factor. So having like a, resume that sort of tries to check mark all those boxes, that's not really going to work for you anymore. I think it's more important to actually from a younger age, like Revant said, in 9th grade, figure out, okay, this is what I really want to do, and really focus on a lot more depth, and then try and build your story around that, because by the end of it, you want your application to be the one that's remembered at 11 p.m. at night when an admissions officer is going to sleep, not one that, just sort of checks those boxes again.
Right. Kunal, AI is transforming every one of us globally, even our industries, even our jobs, but that transformation is not coming across as quickly as it should in our curriculum, in our school framework. Many career students are preparing for today may not exist 10 years later. So what do we do as a parent, as a student? I'm worried too.
I was hoping the AI question didn't come to me. So much talk about AI now. I think we're getting tired of hearing about AI. Of course, it's here to stay, but none of us in this room can really predict what 10 years would look like, right? None of us can predict what AI will be capable of doing. I mean, you can read science fiction and take your guess. But I think we can draw some solace from how the last 20 years have been, in the sense that every era has seen some new technology coming in and being presented as this will disrupt the world, right? It was machine learning and data science back then. 30, 40 years ago, it was computers by itself, right? So I think what we forget is the role of education also to help people become a lot more grounded in the foundational skills that we're expecting them to have, right? A lot of times our conversation in education becomes very oriented towards professions, jobs, skills that are transferable in a job. And I think we have to give it to our kids that they will learn this in time. And their learning is not just restricted to what's happening in school.
They're smarter than us.
Absolutely. Every generation is smarter than the one before. I have kids who, my own kids know more than I do. My 10-year-old can probably do more on a computer than I can. So the point here is that I think as schools, we need to focus on the fundamentals, the foundation, whether it's critical thinking, writing. A lot of us will think writing is going to go away because AI, everyone's going to write with a chat GPT or an LLM model. But I think writing is going to be a fundamental skill that's probably going to differentiate people who can write and who can sort of, make an impact through their words versus people who are going to run to a LLM model just to reply an email, right? There's so many fundamental skills that I think we keep forgetting about in the whole garb of trying to figure out what are those technical skills we need to impart to our kids. I think the time for talking about technical skills comes much later in life for most kids, if you're talking about school education. I think schools should go back to the basics and focus on building that foundation level sort of...
Make them stronger at the foundation level. And
a place where they can actually explore multiple subjects. That's the only time in your life where you kind of get a free rein to experiment with psychology, sociology, biology, economics, all at the same time. Or painting or art or music or whatever, right? I think that's what the focus should be. And the desire to learn, the ability to learn. I think those are the things school can focus on, and that would help us and our kids stay in good stead for years to come, whether there's a new model, LLM model, or a new technology that comes through.
We're talking about smart kids. Some smart kids have joined us as a live audience in this room, and they have a lot of questions for all four of you. Please raise your hands and ask your questions, please. Yes. Can the mic reach them?
हेलो मैम, जैसा कि सर ने अभी फंडामेंटल स्किल्स की बात करी और अभी पहले भी जो पैनल्स आए थे उन्होंने बात करी थी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की और बात करी थी कि जो यूथ है, जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, जो अब कॉलेजेस में आ रहे हैं या फिर वहाँ से निकल रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं उनको जॉब सीकर्स नहीं बनना चाहिए बल्कि जॉब गिवर्स बनना चाहिए. बट अगर हम लोग इसको बहुत ज़्यादा आगे लेकर के चलें और बहुत इस पर एक ध्यान देकर देखें तो जो हमारे समाज में लाइक डॉक्टर्स हैं, जजेस हैं, सोशल वर्कर्स हैं, इनको ये जो समाज की बैकबोन है, अगर हम सिर्फ यही बोलेंगे कि हम जॉब सीकर्स ना बने, जॉब गिवर्स बने, तो अगर टीचर्स की बात करें तो क्या अगर ये जॉब सीकर्स हैं, कहीं ना कहीं ये जॉब लेने ही जाते हैं, तो ये भी बैकबोन है. तो एक कंट्री जहाँ पर 140 करोड़ से ज़्यादा की आबादी है, वहाँ पर जॉब सीकर्स की भी ज़रूरत है, जॉब गिवर्स की भी ज़रूरत है. तो कहीं ना कहीं अगर हम लोग बार बार यही चीज़ बोलेंगे, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप बहुत अच्छी है, देश को आगे बढ़ाएगी, पर अगर हम बार बार ये बोलेंगे कि हाँ जॉब सीकर्स नहीं बल्कि जॉब गिवर्स बनिए, तो
सवाल क्या आपका?
मैं यही सवाल मेरा है कि यूथ का इंक्लाइनेशन कहीं ना कहीं इससे सिर्फ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की तरफ चला जाएगा और वो डॉक्टर्स, जजेस और जो बोलते हैं सोशल वर्कर्स नहीं बनेंगे.
चलिए अगला सवाल जी.
थैंक यू.
छोटा छोटा सवाल रखिए ताकि हम सबको इंक्लूड कर पाएं.
ये सवाल है कि हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम अगर हम देखते हैं एंशिएंट टाइम से और अगर ग्रीक सिस्टम देखते हैं और इंडिया का भी, दोनों का था कि डायलॉजिक मोड ऑफ एजुकेशन. डायलॉजिक मतलब वन वे नहीं था, टू वे था. आफ्टर मैकॉले हमने देखा कि वन वे हो चुका है. इवन आफ्टर इंडिपेंडेंस ऑफ इंडिया, आफ्टर दैट हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम ओनली वन वे रहा है और उसको बोलते हैं बैंकिंग मोड ऑफ एजुकेशन. तो बैंकिंग मोड ऑफ एजुकेशन क्या, जस्ट रोट लर्निंग करो और बुक्स एग्जाम पास करो.
But things are changing right now. With the new NEP, the things are changing.
NEP has a really great things, really appreciable, and I really appreciate that we should focus on the dialogic and also critical consciousness should be there.
अगला सवाल. Next question, please.
Hi. I myself am a career counselor based in Delhi. My name is Dr. Tapsi Malhotra. My question to all of you is, जितने भी स्टूडेंट्स दिल्ली एनसीआर जैसे अच्छी जगहों पे रहते हैं, दे कैन इजीली गेट करियर काउंसलिंग वाया स्कूलिंग और वाया प्राइवेट काउंसलर्स और एनीबडी एल्स. फॉर मी ऑल्सो, जो रूरल में बच्चे रह रहे हैं उनके लिए करियर काउंसलिंग एक बहुत बड़ा प्रिविलेज है आज के टाइम पे भी. उन बच्चों को अगर करियर काउंसलिंग लेनी हो तो वो कहाँ जाएं?
So you want to take that question?
Sure. So I think the internet has opened up opportunities for people living in Tier 2 India, Tier 3 India, or rural villages to be able to benefit from it. All of us here run organizations which are fairly, completely online, and I work with kids who come from places, Tier 2 cities, Tier 3 cities, and a lot of them now have an understanding of what, they need or have access to resources. So I think the internet has definitely opened up. I think as a factor of this area of work becoming more popular, which is counseling, we will see over time this percolating downwards to Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. I'm sure, just like you, there are counselors now coming up in smaller cities.
Right.
It will take time. I don't think it's going to happen immediately. There are lots of organizations working at the grassroots. But till then, I think everyone here, whether they're whichever country, city they're from, they have access to the internet, and I think that allows them to be at the same, footing, level playing field, if you want to call it, as a kid sitting here in Delhi or Bombay or wherever. And actually, just to last point, I've seen this year a lot more students from Tier 2 India going to an Ivy League, right, than actually even Tier 1 cities like Bombay and Delhi. Percentage-wise, perhaps, they've kind of over-exceeded anyone's expectation. But even if you look at a class of Harvard, a class of Stanford, a class of MIT, I myself have kids from Raipur, Nagpur, smaller towns beyond Indore, which is considered a Tier 3 town. So I think that problem is solving for itself, is my belief.
Right.
As of now,
we'll take a question. We just need to include the panel. We'll come back to you.
Just a small thing I wanted to add is, I'm sure you mustn't be knowing about the NCS platform. That's the National Career Service Platform. Thankfully, Government of India has this platform where student of any part of India can log in as a student and seek career counseling.
Right.
So I think you guys should promote that as well.
Okay, so Abhinav, coming back to counseling. In other countries like US and UK, counseling and aptitude mapping starts much earlier than we actually decide here what to do next. So what is that systematic change you think the school should do so that we start early?
So I would actually argue that sometimes in the US, UK, it doesn't necessarily happen.
The perfect example?
I would say I've had students a lot who've sort of moved to boarding schools or so on and so forth from 9th grade, and sometimes when they compare themselves to where the other students are, what discussions their parents are having, I actually feel the Indian parent is far more anxious than sometimes a lot of students in the US and UK. However, that's also to say there is a lot more work happening at the school level. But I think to answer that question, I think psychometric testing, that's something that I have started to see more and more schools slowly start to do now. There are organizations associated.
हाँ, तो रहने वाले कहाँ के? पिताजी का नाम? रेशन कार्ड तो होगा ही, डोमिसाइल, मार्कशीट, पासिंग सर्टिफिकेट, जन्म पत्रिका, कुछ तो होगा। केवाईसी कैसे करें अब?
इस चिकन का केवाईसी करना मुश्किल है, इसलिए एबिस प्रो चिकन, India's first 100% traceable chicken. Try Abis Pro today.
So they can go and do that career counseling with their students at the schools without any extra fee. But I think career mapping has started to happen. How quickly can that be implemented into schools across India is the bigger question. So I think hopefully we can start to see that happening sooner. And yeah, I think with school counselors also upgrading themselves, I think it will definitely get there.
The changes happening there.
Yeah.
I would just say that it's a double-edged sword, the whole psychometric career mapping. A lot of time we use very generic methods to make predictions about kids, which can be, sweeping judgments and too early. And again, we're working off very limited information of the child at that moment in time. This must be a 10 or a 12-year-old or 14-year-old. And, those careers are probably, drawn from what world looked like 10 years ago. So I think hopefully with the advent of AI, we may make smarter systems or put the, the sort of tools in the hands of the family and the child to be able to discover that. So I think it's a double-edged sword. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I think I would take results with a pinch of salt.
To balance it out.
I'll just add there as well, because
Quickly,
this is something we do as well, that it's not limited to psychometric testing. I think we all would help our students explore certain careers and pathways and courses more. So yes, it doesn't end and it's not a black and white, this is what the test suggests, so let's do this.
Raymond, moving ahead, there are a lot of queries, all four of you must be getting about studying abroad, with changing visa rules and higher cost of living there. How do you help students and parents calculate this?
Got it. So I think this is a function of which tier of universities are you gunning for in international education perspectives. Top 30, top 50 institutions abroad, I think the cost of visas, cost of living, etc. Is going to be very easy ROI for you to pay back in 2 years, 3 years after graduation. So that has stood the test of time, that will continue to stand the test of time, and it is actually being encouraged by governments even abroad, right? The regulations are very clear that they want students in for those universities. If you are, going abroad for going abroad's sake, that is where it just starts becoming difficult when you're looking for any university where you're looking to pay to get in, and that obviously we are seeing time and time again increasing talent density in India itself, where students are saying yes, I have IITs, I have NITs, I have other institutions that are cropping up that can be far more helpful as an alternative for me.
Right. We are live on our channels across the network, Alicia, and also the live audience here. I really want you to counsel the parents too, The students always complain that they are not being guided by the parents, they are being managed. What should a parent do right now, and what the parents shouldn't do?
I think we can all agree that most of our job is counseling the parents more than the students. But I think one of the big changes we've seen over the past 10 years or so is, previously you could sort of use a cookie cutter approach and just say, okay, these are the 3 or 4 types of jobs you can get into later. I think one thing that's very important for parents to sort of learn and understand is that we don't know what the future is going to hold in the next 10 years. We don't know what kind of jobs are going to exist. So it's actually more important to coach the kids on skills that they kind of gain and also being more adaptable in general, because today if you think, okay, it's going to be something computers and tech oriented, in the future there might be something totally different. So I think it's very important for parents to look at the skills part of it and kind of coach the kids on that part. The other piece that I would say is, you're kind of preparing kids not for a job in the future, but for a career of jobs, if that makes sense. Because, everything is super interdisciplinary. So if there is a student who wants to study biology along with sociology, like Abhinav said earlier, or a student who wants to study math along with philosophy, there's a lot of interdisciplinary work that can be done in that. So I think let the kids explore and use this time to also focus on process of elimination rather than just purely exploration.
So where do a parent draw a line that this is pressure and this is support?
It's usually pressure, right, guys? No, I think it's important to have honest conversations. I think it's important to understand where the child is coming from. I think it's important to understand the perspective that they are bringing, that the school is bringing. Very often we also see a lot of parents projecting their dreams on the kids instead of actually thinking about the kids' dreams. So very important to have communication channels open from a much younger age. So I would say as early as 6th grade, 7th grade, have those clever conversations and don't try and impose your hopes and dreams on the students.
Kunal, typically for an Indian parent, engineering, medicine, government jobs is about success and stability, but like we have been discussing since morning, globally jobs are beyond this, and we need to create job creators and not job seekers. What do you counsel parents, what are the options? There's AI related jobs, there's sustainability, gaming, and many more.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I'll build on what Alicia said, which is I think as parents, we have to step back and understand that a lot of parents, I think the error we make is we look at the world, what is today from the lens of how we grew up, the experiences we grew up with, the choices we had, the environment we had. And I think it's important for now the parents to kind of step back. Of course, as an Indian parent, you and I both feel obligated to be involved in our child's life, but I think sometimes that involvement becomes taking over the reins from the child and making it your problem, right? We don't want our kids to fall down. We don't want our kids to face the repercussions of the decisions they will take. But I think that's part of what parenting is all about. And I think when it comes to career choices, you have to understand, even though you may be working at a bank or you may be an investment banker as a parent or you may be an engineer, you still have very limited understanding of the world when it comes to what is the right thing for your child, right? It's two different things. You know your child, you know the world, but you still don't know what is best for your child in this world, right? So I think stepping back and letting the child take the reins is one thing I recommend parents start doing more, right? We have these conversations and often the parent and the child is sitting and the child is sitting quiet and the parent is just talking, making those choices for the child, right? What college should they go to? What is your dream college? I ask the parent and the child, and the parent answers what's his dream college, right? I ask the child, what are you interested in? And the parent answers what the child is interested in. And the child sometimes doesn't feel they have the sort of, space in this room to make that choice. So I think stepping back, I know I'm constantly saying that, but I think Indian parents need to be reminded this every day, step back. Let the child take the onus. The world will unravel, right? And it has, for us, when I was probably 10 years old, there was only engineering, medicine, and maybe government jobs. And now then law came together and we started lining up for national law schools in India, right? And then other areas picked up, and now people are encouraging of their kids to play sport. Back in the day, they would say, if you're a dumb-wit, play sport. If you're intelligent, don't play sport. Go and study. So I think we just have to be open-minded about that and agree that as parents we don't know a lot to make
Step back, let them decide and help them and support them.
Emotional stability, I think that's what parents can provide.
EQ.
I can't provide emotional stability to a student, right? A teacher is not the right person to provide emotional stability. It's the parents' job.
So I'm opening the house again to our students who are here. One specific question, because this is a good opportunity. 4 counselors sitting in front of you. Specific questions, please. Yes, the mic to the girls. Yeah.
Hi, since we were talking about AI so much and how AI is taking over everything, as a media student, I'm actively working in writing articles and everything. So what I have noticed in my 5 months of working in articleship and editorials, that if my article piece is too polished or it's too grammatically correct, which we are taught that we have to edit it out, it's just assumed automatically that this has to be AI. Now, how we as students and even as writers, young writers or editorial people, how do we maintain authenticity in this type of environment? And if we are talking realistically, how do you people think that AI is going to take over this section of work for us or not?
Quickly, yeah, you want to answer?
Yeah, so I think, an amazing piece of writing, right? And that can be a media article, that can be student essays, that can be anything else. What we are looking for is it eliciting a strong emotion from the reader. That AI cannot do, right? And that AI will not be able to do for a while, so our jobs are safe. What is important is how do we find that, that hook, that piece that just says, hey, I read this, and this was different from the 10 other media stories that I could find, or the 100 other essays that we were reading from students. Is it eliciting a strong emotion that tells us it is authentic voice? Sure, what you can use AI for is, yes, AI, please help me understand which topic to write on. Hey, AI, help me fix my grammatical errors. AI is great at it. It will definitely make your work faster. So what took a couple of days previously might not now take a few hours of your time, but the core of it cannot go away. So if you are super lazy and saying, hey, let me use AI to write my media article or my essay or my exam paper, it will not elicit a reaction from your teacher or whoever is evaluating it, and it will fall through very flat. So that is what we need to guard in the age of AI, that we are doing authentic stuff at its core. Of course, it can be informed by AI. The research can be done by AI. Be helped.
Right. We've reached the end of this conversation, but one common question to all 4 of you, and it's like a rapid fire. So we need you to
Ma'am?
answer in one sentence.
Ma'am?
What advice would you give students in the classic debate between being well-rounded or spike? What makes you stand out more? What gives you the advantage? Starting with you.
I'd say we need both kinds of people in this world. We need experts. We also need generalists. We need generalists for a ever-evolving world who can step into different roles. We need experts to go deeper. I think, and this ties into that question also, which was about writing. I just feel the expertise that you need in whatever field you're looking at some level, AI will do a lot of it, and then you're going to have to answer the question, how do I go deeper and how do I build my expertise further down?
There has to be a balance, yeah?
Yeah.
I have actually a term for it. I call it well lopsided. So you have to be well lopsided, which means you have to have a breadth of interest. I'm talking about individuals here. And you have to figure out what amongst all of these interests do you want to go deeper in, right? So it could be one or two things. So you could be interested in music, philosophy, math, economics, physics, but you really want to go deep in math and music.
So he says the generalist and the specialized people will coexist. You are saying specialized.
I'm saying each individual will have to make a choice of not being just a generalist or a specialist, but being a little bit of both and figuring out
which one you going to do. Alisha.
I'm a little bit more be more focused on depth and have that spike and be known for, something that you really, truly love and want to do.
Be your authentic self. So people are rarely one spike or a rounded ball. They are a weird shape, and that weird shape is what stands out. So rather than making it into a curve ball or a spike, don't force it. Be yourself, and that's the route to success.
Be true to what you want. Thank you so much for this lovely conversation. Hope you keep counseling and guiding the students. Thank you so much.
Well, it's been a day of riveting conversations. We'd just like to inform our audience that this conclave is currently being live streamed across the NDTV digital platforms. We just request for patience for 2 minutes. We have our next fireside conversation coming right up.
moved to Spain for work, and Preply helped me go from A1 to B2 in Spanish. I'm Anka from Romania, Bucharest, and a few years ago I moved to Madrid for a job. I discovered Preply and started learning Spanish with Monica.
I'm Monica, I'm Colombian, and I've been teaching on Preply for 6 years now. What I like about teaching on Preply is that I can adapt every lesson to the person. The platform allows me to take notes, keep track of progress, and focus on what the student needs.
Using Preply helped me say what I actually wanted to say in Spanish, and it opened a whole new part of the world to me.
In 1994, a vision was born. Deakin University became the first international university to establish a presence in India, sowing the seeds of a partnership that would change lives forever.
Deakin is special is because of the continuing and sustained way in which its relationship with India has gone forward.
We've had a close and deep friendship with India, forging a bond based on commitment, excellence, trust and transparency.
Relationship with India is not just a bond with the country, but a connection with our partners and the people of India.
For 30 years, Deakin has not just educated but empowered a generation of thinkers, innovators and leaders.
100% meritorious scholarship is like a dream.
It has completely changed my life.
Over the years, we have strengthened our relationships across government, industry and academia. In 2024, our 30-year journey came to a full circle with the opening of the Deakin Gift City campus, marking 2 groundbreaking firsts in the Australia-India education corridor. Our legacy of excellence in India has been recognized through prestigious awards, and we've invested over 50 million Australian dollars into scholarships, research and partnerships. An unwavering commitment to India's growth, the next chapter is filled with the bold promise. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our valued industry and academic partners for their support and collaboration.
We look forward to the next chapter of the Deakin India story. And as we say, in India, with India, for India.
Meet the tomorrow today. ICFI is the bridge between tomorrow and today. Bridge between aspirations and accomplishment. Bridge between I wish to I can. I will remove the gap. Welcome to the I. I am ICFI, belief called I. I can fly above imagination.
ICFI.
Well, for decades, one criticism of Indian schooling has persisted across generations. I'm sure you've heard it as well. Too much memorization, too little emphasis on critical thinking. Today, curriculum reforms and competency-based learning models are attempting to shift that culture. So what does meaningful curriculum reform actually look like in practice? For this next conversation, Professor Dinesh Prasad Saklani, Director, NCERT, and Sikta Deo join us.
तो एनडीटीवी के इस एजुकेशन कॉन्क्लेव में हमने आज सुबह से ही उन तमाम विषयों पर चर्चा की है जो इस वक्त एक अहम मुद्दा है हमारे पेरेंट्स के लिए, हमारे बच्चों के लिए, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के भविष्य के लिए। ऐसे में करिकुलम पर चर्चा करने के लिए मेरे साथ बेहद ही ख़ास मेहमान हैं प्रोफेसर दिनेश प्रसाद सकलानी, डायरेक्टर हैं एनसीईआरटी के। प्रोफेसर सकलानी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने इस कॉन्क्लेव के लिए वक्त निकाला है। एनईपी को लेकर हम सुबह से ही चर्चा कर रहे हैं, किस तरह से ये हमारे एजुकेशन सिस्टम में बदलाव लाएगा प्रोफेसर साहब। लेकिन इस वक्त आप अभिभावक को और स्टूडेंट्स को किस तरह का आश्वासन दे सकते हैं कि जो एनईपी है वो एक स्टूडेंट की बेहतरी के लिए लाया गया है?
धन्यवाद मुझे इस मंच पर आमंत्रित करने के लिए। सभी को नमस्कार। ये बहुत रेलिवेंट प्रश्न आपने पूछा, क्योंकि जो NEP 2020 है, सबसे पहले उसकी स्पिरिट को समझना जरूरी है। यहाँ पे अभिभावक भी हैं और शिक्षक भी हैं
और बच्चे भी हैं। मगर बच्चे तीसरे नंबर पे आते हैं। मैं जब कहता हूँ तो पहले पेरेंट्स की जिम्मेदारी है और फिर टीचर की है और फिर बच्चा आता है पिक्चर में। तो अभी NEP 2020 ने कुछ बेसिक बातें बताई हैं और उन बेसिक बातों में आप सबसे पहले NEP 2020 किस तरह से बनी है, इसको अगर नहीं समझेंगे तो आप NEP की स्पिरिट को नहीं समझ सकते। NEP 2020 जो बनी है, इट इज़ द सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट वाइडेस्ट कंसल्टेशन आफ्टर द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। राइट।
कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के लिए जितना कंसल्टेशन हुआ था बनाने के लिए कॉन्स्टिट्यूंट असेंबली में, उसके बाद का लार्जेस्ट कंसल्टेशन इसमें हुआ है। तो कंसल्टेशन वाज डन बिकॉज टू get the feedback from all what type of education is actually required, and then it came to us that the policy has come after 186 years, 185 years after Macaulay verdict. The policy was supposed to be changed. पॉलिसी को बदलना चाहिए था जब इंडिपेंडेंट हम हुए थे, नहीं बदली। कॉलोनियल जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम था वो हैंगओवर अभी भी है। और कॉलोनियल उसका क्या हॉलमार्क है? सबसे बड़ा रोट लर्निंग। लोड लर्निंग कॉलोनियल सिस्टम का पार्ट है और उसमें बाबू प्रोड्यूस करने के लिए बनाया था, जैसे आप सबको पता है। तो NEP 2020 उससे ड्रिफ्टेड अवे हुई है, क्योंकि जो बड़ा स्कीम ऑफ एजुकेशन था, जिसको नई बुनियादी तालीम महात्मा गांधी ने कहा था 1937 में, उसके 65% तो उसमें से इसमें NEP में है। तो पहली बात तो ये समझनी है, 66 पेज का डॉक्यूमेंट है, मगर एक एक शब्द उसके 2-2 बार 3-3 बार पढ़ने के लायक है। मैं समझता हूँ शिक्षकों ने पढ़ा कि नहीं पढ़ा, अगर नहीं पढ़ा तो पढ़ लीजिए। अब उसमें 3-4 चीज़ें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हैं। एक बड़ी बात तो है कि आपको क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग पैदा करनी है एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग के द्वारा और ट्वाई बेस्ड पेडागोजी।
जी,
3 शब्द हैं, एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग, ट्वाई बेस्ड पेडागोजी एंड जॉयफुल लर्निंग। अल्टीमेटली जॉयफुल, जॉय इज द
कीवर्ड। यस,
या कीवर्ड। अब इसको कैसे किया जाए, इसके लिए रोड टर्निंग से पीछा छूटना जरूरी है, क्योंकि अभी तक क्या होता है, अभी तक भी वही माइंडसेट है कि बच्चा स्कूल में बाद में जाता है, पहले टीचर उसको लिखाना शुरू करते हैं, पेरेंट्स उसकी देखते हैं कि क्या लिख के आया है स्कूल में, क्या याद किया, उसको कोई मीनिंग पता नहीं है। अब सबसे बड़ा जो चेंज इससे आया है कि एक तो हमारा स्कूल स्ट्रक्चर चेंज हुआ है। देखिए, हमारा स्ट्रक्चर जो चेंज हुआ है, इसमें 5+3+3+4 आया है। ECCE पहली बार आया है, जो कि हमारी भारतीय परंपरा में बहुत पहले से था। प्राचीन भारत में जो था वो परंपरा हमने बीच में छोड़ दी और हम जो है फॉर्मल एजुकेशन में आ गए। तो ECCE सबसे बड़ा है कि बच्चा जो है, वैसे तो 0 से 3, अब जब बच्चा गर्भ में आता है माँ के, तो माँ को ठीक रखना जरूरी है। और माँ अगर ठीक है तो बच्चे का गर्भ में स्वस्थ विकास होगा। इसके लिए हमारे पास पहले संस्कार होते थे। देखिए, वो संस्कार अब नहीं होते हैं। गर्भाधान संस्कार था, पुंसवर्ण संस्कार था, सीमंतोनयन संस्कार था, निष्क्रमण संस्कार था, और फिर उसके बाद जात कर्म संस्कार था, उसके बाद नामकरण संस्कार था। ये सारे संस्कार अब नहीं होते। ये प्राचीन समय में जो संस्कार थे इसीलिए थे कि माँ और बच्चा स्वस्थ रहे, और फिर बच्चे पर, माँ पर ध्यान दिया जाए, और फिर बच्चा जब होता है तो एक बात। दूसरी बात फिर जो है, दूसरी बात आती है फिर कि अब इसमें जो फाउंडेशनल स्टेज हमारा है, अब उसमें 3 to 8 फॉर्मल स्कूलिंग शुरू हो जाता है। 3 साल में बच्चा स्कूल नहीं, मतलब बाल बाटिका में जाएगा। अभी हम केजी वगैरह बोलते हैं। सबसे पहले टर्मिनोलॉजी चेंज करना जरूरी है, क्योंकि लोग सोचते हैं कि हम टर्मिनोलॉजी चेंज नहीं करेंगे तो क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है। अगर टर्मिनोलॉजी चेंज नहीं करेंगे तो आपको वो सेंस आएगा नहीं। बाल बाटिका 1, बाल बाटिका 2, बाल बाटिका 3, ये 3 साल का ये है। उसके बाद फिर बच्चा फर्स्ट में एडमिशन लेगा 6 साल का जब होगा फॉर्मली, और उससे पहले एडमिशन उसको इस तरह से पढ़ाया नहीं जाएगा फॉर्मली। अब उसके बाद जब स्कूल में एडमिशन लेगा तो उसके बाद 3 महीने का एक विद्या प्रवेश कार्यक्रम है। उस विद्या प्रवेश कार्यक्रम में हम ये देखते हैं कि स्कूल रेडीनेस, बच्चा, सारे बच्चे आ रहे हैं, कोई बाल बाटिका से आ रहा है, कोई आंगनबाड़ी से आ रहा है, कोई कहीं। अब उनका लर्निंग जो लेवल है एक जैसा है कि नहीं, उनका मेंटल डेवलपमेंट एक जैसा है कि नहीं है, उसको करने के लिए हमने विद्या प्रवेश कार्यक्रम चलाया एनसीईआरटी ने, और बहुत मैसिव उस पे चल रहा है।
मैं आपको टोक रही हूँ, लेकिन आप जो बता रहे हैं कि एक विजनरी सोच रही इस बदलाव के लिए, जिस पर अमल अब किया जा रहा है।
तो अभी इसके आगे मैं आ रहा हूँ, इसके आगे आ रहा हूँ। आप अभी थोड़ा 2 मिनट और बोलने दीजिए तो समझ में आ जाएगा लोगों की क्या है। ये जो इस सोच के तहत हमने पंचकोश का विकास की बात की। पंचकोश, अन्नमय कोश, प्राणमय कोश, मनोमय कोश, विज्ञानमय कोश, और फिर आनंदमय कोश, आनंद है। और उसके लिए फिर हमने क्या लर्निंग, जो नेशनल करिकुलम फॉर फ्रेमवर्क फॉर स्कूल फाउंडेशनल स्टेज बनाया, उसमें जादुई पिटारा हमने बनाया। जादुई पिटारा में हमारे 53 आइटम्स हैं, और जादुई पिटारा में कोई किताब नहीं है। उसमें एक है आनंद एक्टिविटी बुक, जिसमें बच्चा सारे 53 आइटम्स को देख करके बच्चा अपने हिसाब से कुछ करेगा, उसमें बताना कुछ नहीं है, वो अपने आप करेगा। और एक है उन्मुख, जो टीचर की ट्रेनिंग के लिए कि जादुई पिटारे को कैसे हैंडल करना है, कैसे देखना है। तो जादुई पिटारा का आप जो फॉर्मेशन है आप लोगों ने देखा होगा, उसका आउटर कवर ही आपको 2-3 दिन समझने की ज़रूरत है, और फिर वहाँ से बच्चा उसके साथ अपने को ग्रो करता है, इवोल्व करता है। वहाँ से बच्चे का एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग शुरू होता है, वहाँ से बच्चे का टॉय बेस्ड पेडागोजी शुरू होता है, वहाँ से बच्चे का जॉयफुल लर्निंग शुरू होता है। तो ये सब चीज़ें हमने शुरू से की हैं। और उसके बाद हमारी जो टेक्स्ट बुक्स हैं उनको आप देखिएगा। तो आप कुछ और पूछ रही हैं या इसी प्रश्न पे आगे?
इसी प्रश्न पे मैं आगे बढ़ना चाहूंगी। आप कह रहे हैं कि बिल्कुल शुरुआत से लेकर जब एक बच्चा स्कूल पास आउट करता है, तमाम बदलाव की ज़रूरत थी, और वो बदलाव आप लोगों ने किए। लेकिन जो ताज़ा एक मामला है, क्योंकि पूरा देश देख रहा है, हम लाइव हैं अपने नेटवर्क पर भी, और यहाँ पर बैठी ऑडियंस है, तमाम सवाल जहन में है। ताज़ा मामला जो है वो क्लास 9 और 10 के R1, R2 और R3 लैंग्वेजेस, नेटिव लैंग्वेजेस को लेकर है। आप स्कूल समर वेकेशंस के लिए बंद हो चुके हैं। आप कह रहे हैं कि ये बदलाव ज़रूरी था, स्कूलों में ये तैयारी आपको क्या दिख रही है? स्कूल बंद होने से ठीक पहले सीबीएसई की तरफ से ये आदेश आ गया कि 1 जुलाई से तमाम सीबीएसई स्कूलों में R1, R2, R3 लागू कर दिया जाए। पर हम ये भी समझते हैं, और यहाँ पर मौजूद पेरेंट्स और स्टूडेंट्स ये भी जानते हैं कि कई ऐसे स्कूल हैं जहाँ पर फॉरेन लैंग्वेजेस एक विषय के तौर पर सिखाए जा रहे थे, जिन्होंने क्लास 9 में उसे ऑप्ट किया था, चाहे वो फ्रेंच हो, जर्मन हो, स्पेनिश हो। ऐसे में जब आप बदलाव की बात कर रहे हैं, क्या और वक्त स्कूल्स को नहीं देना चाहिए था? क्या मुश्किल में अब वो स्टूडेंट नहीं है जो ये समझकर उसने ये ऑप्ट किया था क्योंकि मेरे लिए अब ये एक लैंग्वेज है जिसमें मैं बोर्ड दूंगा, 9th में पढ़ूंगा और 10th में जाकर मैं इस पर बोर्ड दूंगा। तो इस वक्त ये बदलाव और ज़्यादा एंग्जाइटी और कन्फ्यूजन पैदा कर रहा है स्कूल के सेटअप में भी और एक स्टूडेंट के लिए भी।
ऐसा है कि देखिए, हम जब अपने स्कूल के दिन की याद करते हैं, हम जब कक्षा 6 में आए तो हम हिंदी मीडियम से पढ़ करके आए, अंग्रेजी पहली बार लिया हमने। आज हमारी अंग्रेजी बहुत अच्छे लोगों से ज़्यादा अच्छी है। तो इसलिए नहीं कि हमने एक से नहीं पढ़ी। मेरे बच्चे खुद बड़े इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल में पढ़े, अच्छे टॉप के, उनकी अंग्रेजी में ठीक करता हूँ। ठीक, तो एक मानसिकता से बाहर आने की ज़रूरत है। हम किसी भी नई चीज़ को अगर हम स्ट्रेस के साथ लेंगे तो वो स्ट्रेस देगी, और किसी भी नई चीज़ को हम स्वागत करेंगे कि एक नया चांस है, अपॉर्चुनिटी है लर्न करने की, चलिए देखते हैं। संस्कृत हमने बाद में पढ़ा, हमें संस्कृत भी अच्छी तरह से आती है, और 2 साल ही पढ़ा सिर्फ। अभी आप देखिए, जितने भी मल्टीलिंगुअल हैं, बड़े बड़े 14 भाषाओं के ज्ञाता हैं, उनका एक्सपीरियंस देखिए। उन लोगों ने 10-12 साल में 14 साल के होने के बाद लैंग्वेज पढ़ना शुरू किया। ये प्राचीन भारत से जो लैंग्वेज का फॉर्मूला है वो इस प्रकार का है कि जितना बच्चा जल्दी लैंग्वेज को सीखना चाहेगा उतना उसके लिए सीखने के लर्निंग अपॉर्चुनिटी ज़्यादा, उसका मेंटल जो कॉग्निशन है वो ज़्यादा अच्छा होता है। तो लैंग्वेज को पढ़ने के लिए कुछ अच्छा R1, R2, R3 तो बहुत साधारण भाषा है, जो प्राइमरी स्टेज की भाषा है, वहाँ से शुरू करना है। अगर एक भाषा बच्चा और उसमें से सीख लेता है तो मैं समझता हूँ कि उसको बहुत आगे पूरे देश की बात जानने का मौका मिलेगा। हम कई जगह जाते हैं, अपने को अनपढ़ महसूस करते हैं क्योंकि हम वो भाषाएं नहीं जानते, हम अपने को डिप्राइव्ड महसूस करते हैं, और फिर लगता है कि अगर हमने भी ये भाषा पढ़ी होती तो हम और ज़्यादा जान
सकला ने आपका ये तर्क या रीजन सही लगता? अगर हम क्लास 6 ऑनवर्ड्स अगर ये बदलाव हुआ है, इसका स्वागत सभी कर रहे हैं, लेकिन क्लास 9th और 10th के लिए ये अनड्यू प्रेशर नहीं है क्योंकि स्कूल में वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, वो उस तरह का फैकल्टी नहीं है।
आपकी बात ठीक है, इसमें कुछ समस्याएं आएंगी और उन समस्याओं को मिल करके हम सॉल्व कर सकते हैं। इसमें एक बड़ी बात NEP ने कही है, कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन। देखिए, हर चीज़ स्कूल नहीं कर सकता, हर चीज़ टीचर नहीं कर सकता। कम्युनिटी में बहुत सारे ऐसे मास्टर ट्रेनर्स हैं जिनको लेकर के कि हम बहुत सारी नई बातें जो कह रहे हैं उनके सपोर्ट से करनी है। स्कूल और समाज को एक साथ मिलकर के काम करना होगा। कम्युनिटी को साथ लेकर के नहीं चलेंगे तो NEP जैसी पॉलिसी कैसे लागू कर पाएंगे? अभी तक तो केवल हम एक फॉर्मल स्ट्रक्चर की बात करते थे। अभी पहले आप देखिए, हमारे जो ज्ञान परंपरा है वो क्या केवल स्कूल से आई है क्या? पूरे समाज में ज्ञान है और हम कह रहे हैं अब बहुत सारी यही चीज़ नहीं हुई है। टीचर को ट्रेनिंग के लिए मेंटर्स की बात की, मेंटर मेंटी की बात की गई है, इतने सारे कदम उठाए जा रहे हैं। तो अगर हम लोग
कह रहे हैं कि जिसके पास फैकल्टी नहीं है तो समाज से ऐसे लोगों को जोड़े अपने स्कूल से।
बिल्कुल हमारे पास है ना।
तो ये तो एक नई जिम्मेदारी आप लोग स्कूल को दे दे रहे हैं।
नहीं, स्कूल की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, ये समाज को इन्वॉल्व करना कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं। अगर स्कूल है तो उसको समाज के साथ मिलकर के चलना चाहिए। स्कूल की जिम्मेदारी यही है कि समाज के साथ। शिक्षा किसके लिए? समाज के लिए। शिक्षा किसके लिए है? अगर समाज में लोग हमारे साथ आना चाहते हैं तो उनको क्यों रोकें? हम ये कह रहे हैं, सिंपल सा है, अभी विद्यांजलि कार्यक्रम है, देखिए कितना महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम है। ऐसे मेंटर्स, एक वॉलंटरी जो है, अपने आप लोग वॉलंटियर कर रहे हैं पढ़ाने के लिए, तो एक्सप्लोर तो करना है ना। ठीक है, शुरू में दिक्कत हो सकती है।
तो दिल्ली जैसे स्कूलों में अगर किसी फैकल्टी को ढूंढना है, तमिल जो सिखा पाए, जो गुजराती सिखा पाए, बांग्ला असमिया सिखा पाए, तो ऐसे में दिल्ली में जैसे शहर में मुश्किल नहीं होगा स्कूलों के लिए? ये परेशानी नहीं होगी?
ऐसा है, ऑनलाइन कितनी सारी चीजें सीख सकता है बच्चा, कितनी सारी चीजें ऑनलाइन सीख सकता है। थोड़ा सा प्रयास करने की जरूरत है। हम ये नहीं कह रहे हैं, आपने कहा फ्रेंच स्पेनिश वो भी पढ़ना चाहिए, परंतु उसके लिए दूसरे चांसेस, जो हमारा जो हम स्किल की बात कर रहे हैं ना, स्किल में वो चीज़ आ सकती है, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल में आ सकती है। ऐसा नहीं है कि बच्चा वो ना पढ़े, स्किल में पढ़ सकता है। तो समय लगेगा, मैं मानता हूँ कि मैं मानता हूँ कि एकदम कोई चीज़ आती है तो दिक्कत होती है।
पर हम जब बात कर रहे हैं कि हम AI रेडी हैं, हम ग्लोबली जो चैलेंजेस हैं उसके लिए तैयार हैं, तो ऐसे में जब हम नेटिव भाषा की तरफ जाते हैं, तो जब इंटरनेशनल
I did a search for ways to make extra income as a software engineer, and data annotation came up.
After doing a short qualification, a couple days later, there was a bunch of different projects to choose from. I don't have meetings, and I'm my own boss.
I had a dashboard full of coding projects paying me minimum $40 per hour. 100% recommend signing up for data annotation.
उन्होंने मिशन टारगेट किया है। मैं वेल्स के स्कूल में गया था, उन्होंने मिशन बनाया है कि 2050 तक हम केवल वेल्स की लैंग्वेज को प्रमोट करेंगे। जितना ज्ञान आपकी स्थानीय भाषाओं में, संस्कृति की भाषा, आप संस्कृति को समझ सकते, उतना अगर ग्लोबल आप जमना चाहते हैं तो लोकल को छोड़ करके ग्लोबल नहीं बन सकते। पहले हमारे पैर अपनी ज़मीन पे टिके होने चाहिए और फिर उसके बाद हम दुनिया को फतेह कर सकते। प्राचीन भारत में बताइए, प्राचीन भारत में जो हमारा ज्ञान है, आप अगर देखेंगे कि आज भी हम उतना साहित्य सृजन कर पाते हैं क्या? नहीं कर पाते हैं। तुलसीदास ने रामचरितमानस लिखी थी, आखिरी कालजयी ग्रंथ है रामचरितमानस। वो रामचरितमानस बताइए, हमारे लोग सुरिनाम गए, ट्रिनिडाद गए, टोबैगो गए, मॉरिशस गए, वो सब मजदूर के रूप में गए थे। आज उनके पास वो क्या लेके गए थे? तुलसीदास की रामचरितमानस का एक गुटका लेकर के गए थे। उनकी पीढ़ियां, मैं नीदरलैंड गया था लेक्चर देने के लिए और मैं सुरिनामी भारतीयों से मिला। वो रामलीला मनाते हैं और होली में होली का गायन करते हैं, होली खेले वध में रघुवीरा, होली खेले वध में। उनकी वो पीढ़ी आज भी उससे जुड़ी हुई है। वो कौन सा ग्लोबली डेवलप्ड नहीं है। ये बात हमको अपने से निकालनी पड़ेगी कि केवल हम दूसरे की बात को समझ करके आगे बढ़ सकते, हम अपनी बात को मनवाएं लोगों से। भारत के पास अपार संसाधन है, अपार ज्ञान है, क्यों ना विश्व को उस ज्ञान से जोड़ा जाए। और जो भारत विश्व गुरु जाना जाता था पहले, वो विश्व गुरु किस लिए जाना जाता था? क्योंकि हम लोग उस समय नॉलेज हमारे पास था
जी,
नॉलेज हमारी पावर ऑफ नॉलेज था हमारे पास, और इसलिए सोने की चिड़िया भी थी। विकसित भारत बनना है, आप दूसरे के भरोसे नहीं बन सकते। आप अपने रिसोर्सेज और संसाधनों को नहीं समझेंगे, और उसके लिए भाषाओं को समझना जरूरी है। भाषा केवल संवाद का माध्यम नहीं है, भाषा ज्ञान और संस्कृति का एक मैसेंजर है, एम्बेसडर है। बिना
कह रहे हैं कि ये इस वक्त जरूरी है, ये बदलाव है, इसके लिए
मुझे
हमें
लगता है कि एनईपी ने कहा है हम लोगों को इसको बदलाव को स्वीकार करना चाहिए। थोड़ा कष्ट जरूर होगा, हम लोग सब साथ हैं।
कष्ट ट्रांसलेट स्टूडेंट्स के लिए हो रहा है, स्पेशली 9th और 10th स्टूडेंट के लिए, उनके ब्याह में मैं कहना चाहती हूँ।
देखिए स्टूडेंट्स के लिए कष्ट हो रहा है, क्योंकि हम कह रहे हैं कि उनके लिए कष्ट हो रहा है। अगर स्टूडेंट अपना मानसिक वो सोच बढ़ा देंगे और सोचेंगे कि हमें करना ही है, तो स्टूडेंट के पास अपार एनर्जी है। देखिए स्टूडेंट अगर
सुविधाएं और सहूलियत नहीं है,
सुविधाएं मिल रही हैं, किताबें भी आ जाएंगी और ऑनलाइन मटेरियल भी है। और R3 की किताब अभी क्या है, देखिए R3 की जो किताबें हैं ना, जैसे हमने कहा SCRT की जो किताबें हैं, SCRT की जो शुरू की किताबें, जैसे संस्कृति की किताब है, 6 के स्तर पर जो संस्कृत की किताब जो 6 में शुरू करता है, वो 9th में R3 में आ सकती है। जिस बच्चे ने, ऐसे ही तमिल की किताब है, R3 की किताब ला करके आप जो प्राइमरी किताब है, अब इतना तो आप मानेंगे, आप सब लोग मानेंगे, बच्चे भी मानेंगे, अगर बच्चा पहली क्लास में आता है और वो कोई भाषा सीखता है और बच्चा 9वीं क्लास में उसी भाषा को सीखता है, तो क्या उसके समझ में फर्क होगा कि नहीं होगा? फर्क होगा। फर्क सिर्फ इतना होगा कि अगर हम छोटे बच्चे को ऐसे एग्जाम्पल देते हैं, छोटे छोटे एग्जाम्पल जिनसे बच्चा कोरिलेट करता है, एज अप्रोप्रिएट एग्जाम्पल देते हैं, तो हम बड़े बच्चे को उसकी एज अप्रोप्रिएट एग्जाम्पल दें, मगर टर्मिनोलॉजी वोकेबलरी तो वही रहेगी समझने की। इसलिए मेरी समझ से इस तनाव को, इस दबाव को हम खुशी से अगर कहेंगे कि एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है, तो ये तनाव और दबाव अपॉर्चुनिटी में बदलेगा और हमें वातावरण बदलना पड़ेगा। एनईपी को लागू करना है तो ये करना पड़ेगा, और इसके फायदे आपको बाद में मिलेंगे। एक एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ।
जी जी।
जो अनिल बंग थे, अनिल बंग का नाम सुना होगा, वो हार्वर्ड के लिए उनका सिलेक्शन हुआ था फेलोशिप के लिए, ठीक है। हार्वर्ड के लिए वो सिलेक्शन हुआ और महात्मा गांधी के पास दौड़ करके गए चिट्ठी लेकर के कि बापू मैं जो हूँ वहाँ सिलेक्ट हुआ हूँ, मेरे फेलोशिप मिल रही है। तो उन्होंने कहा वहाँ जाके क्या करोगे? कि मैं भारत के अर्थशास्त्र को समझूंगा। तो उन्होंने कहा तुम वहाँ जाकर के भारत का अर्थशास्त्र समझोगे? इतना ही बोला। अनिल बंग वापस आए, उन्होंने पूरा वो देखा और उसको फाड़ करके फेंका चिट्ठी को, नहीं गए। और उन्होंने कितना काम किया आप सबको पता है। तो मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि आप इतना परेशान, ठीक है,
the UK, it's not going to work in India.
Of course, exposure is about.
So like Southampton does, we bring the best of what's relevant to the Indian context, whether it is in the case studies or it is guest lectures or it is in addition to what we do. The classes that we teach, the academic content is exactly the same. And that is a requirement of what the regulator has asked us to deliver on. So it's really important to make that point about world standards. It's an important point to think about when you're thinking about Indian campuses, foreign campuses in India.
And just to add one quick thing is, if you look at Indian universities, they're also looking at and opening campuses overseas. So Symbiosis University has just opened a campus in Dubai, IIT Madras is in Zanzibar. So increasingly we're seeing all universities are seeing themselves as global entities, and that's because mobility has changed so much. Students are not necessarily thinking about one location for their future education. They're thinking about an international set of options.
And that also brings...
Sorry,
go
I was
ahead,
just going to
please.
say, today a student has a choice to study a degree starting in India, finishing up in the UK or in Australia or elsewhere, or vice versa. The student also has an option of doing the entire degree in India with one semester abroad. So it's all about what you choose. You also have the option of doing the entire degree overseas. So, and not one is better than the other. These are choices that students will make based on financial commitment, based on family commitments, and based on the geopolitics, I think.
Of course, there's a myriad of factors.
Yeah, I haven't answered your first question on the...
Please go ahead.
On the...
क्या आपको पता है मोस्टली ट्रेडर्स मार्केट की वजह से नहीं ब्रोकरेज की वजह से लॉस में है.
In today's world and age, even more so than before, if the courses are not aligned to what the industry wants, there's no point in running those courses.
Of course.
Right? Jobs of the future are here to stay and are always evolving. So as educators and as universities, it is our role really to pick up the best of what can be made available to students. How aligned are we with skills and knowledge for the students is going to be a very important question. And at Deakin University, and I'm sure at Southampton and other universities, this is the single most important aspect. Employment and employability is something we work very closely on with industry.
For an ever-evolving job market.
Always changing.
With all the tech disruption that we have been seeing as well. Ms. Bharat, considering you've had 2 decades of experience on Indian soil, what has changed globally in perceptions of India as an education and research partner?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it's exactly what the British Council's job is to help build those connections between young people in India and the UK, to help sort of build that understanding of the modern India and the modern UK between young people. Of course, we're lucky with the UK. We have a huge diaspora, so we have a kind of a connection already. But I think India is offering a huge amount of ways that young people in the UK can learn. Obviously, it has the scale, it has the expertise, it has incredible pharmaceutical life sciences, technology, engineering, a thriving space program. So there's a whole range of ways that young people can come to India and learn. We just did a research study where we asked about 400 young people from the UK, if you were to go to India to study, what would you want to study? And some of them said yoga, of course, but many of them said STEM. Many of them said they wanted to come here and learn from India's sort of world-leading science and innovation. And of course, things like our free trade agreement that we signed recently, the vision, as I mentioned earlier, these all help build the profile and understanding of India in the UK amongst young people.
Now, the question that keeps coming up is what will truly define a globally competitive graduate by the year 2030. And I want to start with you, Ms. Bharat, and then I'll take this question to Ms. Pao and Professor Phillips.
Globally competitive graduate. I think international exposure is absolutely critical, and that includes intercultural competence, so understanding different people's perspectives and how to engage and navigate different cultures. research that we've done, or the universities UK International's done in the UK, shows that young people with an international experience get higher earnings. Right. They're potentially able to navigate opportunities in different places. So, you know, if you're an Indian student who studied in the UK, that doesn't necessarily mean that you need to look for a job in the UK. It might be that you work in the US or in the UAE absolutely. Or in Singapore. So I think having that international aptitude is absolutely critical.
Ms. Power?
I think for me, a highly tech-oriented individual with very strong expertise in domain areas, like deeper knowledge. And I think the panel before was talking about whether it is important to be a generalist or being deep. I think both are important, but definitely deep knowledge. I think the cultural sensitivity, because the world is changing. So a young graduate must understand cultural sensitivity. I think being able to really look at life skills. Again, I think it was mentioned earlier that it is not just about the knowledge. It is about the skills, and it is about all the life skills that we call them as well. So problem solving, agility, ability to learn and relearn, because the world is changing so fast. What you and I learn today is not going to be relevant maybe in 6 months or even less. So how do you develop somebody who has the ability to continuously change, adapt and adopt? I think these are some really innate skills that every 2030 professional or graduate must possess.
Right. Professor Phillips, is your checklist also quite lengthy?
Yeah, I think I could just emulate exactly what Alison and Ravneet are saying. I mean, for us, the debate was really interesting earlier about whether to focus on specific things or having, well-rounded graduates. I think for me personally, it's having that well-rounded graduate. So those that have the key academic skills, but also have the work-ready skills. And I think, like my panelists were saying here, having that ability for life skills, having the opportunity to go for a semester abroad and work in a different country gives you those life skills that we can't teach alone at a university and an academic curriculum. And I think nowadays, more and more, it's that adaptability, as you said, it's that transferability of skills, it's those communication skills, being able to work as part of a team, being able to be flexible around needs of an employer, and literally, like I guess as us as academics, constantly learning, constantly enjoying and constantly wanting to improve your skills. So having that commitment to lifelong learning, I think, is really important too.
Right. In fact, another question that keeps coming up is, especially amongst Indian parents, many Indian parents, they don't simply ask, can my child study abroad anymore? It's increasingly, can my child access a globally competitive education without the same financial burden and uncertainty? Ms. Bharat, to begin with you, have you increasingly encountered this come up?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the benefit of being able to offer UK qualifications in India is that young people who wouldn't have the opportunity to go to the UK because either they can't afford it or perhaps they're a mature student, so they can't take time away from their children. This provides more options and more choices for them. So, and it's the way of the future. We are no longer going to be confined by our sort of geographical or our sort of physical spaces. Yeah.
And I think just to add to that as well from what Alison was saying, sorry, Ravneet, I think it's around choice now as well. I think, there's just a lot more choice and options for students. For example, we actually have some students in our first year of launching that did their undergraduate degree in Southampton in the UK and have come back to India to do their postgraduate qualification. So, they're part of our alumni community, want to be part of Southampton. It's just having those options now. She wanted to come back to be closer to her home, to her parents and to her home, which is lovely. And again, it offers that option, as Ravneet was saying earlier, how they're having a semester abroad. There's still the opportunities for going to postgraduate study in the UK if you choose to do your undergraduate study here or in Australia, in the 2+2 models we've got. So it's just around that extra choice.
Yeah. I think, in my mind, if a student who wants to go overseas and has the ability to do so, will go overseas as well. I think discounting overseas is probably not what's happening at the moment. There are students who are wanting to go overseas for different reasons, and they'll continue to do that. There is a set of students who want to study globally accredited qualifications in India, right, and have global careers. Now, foreign education in India has opened that door. And to me, that is a much larger percentage of the population. And then there are students who want to go overseas only for a short period of time, say on a mobility program or a short-term program, and that continues. But what NEP has done has made that possible even more so, and has opened doors for real collaboration with institutions. I mean, I've spent 32 years in, sort of this foreign education industry, and I always relate to the fact that there is a pre-2020 world, and there is a post-2020 world, and it looks very different.
Many of us would agree with you.
Yeah, I think the NEP's really enabled this collaboration. And I mean, I think we'll look back in 10 or 20 years' time and point to this exactly as you say, Ravneet, as this is going to be a moment in time that has really shifted, not just education in India, but also globally.
Well, on that note, ladies, I'd like to thank you. It's been a riveting chat.
Thank you.
We do look forward to keeping a track of all the finer developments as far as your specific universities are concerned, the impact that you are asserting in the space as well, and obviously we'll be tracking the trends as far as study abroad in India is concerned. Thank you so much for joining us. Well, for our next fireside conversation, may I please request now Ajay Prakash Srivastav, Chancellor of the Maharishi University of Information Technology, to join me on stage. Sir, please. Well, for years, higher education in India followed a fairly predictable formula, many would say. You earn a degree, you secure a job, you build stability. But the world students are now entering today looks very different. Artificial intelligence is changing industries. Employees, they are questioning traditional skill sets, while universities are now being asked to prepare students not just for employment, but for uncertainty, constant change, and lifelong learning. So what should education for a new India actually look like? Mr. Srivastav is with us to take us through that vision. Sir, many are now questioning, is higher education today, is it redefined now, not exclusively in terms of employability?
See, higher education was always, you are entering a new phase of your life after finishing the higher education, and that always was employability or something to do which earns money for you and your family. or you become useful for your society. So higher education was always connected with the next phase of your life, and that still is connected. What is changing is different ways of getting that higher education, and how the higher education institutions, universities and colleges, how they are training you for your next phase of your life. That is important.
Absolutely. We've been talking about the artificial intelligence era a lot, sir, throughout conversations during the day. Even when we step out of this room, you'll hear conversations about AI perpetually. What remains irreplaceable about a human teacher in the AI era, though?
I think AI is a new technology which everybody has to understand, learn, and it will keep on evolving itself also. So for everybody, for teachers as well for students, it is something that they must understand, and they have to use it for the betterment of their own life. Whatever AI is at present, maybe 5 years from now it will be different, maybe more evolved. And who is going to make it more evolved? You need students for that, you need people for, you need technicians for that. Who is going to make it more evolved? You remember, I don't think you remember, I remember the time 30, 40 years ago when the computers came to India. That was the time when there was a huge opposition, and banks were on strike for, they call it computerikaran in Hindi. The banks went on strike that we don't want computers in our bank, otherwise people will lose their job. And of course government was at that time very rigid. The computers came, and now if you ask a bank employee that can you work one day without a computer, he will say no. So these technologies, they come, they help in help you do things better. So I consider AI is something like that, which is going to make your life little bit more easier, and you will be able to do much more things that earlier you were able to do. Now, for example, computer, with the help of computer, you can do all your banking transaction on your phone. It was not possible 30 years ago. Even to get your passbook updated, you have to go to the branch. Now you can do. So AI is going to make your life much easier, and that way you can be much more, because now you will have more time to do things, so you can do more things within the time that you have.
So another crucial aspect, we've been talking about global universities, the global education, preparing the Indian student to face the world head-on for an evolving job market as well. But if Indian universities want global credibility, what are the factors that they must immediately improve upon? I want to ask you to highlight 3 factors that would work wonders for a higher education space.
What the universities in India have to teach their students to become competitive in the global market is the new technologies, whatever is required in the world. The university should understand what is needed in the world, what kind of technology is needed, what kind of knowledge is needed, and that knowledge, that thing they should teach their students so they can become competitive. Now, for that purpose, in the higher education institution, universities and colleges, they have to constantly evolve their curriculum, constantly upgrade their curriculum, looking into what is required in the world. They have to upgrade their faculty, because even if you are able to upgrade your curriculum, you need faculty to be able to teach that curriculum to the students. So you have to continuously evolve your faculty, continuously evolve your curriculum, and get new technologies in your campus, so that the students are prepared for going anywhere. You can teach them in Delhi campus, or for example campus in Chennai or anywhere, and then they should be able to go and work in San Francisco or able to work in London. We can teach them all these things, because the things are available. The curriculum, what we need to teach is also, we know what is needed in the world. The technology, nowadays communication is so quick that we know what is necessary, what is needed.
Absolutely. You've spoken about 2 very important factors, sir, that I want to delve deeper for a moment. You've spoken about faculty and infrastructure improvement, both very crucial. Just the faculty part for a moment, I want to ask you, what is your assessment of the caliber that the country has so far, and are many people interested in applying for the role of a teacher?
That is a little bit.
RAG, AI agents, agentic AI, most people think they are the same thing. That's why Scalar is hosting a free masterclass to break this down simply. In this session, you will learn the modern AI application stack, how embeddings and vector databases power RAG systems, what AI agents are and where they are used. And most importantly, you will understand the difference between RAG, AI agent and agentic AI. Register now.
These are getting good remuneration, and in higher education also. So it's a faculty development is a constant thing.
I agree with you.
You hire a faculty today, and if that faculty is suppose you hired for a engineering course, and if that person doesn't improve himself or herself over a period to comply with the latest technology in that field, then faculty is not useful for you anymore. Then you have to look for new one. So it's a constant thing. You have to keep on finding new faculty. You have to keep on upgrading them. As a university, we have to make provision for our faculty to learn new things and always continue to improve themselves.
Sharpen their skills.
Sharpen their skills. Find new things, whatever is coming in that field. Very difficult for the faculty in the computer science, for example. Always new things coming up, and very quickly new things are coming up. So they have to keep on upgrading themselves so they can teach that to their students.
Absolutely. You know, another thing, sir, that keeps coming up, especially when it pertains to Indian curriculums, is a value-based education. I'm sure you've encountered this term as well. We hear this phrase very often. What does it actually entail in practice?
Well, there are various meanings to it, and everybody define their own meaning for value-based. What is value-based? Value-based is something that whatever you may be an engineer, you may be a doctor, a computer expert, or journalist, you have to have certain values in you. Values means you have to have those things which are good for your society. You are not only an engineer for the society. When you get into the society, you have to deal with various aspects of the society. So your value system comes there. That, to make it very simple to understand, that you are very honest in your work, you are very positive in your thinking.
Emotionally resilient.
Resilient, and your behavior with other people is good. So these are values that are needed in every profession, no matter what your domain is. You can be engineer, science, journalist, whatever. But certain things are always needed, and that is something that, of course, schools should teach also. And I think higher education, universities and college, they should also teach that.
Indeed.
Not only teach civil engineer how to build a house or how to construct a building.
Holistic education.
Yes, holistic education. That's what we should always concentrate on, preparing your student for everything. Because once he leaves the university, that is the last stage with learning. After that, he's getting into his profession, and of course, he will be continued learning whichever domain he goes to. He will continue to learn. But here, whatever we can teach him, we teach him everything that he needs to face the world.
And as we wrap, sir, my last question to you. What does a truly competitive Indian graduate look like? What skill sets does a truly competitive Indian graduate have to possess in today's day and age?
I think he should be able to fit in the world. When he comes out of the university, whatever he does, whatever field he adopts, and then he should be able to do best in that field. And that's what our universities in India should focus on. That it's not that the students think that I should go to America or any other country for learning education. Why not in India? Our university should be able to provide that education here in India, to teach them what they need to focus to get into the world. They should be able to face the world, as I said before, and we should teach them everything. In our university, Maharshi University is established on the philosophy of Maharshi Mahesh Yogi. He brought to the world the technique of transcendental meditation,
right,
which is the technique for reducing or removing stress from people. One of the things our university does is every student and faculty practices meditation twice a day. So that removes the stress, that removes the
In fact, there are lots of
tension.
universities that are now employing a myriad of factors, aspects, whether it's yoga, whether it's training in artificial intelligence, whether it's even matters like stargazing. These are all things that are now real modules. Taylor Swift, for example, has now made her way into a university module as well. So I think we can agree on the fact that this is an ever-evolving space.
It is.
The skill sets need to always be polished. And yes, your last word?
No, I was saying that whatever they adopt, the students have to be, we have to make sure that they learn better, they do very well in their academics, they do very well in their life. That's why whatever they adopt, whatever technique they adopt, we adopt transcendental meditation as the technique that removes the tension, stress. So our students do well, they're less stressed. They have less stress. I think they are more positive thinking.
Well, we sincerely hope that they have less stress. Mr. Srivastava, I'm completely out of time on this chat. Riveting chat, though.
Thank
you.
We
wish you the best. And we will, of course, have all our hopes pinned on people like you who have the power and the accountability and responsibility to actually make these decisions.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you. All right. For years, liberal arts education was often misunderstood in India as something secondary to technical or professional degree. But the artificial intelligence era is forcing a reconsideration of that assumption. I am now pleased to invite Professor Shantanu Chaudhary, Dean, Bachani School, along with Professor Arindam Banerjee, Dean, School of Liberal Studies, BML Munjal University, Senior Professor Dr. Ramkaran Singh, Vice Chancellor, ICFI University, Dehradun, Dr. K.S. Venugopal Rao, Director, ICFI Business School, IBS, and our very own Gargi Rawat.
This is the last session of the day of this conclave. Yes, well, I want some energy now in our audience because it's going to be a very, very pertinent session in this age of AI. For years, all the students here have been told by parents, beta, science padho, computers padho, job leni hai. Now AI is going to eat those jobs probably, and now is the age of humanities, and that's what we're going to talk about in this session. And I have the best panel here to really talk about it. Towards the end, any questions as well from the students, so do have your questions ready. Artificial intelligence can now generate answers, write essays, and process information at unprecedented speed. In such a world, the real advantage may not be knowing more, but thinking better. Critical thinking, the ability to question, analyze, evaluate evidence, and form independent judgments is becoming one of the most valuable skills. And that is where the liberal arts have a unique role to play, finally, isn't it? So in the age of AI, is a liberal arts education more relevant than ever before? Well, to talk more about this, we have, I think, one of the best panels here, Professor Shantanu Chaudhary, Dean Vachani School of Advanced Computing and Professor of Computer Science, Ashoka University, Professor Arindam Banerjee, Dean School of Liberal Studies, BML Munjal University, Professor Dr. Ram Karan Singh, Vice Chancellor, ICFI University, Dehradun, and Dr. K.S. Venugopal Rao, Director, ICFI Business School. Thank you so much all for joining us today at in this conclave and on this very, very important issue. And I'd like to start with you, Professor Singh. AI can generate answers in seconds. It can always but it cannot provide the judgment and context and wisdom that is needed. So has critical thinking now become the single most important employability skill of the AI age?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you all. Actually, critical thinking is something which is integrated part of the human civilization. Critical thinking is not something which has come up only after when the AI came. I mean, AI itself came from, which is a result of a critical thinking of human civilization. And as per the, this kind of the courses which you are telling about the humanities background, for example, I myself have been the engineering student all the time and the professor of engineering. But at that time also there used to be liberal sciences department in the BITS Pilani campus, where I as an engineering student did the liberal science courses. Even today I remember the courses like comparative Indian religion, comparative Indian literatures. They have a higher impact on my personality and persona compared to other engineering and sciences courses which I did in the past. So when the courses are designed, these things are kept in mind. And it was the vision way back in 1940s when the institutions like BITS Pilani came in India. That time the founder G.D. Birla was there, and he wanted to make this institute same as the MIT USA, which used to be #1 institute of the world. And he brought into each and every practices which are as relevant as it used to be way back in 1940s in India as per the modern education system is concerned. Coming to AI, AI is something which has come up after so much of the secondary data got accumulated globe-wise. So those systems which were working long back, having the lesser availability of the data, storage space, capacity of the computer, speed of the computer, this has been the constraint in the past. But in modern world, these are not the constraint. We have the cloud space where we can store the data. We have mainframe computer where we can run the software with a very high ease and very high pace. That is the technology like fuzzy system came recently, though it was researched way back in 1940s, the fuzzy logic models, AI tools, and even the neural networks. For example, the global circulation model, which is run on the mainframe computer by which the climate change prediction has been done, it has come long back. And if you see the IPCC reports, Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change, everything which is being predicted is happening today. We can see the adverse impact of the climate change. And you can read out in the IPCC reports that these things are well reported number of decades back. So, so all these things has been coming with a very right place globally, and it will keep coming. And AI is also a tool which is going to help the human civilization better and make our teaching learning environment better.
No, absolutely. And AI is going to help us gather information, you know, in a very quick speed. But that information, the question you asked, that is the issue here, right? The right questions to ask at that time, the right thoughts, the right, agendas to push. So that is where critical thinking really comes in. Professor Chaudhary, if I can come to you now, Ashoka's Bachani School of Advanced Computing is built around the idea that technology must engage with broader societal challenges. So why is it important to have a strong humanities background for computing and for AI?
Yeah, because nowadays...
I'm asking Professor Chaudhary now, sir. Yes.
Okay. See, let me first state that Ashoka's Bachani School of Advanced Computing, the key theme that we have identified is that computing for future of humanity. That means the growth of human civilization is dependent on how the computing as a technology, computing as a connector across disciplines would grow. Because that can only enhance the civilization. And that's exactly with that idea, the academics, what that school is looking at in the context of Ashoka University is a convergence. Convergence across disciplines. Because until and unless we have this convergence, we do not have the ability to look at things with a critical outlook. So I need to understand history, I need to understand society to see the implication of what AI is suggesting as a solution of a problem. So therefore, liberal arts is absolutely critical in terms of building up things, in terms of enabling our students to design systems and processes which can really serve the humanity. So without that value in the education, AI in isolation can also be dangerous. So that's exactly where we are moving with our philosophy of curriculum and the way we are conducting our research.
All right, so now Professor Banerjee, given that you are the humanities professor here, liberal arts professor, if you could tell us when specialization is being increasingly valued, what unique advantage does a liberal education then offer that a narrowly disciplinary education may not offer a student?
Thank you for that question. We need to reflect a little deeply on the moment we are living in. Why I say that is we are actually witnessing a technology transition which is not simply a new technology. It's really AI is the moment which has logically followed from the expansion of computing technology, big data, and so on and so forth. Now, when we identify this, the specificity of this current technological transition, you realize that this technology is not simply about replacing something that humans do, which can be said for washing machine or many other technologies that have been liberating. If we forgot how to wash clothes, it doesn't matter. The washing machine will take care of it. If we forget how to think, the technology will not be able to take care, because as we see that, the highest level of learning of AI is reinforcement learning.
हाथ हैं आपके, अब बताइए मैं कैसे करूंगी केवाईसी?
इस चिकन का केवाईसी करना मुश्किल है, इसलिए एबिस प्रो चिकन, India's first 100% traceable chicken. Try Abyss Pro today.
Remaining vibrant enough, then we'll also not end up with the best of the large language models. So to come to the question, what I'm saying is that, liberal education is not against specialization, but liberal education essentially says that we need deep knowledge without giving up on the context and understanding of the context, lateral thinking, strategic thinking, and which is important in terms of looking at how knowledge should be organized today. Just a simple thing is that much of the disciplinary specializations that we see today around us, various knowledge organized in various disciplines, is really a product of the long period of industrialization that we have seen, where the economy actually demands that people should be specialized in minute jobs, and there's division of labor. Now, with servicification of the economy and with the rise of digital technologies, you increasingly need people who can think from different vantage points. A program coder needs to understand behavioral psychology, social context, culture, etc., etc. So that is the need of the hour, and that's the reason why, we now need specialization within a liberal framework, which essentially means that we transcend the disciplinary boundaries. And that will be the useful knowledge for future.
All right, going forward. Dr. Rao, how are you preparing your business students for facing this world of AI and, ensuring they have that critical thinking and that background to be able to, manage?
Absolutely. So at Hyderabad, the campus, we have one of the largest cohorts of the BBA graduates now. And we recently started a School of Social Sciences way back in 2022 with programs in psychology. And now slowly we are moving on towards, anyway we had economics as the framework. And slowly but surely we started off a PhD program in public policy. The reason for having this school in the same school as the business school is to appreciate whatever my co-panelists just said. While it's important that technology will play a role, it's also important to have a very, very balanced, nuanced development of students. I come from the economics area myself. But unless we saw the economics Nobel went to Amos Tversky and Daniel Kahneman, we didn't realize that economics also has a beautiful side called the behavioral side. And I'll just wind up with one example for this response. There was a time when when I was growing after the MBA, I heard a popular news clip which said the head of TISCO, Tata Iron and Steel, vowed not to go to IIT Madras for hiring graduates because he thought they were too technically oriented and there was no human face in them. So today we need a human face more than ever, and the appreciation for liberal arts becomes even more important. So in the BBA, we have a course, an interdisciplinary course called psychology, which was never the case. And there are labs now which train students in the finer nuances of psychology. So it's important, in my view, that not only business school, tech schools, or any other school today need to have these courses as part of the curriculum.
All right, and like Professor Singh was saying, in BITS Pilani, they had that from some decades ago, so that's interesting to know. But Professor Chaudhary, your view on this, on engineers today, and how important is it that they know about history, about art, geography, all sorts of liberal arts? How important is that?
It's critically important. So if you look at technologies or the engineers create things for the society. So if they don't understand the society, they do not understand the requirement. So if they cannot understand the requirement, they cannot know or design what is required and even interpret what is engineering at all. So it's extremely critical that why the history is important, let's say. Because historical development of technology or the requirements have shown where there is a gap. And therefore, today's, as an engineer, I need to know that where the new need of technology is coming in. Because technology is not static, technology is changing. Technology changes to fill in the gap which is needed by humanity and the society as a whole. And that need can be understood once you have the understanding of the history and the sociology. At the same time, when you're talking about AI, the philosophy is fundamentally important. Because you need to understand what AI is giving you. Is it ethical or not ethical? Is it aligned with the human value system or it's an affront to human value? And that value also has a context to the country, context to the culture. So therefore, until unless I have this understanding, I cannot really interpret and know how to use what AI is giving me. And it's something very, very important is today's AI should not be considered as a standalone element. AI is a driver of convergence, and since it's a driver of convergence, it's also your companion. So therefore, human plus AI and AI plus human is a solution, and that can never happen if an AI engineer doesn't have a knowledge of history and culture and society.
And philosophy.
At the same time, yes. And as well as philosophy, at the same time, a philosopher, if he doesn't know elements of this AI, it's impossible for new age philosophy to come in and motivate people and build new visions for future.
All right, and given that, Professor Banerjee, what are the classrooms of the future going to look like if we think 10, 20 years from now? You know, all in knowledge is available at the press of a mouse. So what do we need to be thinking about when it comes to our young students and classrooms?
See, the future of the classroom will definitely lose its walls. And the reason being that there are two reasons for this. One, and it's connected to the question of how knowledge has been organized, how knowledge has been imparted, how knowledge has been reproduced. So traditionally when, disciplinary knowledges have been reproduced, also within their own disciplinary canons, there's economics is distinctly separate from physics or sociology. Now, today, the content of knowledge is actually available to the student. With the digital revolution. So it's not earlier at one point, in a pre-digital revolution age, the teachers imparting of the content itself was very critical, because that's how students would read a text, that's how students would access knowledge. In a post-digitally connected world, that, however, may not always be true. Some basic building blocks of all disciplines might be available digitally. So the teacher's role, therefore, also changes. And the second thing is that once we break our disciplinary boundaries, there would be essentially certain changes in pedagogy. The traditional understanding was that all knowledge resides within the classroom, the physical classroom, the old classroom, the university, the college. Now you might have to, particularly in a context, the kind of multiple transitions through human civilization is going through, climate, technology, energy transitions, how our political systems change. In such situation, it's important to also understand or harness knowledge which exists beyond the university, within communities, within industries, and that is where the walls of the classroom will disappear increasingly. Because knowledge is not something that the university is only the repository, but knowledge is also there amongst the larger society. But can we use it? Can we use it for building future, understandings of society, but also to solve the grand challenges that we are faced with today?
All right, I'll be opening it up for any questions. So if you have any questions, do raise your hand and we'll get the mics to you. Professor Singh, we're talking about, encouraging critical thinking, and it'll be easier in smaller classrooms or elite institutions, but how do we make this a larger education system?
Yeah, I wish to discuss this thing with help of an example. For example, PhD research is very important for the people pursuing higher education as well as coming as a professor and teacher as a researcher in the society. So typically I used to teach UG PG classes, but recently I am teaching one course called Research and Publication Ethics to the PhD research scholar. So the challenge here was how to use the AI tools ethically in the research activities. Because there is a problem of plagiarism. People copy and paste and write a thesis. We have the softwares which can check the plagiarism and keep the plagiarism similarity index within 10% or so. But at the same time, we need to have a software which can check the AI content as well. There is an AI tool which can create a PhD thesis in a couple of minutes. So how to address this kind of the challenges in the teaching learning environment? For example, there are 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals which need to be integrated in the research activities. Research is just not writing a thesis and getting a A4 size degree and fetching a job. But research is something by which we can give the social solution of a problem. So I made it compulsory in my university that every PhD research scholar who is doing the PhD, his or her broad area of research at least should address one sustainable development goal. Right. And whenever you do the research publications, those things can be measured, captured by the Scopus journal, by the various other journals through the index. And with the process, we found that in last 1 year, 200 research paper which came, 80 to 90% of those research paper addresses the SDG goals. So this is the way we can integrate the AI tools in the teaching learning process. We can carry out the research activities which is need-based, demand-based, and social problem-solving based, and can make the education holistic and sustainable.
All right, well, let's get some questions in. Yes, young man.
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Krishna Sen. I'm from Kirodimal. Sir, do you think that artificial intelligence has taken away the charm of knowing things?
I think Professor Banerjee could take that, yes.
Anyone of you can answer.
Well, of course, this is not a easy question to answer. But at the same time, what is very relevant, to the question that you are asking is, do we actually know the various ways of knowing? I can, of course, give a prompt to artificial intelligence and some large language model, and I can get an answer. But here, what we are, and this is a longer, crisis or disconnect of our education systems, or whatever you may want to call it. But, the textual engagement essentially develops one faculty amongst many faculties that we have as human beings. Do we know, we have this phrase learning by doing, where you're supposed to immerse yourself in some kind of an uncurated situation. It might teach you new ways of seeing, new ways of being, and new ways of knowing. So there are definitely more ways of knowing apart from textual knowledge, digital knowledge, knowledge that has been already kind of given a finished shape.
And what are you studying? Political science, okay, interesting.
Experiential learning is something completely different. If you want to learn political science, if you participate in actual an election process and political campaign, that knowledge AI can never give.
Right, that ground knowledge.
Just one very important point. We of course learn a lot of stuff in the universities, and then we go into the workplace, right? And when we go into the workplace, one very important thing that we have to do is we have to work with others. And that is when we realize that perhaps we know a lot of stuff that we don't know ourselves. We don't know how to work in a team. So these are very important ways of knowing which, the emotional development, which AI per se cannot do. And these are very much integral part of education.
Right, I read that, computer science or engineering will prepare you for a job immediately after college, but liberal arts and humanities will prepare you for life for decades onwards. Yes, a young lady there had a question. Yes.
नमस्कार सर, मेरा नाम अंकिता त्रिपाठी। मैं आपसे ये बताना चाहूँगी कि अगर हम आज के स्कूलों को देखते हैं तो वो एक अटेंडेंस सेंटर बन के रह चुके हैं, क्योंकि जो कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियरेंस और समझने के लिए हम ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म और एआई पे डिपेंड हो चुके हैं। जैसा कि आपने बताया, कुछ सालों में हमारी जो क्लासरूम्स की वॉल है वो गायब हो जाएंगी। तो क्या जो स्टूडेंट्स और टीचर्स के बीच में जो इमोशनल बॉन्ड था वो ख़त्म नहीं हो जाएगा, और मतलब स्टूडेंट्स को वापस वो बॉन्ड नहीं मिल पाएगा एआई की वजह से?
That's a very dire picture.
Actually, when there was a time when only we used to gauge the IQ of the student, intelligent questions. Now in the holistic education system, we used to also gauge the EQ, which is known as the emotional quotient, and SQ, which is known as the social quotient, or the spiritual quotient. So the complete or the holistic knowledge is going to be the combination of IQ, EQ, and SQ, by which we need to design the curriculum, and we need to deliver the curriculum, and we need to govern the education system. That is the reason we are integrating the concept of Indian knowledge system in the course curriculum. We are integrating these 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goal in the course curriculum. Whether it is for engineering student, whether it is for art student, or whether it is for economics or the commerce student. The ideology of the education can never be finished. The humans are not the robot. Humans are the human. There should be emotion in them. There should be the spiritual values in them. Then only the education system is going to be holistic.
I think Dr. Rao also wants to add something. Yes.
I'll just take a minute. In fact, your questions are very pertinent. The way I see it is, there are certain things that the class was doing all these days that will go into the background, some very routine things. But some of the finest classes that we have at our university are the psychology classes, where students learn by doing. And that is where the fundamental art of creativity has come out very well. Last 3 years we have observed this, that creativity as a trait, which was otherwise very latent in the students, has come out in the open now, and students have been able to do fundamentally very different ways of thinking about psychology as an interdisciplinary course. So I would say it is not over. In fact, the bond will get even stronger.
Wonderful. And Professor Chaudhary, yes, last word.
I just want to add one thing is that teachers from the classroom, and classroom will disappear, but teacher as a guru will continue to be there. As a guide, he will provide you the pathway to follow. And what you learn on the path, it's your responsibility.
And our teachers also need to be ready for this, isn't
obviously.
it?
Just a brief thing.
Yes.
One more point which I wish to add over here. For example, psychology course is going to be sold as a clinical psychology course. Plain psychology will not be sellable in the market. If you go for the clinical psychology course, link with the medical institutions and the hospitals, these courses are going to have the importance. The courses, the degrees which are going to be sellable, which are going to have a job in the times to come, need to be the skill-based job. If you do the counseling, you can help some students to come out of the stress, to come out of the suicidal feelings. These kind of the clinical psychology courses are going to help.
Sorry, Professor, we're out of time. I think one last comment from Professor Banerjee.
Since I raised the whole question of changing classrooms, I have an obligation to kind of explain it. So I said that the teacher's role will change.
ब्राइट स्किन के लिए कितने विटामिन सी प्रोडक्ट्स ट्राई किए बट नो स्किन ब्राइटनिंग कोई भी विटामिन सी नहीं हिमालय विटामिन सी ट्राई करो इसमें है 5x विटामिन सी और नेचुरल प्लांट एक्सट्रैक्ट्स जो स्किन के ऊपर से नहीं अंदर से काम करे और आपको दे ब्राइटर लुकिंग स्किन फ्रॉम डे 3 try Himalaya brightening vitamin C serum now.
Because the transaction within the classroom would be about doing something together, and when you do something together, you also develop solidarities. You understand each other much better.
Right. So the role of teachers will remain very relevant going into the future as well. Thank you so much for joining us on this panel. A round of applause, please, for the panelists. Thank you. We're completely out of time. Thank you so much. Really, lot of questions, and you can come and ask the professors your questions after this.
Well, as we close the NDTV LearnNXT Conclave today, it is quite clear that India's education conversation can no longer be limited to marks. It can't be limited to degrees or placements alone. Across today's discussions, one theme returned again and again. The future will reward not just knowledge, but adaptability, judgment, creativity, empathy, and the ability to keep learning continuously through change. We have heard about rural access, we've heard about foundational learning, about anxiety among students and parents, about inclusion, technology, entrepreneurship, critical thinking, and the globalization of education itself. And beneath all of these conversations lies a larger question for us. What kind of society does India want to build, and what kind of education system will help us get there? As you know, classrooms do more than prepare students for careers. They shape citizens, they shape communities, and ultimately the direction of a country. Thank you to all our speakers, educators, students, and partners for being part of this crucial conversation. The NDTV LearnNXT Conclave was co-powered by State Bank of India, Siksha O Anusandhan University, Maharishi University of Information Technology, Om Sterling Global University, our legacy partners, Bedford School, Tech Partner, Antias Solutions, Knowledge Partner, ICAI, special partners, the DCM Group of Schools, BML Munjal University, ICFA University, and the Guwahati International Airport Limited. Our impact partners, Adani Green Energy Limited, Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone Limited, and Mundra Solar Energy Limited. Our associate partners, Deakin University, RKDF University, Pacific Medical College and Hospital, and Echelon Institute of Technology, and Green Panel. Good evening, and thank you for joining us.